Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku met a Pokemon hero trainer for new power. Here is short summary. During the mock hero vs. mock villain exam with Bakugou and Izuku, a very strange portal appeared out of nowhere and spit out a very strange traveler with very powerful creatures at his command. What will happen? How will the story change? What new threats will they face? Will the world be destroyed or grow stronger and evolve? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Today of all days, Izuku Midoriya was feeling a plethora of different emotions all at once. Excitement, joy, stress, fear, anxiety. Now you may be wondering why he is feeling this way. Well, today is the day that he and the rest of his class are able to use their quirks in an all-out mock villain versus mock hero exercise, so he was excited. He also got paired up with a very pretty girl called Ochako Uraraka, so he was happy. It was also the first time he would be using his quirk, which he knew from the get-go was extremely unstable and possibly damaging or fatal to his body, so he was stressed. He and Uraraka paired up against two people with extremely powerful and versatile quirks that each had much skill in using, so he was anxious. However, one of those opponents just so happened to be his ex-childhood friend and bully, Bakugou Katsuki. And judging by the look on his face, he was out for blood, so yeah, he was shitting his pants. Izuku tried to cool his nerves as he and Uraraka crept around the building where the fake weapon was being guarded. He even attempted to make a plan with Uraraka to secure victory. Ultimately it came down to Izuku distracting Bakugou, knowing he would come after him, while Uraraka snuck around and tried to secure the weapon from Iida. And things happened just as planned. Bakugou charged in head first through the whole building while hunting for Izuku like a savage. Izuku faced Katsuki head-on while Uraraka made her way up the building. The two teens were in a standoff with Izuku visibly injured from several of Katsuki's explosions. They were about to attack one another when something strange stopped them in their tracks. An unusual portal appeared out from the ceiling, and its presence alone was enough to stop the superpowered teens from their scuffle. The portal generated a strange aura while emitting an otherworldly sound. It was a luminescent gray with a white spider web-like design that appeared to never ending itself in. After staring at the strange portal for a solid minute, it began to fluctuate, and screams could be heard coming from within it. Several seconds passed as the screaming only got louder, and a shape could be seen forming closer to the opening of the portal. Another moment passed, and a screaming object hurled through the portal and crashed among the rubble around the building. Stones flung all over the place, and a huge dust cloud exploded far enough to make the two teens cover their eyes. Meanwhile, the portal behind them immediately closed after spitting out its passenger. After a few moments, the dust to see what had burst through into their mock exams. A small groan is heard from the dust and rubble. "Ooh, oh, my head," came a voice clearly in pain. Another second later and a silhouette broke the dust cloud and unearthed stones around itself. After a few minutes of watching the silhouette stubble and pick itself up from the ground, it finally came into the open to reveal a person, a regular human person. "What hit me?" the person asked while holding their head. The person rubbed their head and back while saying, "That's the last time I let How convince me to have a Molisod eating contest with Nebi." Once the person walked closer to the stunned teens, they could now make their description. It was a tall, slender, yet medium-built guy with tan skin. He looked a bit older than Izuku and Katsuki, with medium-length yet thick purple hair on top, black hair coming at his back and sides, yellow eyes, and a weird fashion sense. He wore a white and purple headband with black trim and an odd symbol that looked like two half-circle lines covering a circle. The headband also separated his purple and black hair, making it look like a weird hat. He wore a white muscle shirt and an opened purple hoodie with odd red eye marks on the hood. Black and purple shorts with white and purple shoes. Around his waist was a belt made of a conglomerate of different-sized bags, some of which had evil little faces with the mouth being the zipper. After shaking himself off from the dust and getting back his calibrations, the older teen finally noticed the other younger teens standing in front of him in stunned silence. He looked around at his surroundings and back at the teens a few times to ensure he didn't imagine this. After a minute, he side-mouthed to the air and said, "I don't think we're in Alola anymore, Nebi." After a moment of no response, the teen looked to his side and said, "Nebi." That's when a look of panic exploded across his face, and he began to shout into the open, "Nebi! Nebi, where are you?" As the teen shouted around for this Nebi person, the other two teens finally came out of their shock and started to put together what happened, so did their personalities. Bakugou was the first to snap out of his trance and shouted, "Hey! Purple. The teen turned to Bakugou, looked around, and pointed to himself with a confused face. "Yes, you, I'm talking to you. Who the hell else is wearing purple? Don't look down on me." Izuku did want to point out that the size difference between the two was exceedingly significant. In fact, the older teen towered over Bakugou by at least 5 inches but decided to keep quiet, knowing full well what he'd do. The guy put his hands up defensively and exclaimed, Whoa. Let's just calm down for a second there." He took a deep breath and stated, "Okay, look, I don't know who you guys are or where I even am right now, but I can speak for both parties when I say that we are all clearly freaked out over what just happened. So why don't we just take a deep breath, calm down, and try to figure this out without going crazy?" "I second that thought." Izuku finally became vocal. "Kachan, we don't know what's going on right now or who this guy is, but let's be reasonable, end the fight here and try to figure this out. He's at least trying to be civ. Are you saying I'm not civilized?" Bakugou snapped at Izuku while letting out small explosions. Izuku freaked out while backing away and exclaimed nervously, "And no. You just always rush into things and don't. Shut the hell up, shitty nerd." He snapped at Izuku again. Meanwhile, the older teen was back far away from the two teens, nearly in a corner, in a weird defensive and shocked animated stance, with an expression like he just said some form of high sacrilege. The other two teens noticed this and turned their attention to him. He stood there for a good minute before finally speaking in a fearful tone. You have moves, like a Pokémon. That's impossible, you're human. Unless," he trailed off with a horrified expression. "Did Team Plasma, Team Rocket, and the Ether Foundation join forces to make a human-Pokémon hybrid? What is this world coming to? Does their insanity know no bounds?" He began to rant. Izuku was more than confused at this point about whatever he was talking about. Who were Team Rock, Plasma, and the Ether Foundation? What's a Pokémon? Who's Nebi? What moves is he talking about? Bakugou, however, was not at all confused or asking any similar questions. Instead, he was even more pissed off after getting more crazy info and being ignored. A vein bulges in his head as his anger rises to new levels. First, his fight with Deku was interrupted by this purple dude who comes out of a magic wormhole. He's thrown entirely off his mojo, and now Purple and stupid Deku are trying to stop the fight. His fight in Purple was only spewing out more noise while calling him a poke whatever. "Screw this, I wanted to blast shit up, so I'm gonna do it," Bakugou thought to himself while using his explosions to rocket towards him. I'll blast you to hell first and ask questions later," he yelled with a vicious look in his eyes. "Kachan, stop!" Izuku cried as he tried to halt Bakugou. "Ah, mercy!" the teen cried while covering his body in defense. Bakugou was only a few feet away from the older teen and ready to blow him up with a powerful blast. His smile curved into a wicked grin, his body flared with excitement, and his arms trembled with the rush of power rising to his fingertips. Just before he could ignite his quirk to the older teen's face, a small round object bounced from his belt and in front of the attack. Bakugou flinched for a moment at seeing the circular object until it exploded in a flash of bright blue light. Bakugou winced at the blinding burning sensation in his eyes and then felt something collide with his body with such great force that it flung him clear across the room and crashed into the far opposite wall. Izuku also winced from the bright light, heard, and saw Bakugou's body fly across the room and slams into a wall. When his eyes readjusted, he saw the most amazingly terrifying thing he'd ever seen. The older teen waited for his face to get caved in by Bakugo, but when nothing happened but the sound of something slamming into a wall with great force, he dared to look out from his arm shield. He saw that the flying teen was gone, and a set of red scales wrapped around his body. He heard a triumphant roar and followed the sound up to a creature that he smiled with relief and joy. Gyarados! He squealed with joy at the massive creature. Gyarados! Is that what he called this thing? Izuku squeaked with fear in his head. The creature standing in front of them and at the defense of the older teen was nothing he'd seen before. Well, he had once, back when he was younger, his mother would tell him scary stories about powerful serpentine-like dragons with untold power. And this thing matched their descriptions perfectly. It was like something that came straight out of science fiction. It is a huge serpentine-like monster with armored red scales and a yellow underbelly, angry red eyes, a huge mouth filled with fangs, 2 long whiskers, and ear fins with a 3-pointed crest on its head. It also had 3 pointed fins on its back, 2 near where its head met its neck, and the last near the end of its long body with a tail fin like a fish. Izuku couldn't tell if its crest made it look mad or it was just always looking mad, but this Gyarados thing sure did not look pleased. And seeing it made Izuku keep his eyes trained on it, frozen in place as he swallowed dryly. The older teen was not scared of the giant dragonfish. Instead, he looked overjoyed. "Boy, am I glad to see you, buddy," he exclaimed excitedly to the animal. Gyarados leaned down, letting out a low yet friendly-sounding grumble, and brought its face close to the older teen who petted it under its chin. "You saved me in the nick of time, again," the older teen stated, embarrassed. Gyarados made a sound in its throat that could have been equal to laughter as if teasing him. At this time, Bakugo pulled himself from the wall and fell to the floor with a grunt. He picked himself up on shaky legs and heavy breath and stared down the older teen, only to be thrown off guard by the giant red sea serpent cooler around him. "Is that?" he shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. All heads turned to Bakugo as Gyarados turned back to the teen and defensively coiled around the older teen as it let out a mighty and bone-chilling roar in warning. Bakugo let out a small growl and stared down at the giant animal, only making it even angrier. Izuku knew there was no seeking reason with Bakugo at this point. He knew he'd try to attack despite the danger involved. So he opted to hide behind a pillar and wait things out or intervene if things got too out of hand. The older teen, looking much more confident, stated to Bakugo, "Listen here, you hybrid or whatever you are. I don't know who, or what, you are, but you had better stop attacking if you know what's good for you. You can't win." Bakugo snarled at this declaration and set off more explosions in his hands. "Shut the hell up. Don't you tell me what to do, you purple. I'll kill that shitty fish and then you," Bakugo shouted at him. Gyarados roared again as the older teen replied calmly, "Then you leave me no choice." He took out a small round device from his belt and pointed it at Bakugo. It was spherical and colored half red and half white, and it had a black line going around it, separating the colors with a white button in the center. "I'll just have to battle and then catch you to quell that vicious temper of yours," he stated boldly. "Don't you make fun of me," Bakugo roared as he shot towards the teen. The older teen struck a confident pose with his hand shot out in the front and exclaimed to his beast, "You ready, Gyarados?" Gyarados roared in acknowledgement. "Great. Then let's size him up with a dragon pulse," he shouted. Gyarados then closed its mouth, and when it opened back up, it shot out a multicolored beam that took a dragon-like shape that soared towards Bakugo. Bakugo used his explosions to curve around the beam and continued closing the distance between them. "You're fast, but I have the type advantage. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump," he commanded the fish dragon. Gyarados then shot out a powerful stream of water from its mouth like a cannon. The blast was much wider and faster than Dragon Pulse, and Bakugo had to halt his attack and dodge the blast by blasting himself in the opposite direction. "Let's see how you fare with a rapid-fire attack. Gyarados keeps using Hydro Pump," he shouted towards the animal. Gyarados obeyed and continued shooting multitudes of Hydro Pumps at Bakugo. Bakugo could just barely keep out of range and outpace each attack, each of which packed tremendous speed and power behind them. So much so that the ground broke apart, cut pillars in half, and gaping holes made all over, reducing concrete to mud and stones. Izuku was stunned by this sight. Not only was this thing unnatural, but it also had multiple quirks, first an energy attack and now a water attack. What was this thing? He was also having a hard time keeping out of the firing line or just finding decent cover. Every time he would hide, a blast of water or some other attack would destroy his defense, and he would have to flee for his life to not get ripped apart. Eventually, Gyarados got tired from spitting up water and had to take a breather. Bakugou saw his chance and rocketed towards the monster in mere seconds. He then let out a few powerful explosions right into the fish's face. Gyarados roared in pain from the attack and inches back from the blast. "Gyarados, are you okay?" the older teen called the fish. Gyarados shook itself off and roared again. The older teen smiled and said, "Good to hear." When Bakugou set off his last explosions on Gyarados' face, he used the momentum to push himself into the air. He then propelled himself down with another, ready to pepper the giant fish again. "Here he comes." The older teen called attention to Bakugou. "Use thunder." Gyarados' head crest began to produce electricity and shot a bolt into the air. It curved back down and right into Bakugou's flight path. Bakugou got lucky and managed to use another explosion to propel himself back. The attack missed and made the ground underneath explode. "Hyper beam!" cried the older teen as Gyarados shot out a yellowish-white beam of energy from its mouth. This time the attack hit Bakugou and sent him flying back. After the beam dissipated, he skidded across the floor and quickly brought himself back to his feet with a feral snarl. Gyarados hissed back and kept its defensive stance around its master. "Geez, this thing is tough. How much HP does it have?" the older teen asked himself. Bakugou then raised one of his gauntlets and pointed it at the teen and his pet. "What's it doing?" the teen asked himself. Bakugou snickered and stated, "This time, I'll blow both of you to hell." "Uh-oh." The teen pales in fear. "Now die." Bakugou yells as he pulls the pin and shoots off a deadly explosion. The older teen screamed in fear seeing as there was nowhere to escape from the blast. But Gyarados had another idea and quickly wrapped its long body around its master to shield him from the attack. The explosion quickly engulfed Gyarados' body in a plum of fire and debris within a blink. The dust cleared, and Gyarados' charred red body emerged from the smoke. The giant fish unraveled from around its master and flopped on the ground with a defeated groan. The older teen opened his eyes and saw that he was completely fine, along with the downed Gyarados. He freaked out, running to the fish's head and holding it. He begged, "No, no, no. Come on, buddy, you have to get up. Please. That Pokémon is still on the loose and wah." Bakugou emerged from the smoke and collapsing building with a snide smile on his face as he stared down the older teen with one visible yes and caused him to scream with terror. This sight made Bakugou lick his lips in anticipation as he slowly walked up to the teen and his downed animal. "Arceus, Arceus, 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 Arceus." The teen cursed as he began to shuffle wildly through his belt pouches. Bakugou then went into a full sprint, ready to blast and the teen began to panic while failing to back away due to Gyarados' body trapping him in. He looked back at the fallen form of his pet, then back to Bakugou, who was still charging him with only a few feet to close the gap. He jumped in front of the fish face with arms wide open to shield the fish from the explosion, closed his eyes, and braced himself. "Die!" Bakugou shouted as he jumped into the air with a large explosion. However, instead of being hit with an explosion straight to the face, Bakugou was the one hit with a fin tail straight to the side of his body that sent him flying into the nearest wall. The teen opened his eyes and saw Bakugou jammed into the wall with a glare on his face, Gyarados' tail laying out in front of him, and Gyarados starting to pick himself back up. Gyarados lifted its body and let out a triumphant war cry. The older teen's eyes glittered with hope and joy at seeing the giant fish while exclaiming, "Gyarados, you're okay. I knew you could tough it out. You're not one of my best for nothing." Gyarados lowers its head to its master, allowing the older teen to pet the fish under its chin and behind its finned ears with a growling purr. Meanwhile, Bakugou had pulled himself away from the wall and looked even more pissed off than before. He lost off a few explosions and an angry scream showing that he hadn't given up yet. The older teen and Gyarados look back towards the angry fuming younger teen and tense up, seeing as he was still not down. Even after all that, it's still kicking. What level is this thing anyway? The older teen complained. The two people and giant animals stare down at each other for several tense seconds as the older teen whispers to his pet, Gyarados, I have an idea, but I need you to trust me. Gyarados seemed to understand its master and appeared to nod its head. The teen smiled and pointed his arm at Bakugou. He commanded, then get ready to battle. Gyarados roared with gusto. Bakugou charged at the teen and his pet as the older teen commanded the fish to tank the attack. Gyarados obeyed and stood perfectly still, allowing Bakugou to charge forward and land a few powerful attacks on the fish's face. Thick black smoke covered the giant animal's face as a painful screech can be heard from inside the cloud. Bakugou smiled at hearing the roar, knowing he had done a significant amount of damage to the creature. The older teen grinned, seeing Bakugou's ego flare up, just like he planned. He took advantage and shot his arm out towards him and commanded, now Gyarados use Hydro Pump one last time. Suddenly a large stream of water bursts out from the clouds and nails Bakugou head on. Bakugou was thrown back a good several feet before he was able to push himself out of the torrent power and landed on his feet soaking wet. Bakugou growled at this, and putting up his other gauntlet, he aimed to fire it one last time at the creature. But the older team expected this and waited until Bakugou pulled the pin. Quickly, Gyarados, get rid of that explosion with Hyper Beam, the older team commanded the dragonfish. Gyarados then let out the pale yellowish energy beam and shot it into the center of the explosion. The two forces collide with such great force that they cancelled each other out in a blast of smoke. Bakugou covered his eyes and tried to gain better footing from the force of the explosions exerting from both sides. But he was quickly outmaneuvered when Gyarados burst through the smoke with an angry expression and pounced on Bakugou. Gyarados quickly wrapped its body around Bakugou like a snake and held him in a restraining squeeze. Bakugou tried to break free but to no avail as he simply flopped his head around like a fish out of water. So instead, he changed to swearing and threats. Let me the hell go, you ugly seafood platter. I'll turn you into sashimi and blast that purple into next week, he cursed them both. The older teen smiled and said, then let's finish this. Gyarados, finish it off with thunder. Gyarados's head crest generated electricity and shot a bolt in the air, which rolled down where Bakugou was held in its coils. Bakugou looked up with a stunned expression and marveled at the lighting in fear. The attack shot down and landed directly on Bakugou, whose screams were drowned out by the intense power. After the attack, Gyarados lets go of Bakugou, letting his body slump into the ground, and moved away as the older teen threw the round half-colored device at Bakugou. The device flew through the air and bounced right off Bakugou's head. It then popped open, and a red beam enveloped the younger teen's body. It seemed to be similar to electricity since it began to shock and cause Bakugou to convulse even further. The device fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The older teen looked at this in confusion and said, what? It didn't work, but he's a Pokémon, he should have gone into the Pokeball. Unless he's part human, he can't be caught. He then looked out into the distance like his brain was buffering until he snapped back, exclaiming while throwing his arms in front, then how the hell was Ether, Rocket, and Plasma going to control that thing if they couldn't catch it? Then the older teen's eyes caught someone hiding behind one of the few remaining pillars was a set of fearful green eyes. The teen turned towards the eyes as Gyarados stood ready, half more relaxed around its master. But the older teen put a hand up, signaling the fish to stand down, and it did. Seeing that he wasn't going to attack, Izuku poked his head out a little more. The older teen took up an awkward and coy demeanor while looking to the ground in a sweat drop. Seeing this, Izuku decided to come out from his hiding spot but still kept his eyes on the giant red dragonfish. The older teen rubbed his head while laughing nervously and apologized, he. Sorry you had to see me get like that. I get pretty intense when I battle, especially with new or hard ones. Hope I didn't scare you too much. Izuku also gave a nervous laugh and replied, he. Yeah. I guess we should talk now. To clear the air on things, the older teen asked. Why yeah, talk. That's what I wanted to do. Izuku trailed off, not knowing the teen's name. The older teen blushed in embarrassment and quickly introduced himself, Garfield. But everyone always calls me Gar, or Gar, or Gengar. You can call me whatever. Izuku Midoriya, nice meeting you. Izuku introduced himself back with a slight bow. An awkward silence filled the area as the two teens couldn't think of how to carry on their conversation from here. So nice, giant, fish, dragon, thing. Izuku tried to break the ice. The older teen pepped up a bit and replied, oh, thanks. He's a Gyarados, and one of my oldest companions. He's helped me through a lot of battles. I owe much of my success to him, he said while petting Gyarados' scales. The teen then turned to Bakugou's still body and motioned to him. He asked, Sue, what's up with this Pokémon? Where'd he come from? Izuku looked at him weirdly as he replied, Kachan isn't a Pokémon. And what's a Pokémon? The older teen looked back at him weirdly and stated, you're kidding, right? You have to be kidding. This, he exclaimed while waving at Bakugou. Can't be anything but a Pokémon. He was flying around and shooting fire from his hands. And he took a direct blast from Hyper Beam. And I've been hit by Hyper Beam, and let me tell ya, it's not fun. Also, how could you ask, what's a Pokémon, when there's one, literally, right next to me? Izuku blinked at the teen and replied, that's Kachan's quirk. He can produce explosions from his hands, and also, he's definitely human. What's a quirk? Gar asked back. I think we should start explaining some things to one another, Izuku offered. Yeah, I think so too. Gar agreed with a sigh. A few hours later, in a meeting hall, Gar now sat around a table, surrounded by several heroes, all of which were asking and answering each other's questions about what in the world is going on. The mock exercise was cancelled, and all students were sent back to their homeroom until things sorted out, apart from Bakugou, who was sent to Recovery Girl for his extreme injuries. After some time of debate and questions, the group finally settled down and tried to compile everything they learned about each other in the simplest form. So let me try and see if I understand this clearly. There are no Pokémon in this world, and all Pokémon are called animals, and they don't have any moves, but instead the humans are the Pokémon and have moves you call quirks, and work as superheroes like in comic books. That is crazy, Gar exclaimed while sitting back in his seat with a flop. Yes, and let me see if I understand this clearly. In your world, your animals are called Pokémon. These Pokémon have quirks, and all of them have multiple or interchangeable quirks, but people don't, and you use Pokémon for fighting while keeping them in these Pokéball things. That's even crazier, Aizawa explained back nonchalantly. Gar immediately sat up straight and exclaimed, you're telling me? I've been to some strange alternate dimensions before, but this place beats 'em all. So you've done this sort of thing before? Midnight asked. Gar nodded and replied, oh yeah, loads of times. But like I said, I've never seen a place like this. Something must have happened during the trip, he theories while tapping his chin. How exactly did you get here? You say you're quirkless, yet you're able to travel between dimensions, Present Mike asked. Well, technically, I'm not the one who does the traveling, Nebi does, Gar confirmed. Who's Nebi? All Might inquired. He's a legendary ultra beast that can evolve. He was kept hostage by a crazed woman who was obsessed with gaining knowledge of other ultra beasts. I went to another dimension with the crazed woman's daughter, after Nebi evolved, and fought her as she merged with another ultra beast and beat her in a battle in the ultra beast's home dimension, Gar explained to the heroes. All the heroes sitting around the table stare and blink multiple times at the young man with confused expressions, trying to make sense of what he just said as if he had just grown a third head. Realizing his explanation, he blushed, embarrassed, and rubbed his head. He said, I realize now that there is a lot to unpack in that. But for the sake of simplicity, let's just say he's a really powerful Pokémon that travels between dimensions. Wow. Present Mike whistles. Wow indeed. Gar confirmed. So did you come here on purpose when you and Nebi were traveling? Midnight asked. Gar took a sharp breath and, putting up both hands under his chin, he explained, well actually. That's a story all on its own. You see, I was in Galar. After I had held my title as champion for the umpteenth time, I set out to do other things. Fill the Pokédex, complete my Curry Dex, catch every Pokémon in Galar, EV, and IV breeding, and get all forms and flavors of Alcremie. But then I got bored again and decided to go traveling to visit some old friends. First, I traveled to Alola and met my old friend Howare. Gar was then cut off by Aizawa, who butted in, saying, "Could you just skip to the part where you got to our world?" Gar's sweat dropped in embarrassment. "Oh right, sorry." Anyway, How said that he could out-eat any man or Pokémon in a Malasada eating contest, and he was right. So he decided to test his skills against something that wasn't a man or Pokémon and wanted to compete against Nebby. Who is, but actually isn't a Pokémon. It's kind of weird, anyway. I don't know how he convinced me, but I agreed, and then the two started to eat while I was sitting on Nebby's back to keep him calm in case things went south. And well, things did go south, and real quick too. I shouldn't have let Nebby eat bitter Malasada cause then he started to go wild from the taste. He started to randomly open ultra wormhole portals all over the place and jumped into one, going at speeds I've never seen him go before. He booted me off, and I got Ed outside the ultra stream and into a weird wormhole I've never seen before. And now I'm here, he explained casually. All the heroes were silent as they digested this information and tried to make some sense of it. As most of it was a lot of things they never heard of before. That and the fact it sounded so absurd. Suddenly the door opened, and a new voice chimed into the silence, saying, "Well, that does sound like quite the adventure and conundrum you got yourself into, young man." All heads swiveled to the door and saw the hyper-intelligent animal thing, Principal Nezu standing in the doorway, finally coming to the meeting after having to take care of some other urgent business. Nezu straightened his tie and introduced himself, saying, "Hello there, I am." Before he could continue, Gar shot up from his seat and whipped out a Pokeball and screamed while pointing to Nezu, a Pokémon. Gar threw the device at the small animal, and the same thing that happened with Bakugou happened with Nezu. The device opened, and a red beam enveloped him, which caused an electric shock to run over his body and convulse from it. When it failed to catch the principal, the device fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Gar stared blankly at this before realizing what happened and theorized, "Oh. I guess you're not a Pokémon, huh?" Nezu stood up while brushing himself off, and in the nicest, most patient tone he could manage, he confirmed, "No, I'm not." Gar rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed, and apologized, saying, "Sorry about that. I'm a trainer, so when I see a new Pokémon, I kinda freak out and try to catch it. But I mean, you do look like a weird shiny Rattata, in a tux." After fixing his tie again, Nezu then replied, "Well, not all of us are okay with being beaten to near exhaustion, forcefully placed in a small prison, and then forced to fight other creatures to the death for the entertainment of others. And let's not forget the Stockholm Syndrome." Everyone in the room made a shocked expression as the principal roasted the young man until the young man walked up to Nezu with a ticked-off expression and pinched his nose hard. "Ouchie," Nezu complained. Gar then took a deep breath to calm himself and ranted off on the animal, saying, "Okay, I'm not even sure where I should begin with you. First, you have to weaken a Pokémon to catch it, it's the only way. I tried to catch a Pidgey without weakening it first, and I still regret it. Second, a Pokeball is not a prison, it's a holding device. The Pokemon's matter is converted into energy, they're more like in a comfortable sleep-like state. Third, Pokemon battles are an international sport that has strict rules, guidelines, and regulations. Fourth, Pokemon don't fight to the death, and they only fight until they pass out. And speaking of which, that's quite hypocritical coming from someone who delights in setting up events where young children fight in a ring with deadly abilities, pinning them against one another, fighting them yourselves, and sending them off to fight other stronger adults. And fifth, there is no Stockholm Syndrome. That's just a myth. When a Pokemon is caught, they immediately become tame enough to receive commands, and they still have free will to do what they want, when they want. And I can't tell you how many times I literally asked a Pokemon to just join me on my journey. Everyone in the room was now making shocked expressions at the sweating principal who just got roasted back with cold hard facts for an adolescent. Nezu cleared his throat and replied calmly, see your point. A cold and awkward silence filled the room at this point until Aizawa, who was the only one to care less about the current atmosphere, struck back up the conversation, asking Gar, "So, time to ask the big question. Are you able to get back to your home dimension?" Gar slumped back into his seat, and with a solemn headshake and anxious expression, he replied, "I'm afraid not, only Nebi or Lunala can travel in between dimensions." He then took off 6 different-looking Pokeballs from around his belt and placed them on the table, saying, "And the Pokemon I have with me can't do any of that. So I guess I'm stuck." This time Midnight broke the atmosphere, placing a reassuring hand on Gar's shoulder and asking, "Is there really no way for you to contact your friends or Nebi to come pick you up?" Gar looked off to the side and replied, "There is one way, but it's not working." He then slumped down even further into his seat, and giving off an exhausted sigh, he continued, "I could pull Nebi or Lunala from my PC, but my Pokebox is not working." Gar then pulled out a large unusual-looking device from one of his pouches. It looked like a thick frisbee made of glass with a handle on top and a small metallic screen on the front with several buttons. He pressed one of the buttons and the whole thing extended upward until it was at least 2 feet tall. It had glass all around and 3 separate gray dividers with small indents around each one where a Pokeball is placed. It had an invisible sliding door mechanism that opened automatically. Gar sighed and said, "Deep ocean floors, dark caves, thick jungles, endless deserts, or the highest mountain peaks, this thing will work without fail. But I guess alternate dimensions are its limit." Another round of silence was set into the melancholy atmosphere until Present Mike asked out of the blue, "Wait, so you keep your pocket monsters in a PC?" "Yes," Gar answered. "Like a computer?" he asked again. "Yes," Gar replied while sweat dropping a bit. "A PC computer?" he asked further. "Yes," Gar stated firmly with an aggravated sigh, having to say the same thing over and over. "That doesn't make any sense," he exclaimed in confusion. Gar rolled his eyes and explained, "The Pokeballs convert matter into energy. Who's to say that matter can't also be converted to data? And besides, there are like 1,000 different Pokemon. You really think I'm gonna carry around like 1,000 different Pokeballs all the time?" No one said anything but opted to just stare at the young man. Seeing this, Gar sighed and continued on. "The limit that anyone can carry is about 6, otherwise, they're sent to their personal PC. And the 6 that I currently have," Gar motioned to the 6 different Pokeballs on the table, "can't perform interdimensional travel, so I'm pretty much stuck, like a shelter on a slowpoke tail." Gar slumped into his seat again until Nezu spoke up, causing the young man to straighten out at his voice. "Well, seeing as all things have come to light, it would be in everyone's best interest if you were to stay here at UA until you're able to travel back to your world," he told the team. "What?" everyone in the room asked the principal with mixed confusion and surprise. "Well, it would be quite heartless of us to throw you out into a world you simply have no knowledge of, and it would go against everything we at UA stand for," Nezu explained further. "So you're gonna let me stay so you can keep an eye on me to make sure I don't decide to use my murderous magic beasts to slay all of you and conquer your world?" Gar asked while making funny hand gestures and faces. "In a manner of speaking, yes," Nezu replied nonchalantly. "Fair enough." Gar shrugged his shoulders in agreement. After that was settled, Gar deviated from the topic and stated, "Speaking of which, sorry about nearly obliterating one of your students. The one with the bad temper and fire hands." Nezu waved his apology off and replied, "It's quite alright, mistakes happen. And you were simply defending yourself when young Katsukui attacked you unprovoked. After he heals up, we'll be sure to have a strict talk about unprofessional hero behavior." The other teachers also nodded, knowing that Bakugou would be handled accordingly. Gar then deviated from the topic again and asked, "Speaking of healing, what have you guys got in the line of a Poke Center?" Poke Center," All Might asked. Gar sighed and replied in a sweat drop, "I think we still have some things to discuss." The next day, everyone in Class 1A was abuzz with excitement as they all crowded around the otherworldly person who joined their class. It was decided that Gar would join the hero course of 1A in order to better hide his other dimensional origin and Pokémon from the rest of the school and the watchful eye of the media, because the whole class witnessed Bakugou's fight against Gar and Gyarados. So the day following the botched mock hero villain exam, Gar arrived at 1A in an official UA uniform with Aizawa, albeit with his purple and black headband. After Aizawa explained Gar's placement, he had to step out for a bit to take care of some last-minute things. Right after he left, the whole class sprung up from their seats and surrounded the older teen, asking him all kinds of questions or just marveling at him. Things like who he was, where he came from, what his world was like, what Pokémon are and how powerful they are, what he does, what's his favorite color, and so on and so forth. Eventually, Iida had to forcefully separate the class from the overwhelmed teen and regain some form of structure in the class before another Pokémon burst out and decided to attack them. Most of the class listened, but a few still pressed on despite the logical demand. Until Gar broke them away, lying, saying he could already feel Gyarados' Pokeball start to shake. And seeing what the fish monster did yesterday, the rest of them didn't want to be caught up in what happened to Bakugou. After everyone spread out a bit, allowing Gar some much-needed breathing room, Iida fixed his glasses and instructed the class, "Now I know all of you are just as excited as I am about Gar-kun's placement. But let's try to have some semblance of order so as not to overwhelm him. He's in a completely new world with rules and laws he doesn't know, so let's try to help him acclimate while he's here." "Sorry, Iida-kun, it's just so exciting. Ya know," Uraraka apologized while rubbing the back of her head. "It's not every lifetime when you get to meet a real-life alien," Kaminari exclaimed with sparkles in his eyes. "I'm human," Gar commented. "You know what I mean," Kaminari shot back, making Gar frown. "Yeah, I mean, you were all like WHAAAA. And wham, and boom, and your giant fish was like roar, and lasers, and water cannons, and thunder, and wow." Mina described what happened like an excited child. Gar rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed, and replied, "Thanks, but his name is Gyarados. And I really didn't do that much. I just told him what to do. But I don't think someone else was very impressed about it." Gar motioned towards Bakugou sitting in the background. Bakugou, for the most part, was healed up with a few patches and gauze wrappings on his body and face. He was still in his seat, slumped into it and looking away from everyone else with an angry scowl. "Oh, come on, man, no need to sulk. Accidents happen." Hiroshima tried to cheer him up. "Accidents, accidents. You weren't the one blasted by a laser, doused in high-pressure water, constricted, and then blasted with lightning," Bakugou snapped back while exploding in his seat. "You did attack him unprovoked. It was self-defense on his part," Jiro stated matter-of-factly. No, he's right. I did go a bit overboard. But that's mostly because I thought he was a weird Pokémon." Gar waved off Jiro while walking towards Bakugou and extending his hand. "Since we'll be seeing each other more often now, let's put this behind us and start fresh," Gar offered with a smile. Bakugou looked down at his hand, grabbed it, and in an instant flung the older teen over his shoulder and hard on the ground. Gar gasped for air as pain shot up his back and head. The class gasped, and Iida ran forward to restrain Bakugou while Izuku and Uraraka ran to Gar to help him back up. "Bakugou-san, please, I understand you're upset after getting beaten, but that's no excuse to attack him out of petty anger. Especially after he tried to make peace with you. And right after our teachers gave you a meeting about appropriate hero behavior, for shame." Iida told him off. Bakugou struggled against the taller teen's stronger grip and cursed him out, shouting, "Off 4 eyes. The purple had it coming. And I'm not a ing Pokémon. Could have fooled me." Gar squeaked out in pain while trying to sit up. "Knowing the moral code of Team Rocket, Plasma, and the Ether Foundation, I wouldn't be surprised that they did make you. I heard you mention something about that yesterday. Who are they?" Izuku asked Gar while helping him into a chair. "Team Rocket, Team Plasma, and the Ether Foundation. They're groups of evil organizations or teams that have done pretty rotten things to Pokémon in the past. But I managed to put an end to them all," Gar explained. "What? things did they do to Pokémon that was so bad? Uraraka asked. Gar blew out air, like it was a heavy topic, and replied, boy, where do I begin? Team Rocket is a team of thieves who believe that Pokémon are meant to serve their organization, making money off of rare Pokémon and their parts, even stealing things used to evolve, capture, and heal Pokémon. They were even stealing endangered Pokémon themselves from the wild and trainers alike. They even went so far as to clone a Pokémon, Gar told the class. Clone, one person exclaimed in shock. A Pokémon, another person questions. Gar nodded his head and explained, yep, the original was a Pokémon called Mew. Team Rocket found its DNA in the jungles and then hired some twisted scientists to make an even more powerful clone. After many failed experiments, Mewtwo was born. And they made it powerful, too powerful. They tried to restrain it by warping its memories, but that only made things worse. It became savage and cruel, then broke out of its prison and killed its creators. Holy shit, one person exclaimed. That's terrible, a girl shouted. Gar quickly retaliated by saying, but it's fine now. I dethroned the leader of Team Rocket twice and caught Mewtwo, making him much more calm and tame. After everyone calmed down from the shocking info, Zero asked, so what about this Team Plasma? Gar snapped his fingers and explained, oh them. You know, out of all the teams I met, they're the ones who I thought were simultaneously the most logical and second craziest. Second, someone asked. Gar waved off the comment while saying, a story for another time. Anyway, Team Plasma was hell-bent on liberating Pokémon from humankind, seeing humans as harmful to the existence of Pokémon. In a way, they had a point but went about it in the worst way possible. So they tried to use the power of 3 legendary Pokémon in order to subjugate the whole region in a tyrannical monarchy rule. If that wasn't bad enough, they did something similar to what Team Rocket did to Mewtwo. One person gasped at this and asked anxiously, they cloned a Pokémon too? Gar's sweat dropped as everyone inches closer to his face, and he answered, no, they augmented a Pokémon. Augment, like giving a new part to the original? Someone asked. Gar took a deep breath and replied, let me explain. They revived a fossil of an ancient Pokémon and then augmented it with technology, completely morphing its body, physiology, typing, basically everything about it. Essentially turning it into a different species altogether. They even grafted a cannon to its biology. Sounds like RoboCop. Kaminari commented. But I managed to stop them like I did Team Rocket. Gar followed up. Uraraka visibly quivered and stated, geez. I don't think I even want to know about Ether at this point. Gar glanced over to the side as he said, well, they're even worse. How? Everyone shouted as they got into his face in suspense. They did everything that Team Rocket and Plasma did, and more. Gar answered as calmly as he could, warranting Iida to hold everyone back again. After things settled down again, Gar explained further. The Ether Foundation was a huge pseudo-island paradise that acted as a reserve and research center for injured or endangered Pokémon. Though it held many dark secrets behind it, its CEO was completely obsessed with finding these super rare and powerful Pokémon called Ultra Beasts. Its head scientist successfully created 3 Pokémon with something called the ARKS system, allowing it to become any type and most suited to fight against Ultra Beasts. But they were too powerful and had to be restrained. Did they clone or augment the Pokémon? Someone asked carefully. Gar shook his head and replied, worse, they made a Pokémon. Everyone gasped as Gar explained further, from what I read about them, they're a conglomerate of different Pokémon parts put together. They didn't just take an original and upgrade it, they made something completely different. A Frankenstein's monster among Pokémon. A hushed gasp fell over the whole class upon hearing this. Oh my god, could they be any worse? Momo gasped in horror. Gar then put his hands under his chin while in a sharp breath of air. Jiro saw this and asked in exasperation, please tell me you're joking. Gar gave a quick sigh before explaining, the CEO of the Ether Foundation was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Appearing nice, helpful, caring, and sweet, but in reality was a cold, warped, cruel person. She even went so far as to abuse her own kids and treat them as toys. She also used the Pokémon she rescued to make the ARKS Pokémon. And the ones she felt were the cutest or prettiest, she would lock away in frozen, suspended animation. Even having a trophy room for her to admire. That's sick, someone exclaimed with a nauseous tone. But you stopped them, right? Another asked anxiously. Gar nodded and replied, I did, but the more I learned about why the CEO did what she did, the more I actually started to pity her. What? The whole class shouted at him. How could you say that? From what you told us, this woman is vile to the core and evil in all manner of ways. So how could you pity her? Mina shouted at the older teen while grabbing his shoulders. She lost her mind and her loved one. This statement made everyone go silent as they back away from him, and Gar continued explaining. Lucamine and her husband Mon discovered the ultra wormholes, ultra beasts, and ultra dimensions. It was their combined efforts that allowed them to make these discoveries. They even managed to get their hands on a very docile ultra beast called Cosmog. But something went wrong. I don't know all the details, but something happened, and an ultra wormhole ate up Mon. Who disappeared forever. Lucamine lost her mind due to stress and to the desire to make something to combat the ultra beasts if they did invade. Her heart might have been in the right place, but her head has long since lost. And I barely managed to help her daughter scrape up what remained of their relationship to build back together. No one said a word, only silence lingered in the air at his statement. It was hard to hear but reasonable to accept. Losing your loved one plus extreme desire turning into obsession would lead most people to become completely mad. Wow, that's really sad. One person said softly. Yes, but that still doesn't excuse the things she did, another added. But enough about that, let's talk about me. Buzzed. A new voice shouted as a floating orange smartphone with a face shot out from behind Gar's back. Ah, talking phone. Hiroshima screamed in fear until his fear vanished as he realized what he said in rebuttal excitedly, saying, no, wait. Cool, talking phone. Gar, who, or what, is this? Uraraka pointed to the self-flying phone. Oh, this is, Gar began to speak until he cut off. Hello everyone, my name is Rotom. I am Garfield's personal assistant and his most handsome, most intelligent, most amazing friend. Buzzed. The phone, Rotom, introduced himself in a self-absorbed flamboyant manner while spinning around in the air. Rotom appeared to be a phone with its face on the back. It was colored orange with two small lightning bolts sticking out on the top and bottom. It glowed an outline of blue with a toothy smile and unusual-looking white eye rings with blue centers. And most obnoxiously egotistical. Jiro said to herself. Is that a Pokémon? One person asked. Gar nodded and replied, yep, Rotom is a Pokémon. Come on out of my phone for a minute. Suddenly an orange bolt of lightning shot out of the phone, and the device fell out of the air and into Gar's hand. The phone now looked like a regular black smartphone. The lighting manifested into an unusual light bulb-looking creature with the same coloration, hue, eyes, and smile of the phone. Though this time, it had two blue lighting bolt-sharp appendages sprouting from either side. It also appeared to buzz and fizz around, almost glitching, like it couldn't sit still. Whoa, one person exclaimed, so cool, another commented. So cute, another added with a coo. It looks like electricity, another observed. Izuku moved towards Rotom, with huge exciting sparkly eyes, and stated, you're so cool, Rotom. Rotom smiled back while making many electrical noises. Izuku was taken aback by this and asked Gar, why isn't he talking? He can't talk unless he's in my phone. You see, Rotom is a ghost electric type, which means he can possess electrical devices. Even his typing, moves, and stats change depending on what he possesses, he explained. He doesn't look like a ghost, one person observed. Gar shrugged while looking to the side and replied, well, Pokémon typings can be a bit blurred at times. There's a bird Pokémon that's also a dragon type. And it's just like, why? So, is he part of your team? One person asked. Gar shook his head and replied, nope, Rotom serves a completely different function. I got him as a gift from a close friend. Gar held up his phone and said, come on back in, buddy. Rotom smiled and, in an instant, shot himself back into the phone like a bolt of lightning. Rotom's face appeared back on the phone while also taking back its coloration, and sighed with relief, saying, "Ah, it's much more comfortable inside your phone." Buzzed. Rotom here is actually a special case in terms of his kind. He doesn't just possess technology, he upgrades it too, Gar explained excitedly. Like how? Someone asked. Gar tapped his chin while thinking and answered, well, I'm glad you asked. Buzzed. Rotom cut in off, getting in front of his face. I'm a phone with unlimited texting and talking, Wi-Fi and hotspot capabilities, a built-in firewall, internet surfing, direct TV to video streaming functions, a built-in camera, GPS, hacking, decoding algorithm, facial and fingerprint recognition. I double as a Pokédex and can check moves, typing, stats, and record data on Pokémon. Buzzed. I have everything. Buzzed. He listed off his achievements in a face-rubbing manner. Gar nodded and added, yeah, Rotom has been a real big help and saving grace in my most recent journey. Kaminari then scooted up to Gar and excitedly asked, hey, can you show that giant dragon fish thing on Rotom, the one that wiped the floor with Bakugou? Gar sighed at his phrasing and corrected him, saying, again, he's called a Gyarados and sure. Gar turned to Rotom and asked, Rotom, pull up info on Gyarados. Rotom then faced the class with his screen, and an app titled Pokédex opened. A moment later, a picture of Gyarados showed up as Rotom read its entry aloud, Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. Dex number 130. A water and flying type. And the evolved form of Magikarp. When Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, its brain cells undergo a structural transformation. It is said that this transformation is to blame for this Pokémon's wildly violent nature. Buzzed. Everyone crowded around the floating phone as they oohed and awed at the info and Rotom's capabilities. Then someone pointed out something, asking, is your Gyarados sick or something? Gar looked at the person confused, and shaking his head, he replied, no, why? Because the one in this picture is blue, not red like yours, the person asked while pointing to the primary coloration on its body. Gyarados are naturally blue. Buzzed. Garfield's Gyarados is a rare variant called a shiny. Buzzed. They're the same Pokémon but in a different color. Buzzed. Rotom explained. Whoa, that's super wicked dude, one person exclaimed. So manly. Another agreed. That's good, right? One person asked. How'd you get it? Izuku asked Gar. Gar rubbed the back of his head and replied, he. That's a story for another day. Before anyone could comment more or ask for another story, one of the Pokeballs on Gar's belt began to shake. Gar saw this, and, sweating, he said in a loud voice, uh-oh. Everyone saw what Gar meant and immediately scurried away from him, thinking that Gyarados would pop out and nearly crush them all in the small classroom with its huge body. The Pokeball opened up, and a flash of blue light poured out and manifested a much smaller shape small enough to fit on Gar's desk. The matter took form and into an unusual creature, no bigger than a plushie. The creature looked far more like a toy than an animal as its body seemed to be made of old, worn, washed-out cloth. Its head was big and lumpy and swung around like a puppet on a string. It had two long bent ears that were colored black at the tips, and its face was painted with two black eyes, two red cheeks, and a squiggly smile. All the drawn-on parts were extremely sloppy. It had a tail made of wood shaped like a lightning bolt. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that it wasn't a toy but a creature wearing a disguise, as its actual body just peeked out from under the sheet. It even had two very small black dotted eyes right under the false head where the chest would be. Mimikyu, cried the odd creature. Gar smiled joyfully at the creature and stated happily, oh, Mimikyu. What are you doing out of your ball? Who's that Pokémon? One person asked in a creeped-out tone. UCK. It's super creepy looking. One person garaged in a disgusted tone. It is kinda scary. One person stated fearfully. Why is it wearing a puppet? One person asked cautiously. What's wrong with it? Another asked with a mix of fear and disgust in their tone. Gar then made a shocked expression and scooped the small creature into his arms. While jumping out of his seat, he exclaimed, haven't you Scraggy ever heard of the saying, If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything. Everyone looked at Gar with a confused expression until Kaminari voiced his 2 cents and said, "What's the big deal, dude? I mean, they're not wrong. It is kinda creepy and ugly looking, it's just an observation." Gar turned to Kaminari with red hate in his eyes. In one hand, he snuggled Mimikyu into his body, and with the other, he punched Kaminari straight in the jaw. Everyone gasped at this as Kaminari hit the floor, only to pop back up and complain in a shout, "Ow. Dude, what the heck?" Gar, who still kept his furious expression, held out Mimikyu and shouted back in demand, "I demand that all you Mudbray apologize to Precious Mimi at once." Everyone was immediately taken aback by Gar's attitude shift. For him to go from a serious yet kind adorable guy to violent and demanding was something to behold. Until Jiro piped up with her apathetic tone and stated, "Why? It's not exactly the prettiest thing to look at. We have plenty of animals in our world that aren't nice to look at. What's the difference with one Pokémon that wears a creepy, ugly rag?" Gar turned towards Jiro with the same furious expression and punched her square in the jaw. Yet again, everyone gasped at this as Jiro hit the floor, only to pop back up and complain in a shout, "Ow." Gar turned away from the class and exclaimed, "Can all of you be any more heartless?" The room then went silent as they heard a very small weeping noise. Everyone looked for the source and saw Mimikyu burying its real face into Gar's shirt as it started to go moist with tears. Gar whipped his head to the class with a hateful glare, causing everyone to freeze or back away. "Now look what you Mudbrays did. Mimi is crying. It's okay, Mimikyu, don't listen to those stupid Nidoqueens. I'll always think you're the greatest." Gar held Mimikyu into its shoulder like a child and rubbed its back, cooing softly to it, "None of you could ever understand how hard it is to be Mimikyu." Silence filled the room from the dramatics until Katsui, who couldn't care less about all this, piped up and asked, "Okay, I'll bite. Why are you getting so defensive over it?" Gar looked to Rotom, who gave Gar a silent nod. Rotom floated to the class and pulled up a picture of Mimikyu while reading its data. Mimikyu, the disguised Pokémon. A fairy and ghost type. Dex number 778. It hides its hideous body underneath a rag made to look like Pikachu in order to gain love and affection from others. If the neck on its disguise is broken, it'll stand in front of a mirror all day trying to fix it, but it's extremely difficult, so it'll be crying on the inside. If any harm comes to its rag, it'll spend tireless hours of the night trying to fix it. No one said a peep at hearing its info, as there was nothing to say or could be said. Until one person popped up in a saddened tone and said, "That's really sad." "Shit," one person said while covering their mouth in shock. Gar nodded with an angry huff and exclaimed, "Yeah, well maybe now you heartless Jellicents will learn not to judge by appearance alone." And apologize to Mimikyu, he demanded of the class while holding out Mimikyu towards them. Upon seeing the class staring at him, Mimikyu squeaked in fear and wiggled out of Gar's grasp, jumped onto his arm, ran the length of it, and jumped into his body while burying his true face into his neck like a frightened child. However, this reaction only made Gar glare even harder. No one attempted to make a move or say anything with the combined force of Gar's furious glare and Mimikyu crying like a hysterical child. Uraraka, surprisingly, was the first to approach and say to the little creature, "We're sorry for judging you so harshly, Mimikyu." Mimikyu stopped crying and looked up from Gar's neck with a tear-stained face. "Yeah, it's not your fault you're so ugly that you have to dress in the dark not to scare yourself," Zero added in, only to get a sharp jab in the ribs by Momo. "Ow. What he means is, we should have gotten to know why you do what you do before coming up with a conclusion," Momo corrected Zero's explanation. "Can you ever forgive us?" Shoji asked. Uraraka spread out both her hands as if waiting for Mimikyu's decision. Also, she had no idea how to ask for confirmation from it. Mimikyu switched position from Gar's neck to his shoulder as he looked at the girl's hands. Mimikyu looked up and down at the hands, then arched itself back and kept into the air. Mimikyu then landed on Uraraka's chest, sprouted two thin, black arms with 3 fingers, and wrapped them around her face where the small animal began to snuggle her. Gar's expression immediately turned back to normal at this sight, and with a small chuckle, he said, "Your lucky Mimikyu is very forgiving." You know, now that I've gotten to know what Mimikyu is all about, he's actually kinda cute, Uraraka stated while hugging the small creature. Yeah, creepy cute, Mina cheered. Like a dark chocolate truffle, Toru added. Gar giggled at the sight of all the girls and some of the guys surrounding Mimikyu and showering him in affection while saying, "Careful guys, Mimikyu really likes attention and might smother you back if he gets too excited." Mimikyu looked so much happier as he waved his little arms around and bounced in place. And his fairy typing makes him even cuter. Ribbit. Suyu said with a slight croak. How is that? Even a fairy doesn't even look like a fairy, Sato asked. I believe it fits Mimikyu perfectly, Tokoyogami answered, causing everyone to look at the bird-headed teen for an explanation. The five ancient stories tell of powerful, mysterious, and twisted creatures that masquerade in the guise of beautiful, otherworldly helpers of the forest. When in fact, they wore a mask that concealed the darkness underneath each fae, he said like a gothic poet, making everyone's sweat drop awkwardly. Despite his wording, he's not entirely wrong about fairies, Gar added in. What? The whole class exclaimed. Well, fairy-type Pokémon are known for being not only pretty and cute-looking but also extremely dangerous or malicious. They're the bane of dragon-type Pokémon for a reason, Gar explained further. Well, I don't care. I think Mimikyu could do no wrong. Can you? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Mina picked up the Pokémon and made a baby voice. Come on, Bakugo-kun, it's your turn to hold Mimikyu, Uraraka stated as Mina's eyes glittered while pushing the Pokémon towards the angry ash blonde who sat in the corner and tried to ignore everyone else. No, get it away from me, Bakugo yelled while trying to keep the Pokémon away from him. Come on, bro, you know you wanna, Hiroshima tried to invite him. Get lost, shitty hair, he shouted at the red-haired teen. Come on, Bakugo-kun, hold the baby, Mina encouraged him. What's wrong with you idiots? He shouted at all of them. Come on, burp the baby, Toru chirped in with a giggle. All while Mimikyu tried to reach its surprisingly long arms towards Bakugo, like a child looking to be held while letting out a small cute burp. Mineta looked skeptically at Mimikyu, who stared back, and said, if what Tokoyogami said is true, then what's Mimikyu's big dirty secret behind its mask? It's a little too ugly for others to look at it. Boo-hoo, he mocked while picking the small Pokémon from Mina's hands while saying, why don't we have a look for ourselves? Just as Mineta was about to look under Mimikyu's rag, Rotom let off a loud, ear-piercing warning siren that caused Mineta to stop momentarily. While Gar came out to the side of him, punched him square in the jaw, and ripped Mimikyu from his grasp. Mineta flew quite easily from the punch, and after hitting the floor, he shot up, expecting to see Gar's furious face and wonder what he did to deserve it, only to see something much different. Gar did not look furious at him. In fact, he looked terrified. He was pale, eyes wide, body shaking, sweating bullets, and breathing heavily. Don't do that, ever. He pointed his finger at him in a dead serious tone. What the? Why did you just punch me? Mineta retaliated in anger once he broke out of the shock. Suddenly Rotom came next to Mineta with Mimikyu's info pulled up and said, if anything tries to look under Mimikyu's disguise, it'll lash out violently. It is said that once a scholar looked under Mimikyu's rag and saw the horror underneath. That very night he died a slow, painful death. Buzzed. Mineta waved it off aloud and said, oh come on. You don't really believe that, do you? He asked in the last part, a bit worried. Jiro twirled her ear jacks and offered, I don't know, from what we saw Gyarados do alone, who's to say Mimikyu's true form can also kill you from looking at it? With all this drama going on, especially since he was roped into it from time to time, Bakugo was royally pissed off and voiced his aggravation. Why do you shitty extras even care about some stupid animal anyway? Why care about any of them? They're just like our animals, just with quirks. There's nothing special about them or any bitch who owns them. He spat. Gar gave a smug look over to Bakugo and shot back with an even smugger tone, as that jealousy I smell wafting from your words. Bakugo whipped his head towards him with a tick already showing on his head and shouted back, like hell I'm jealous of you, purple. I don't care about your shit-eating animals or how you make them your bitches. Gar smiled vexingly at his answer and offered, okay, I see where this is going. I know people like you. After you've tasted an unsatisfactory defeat, you wanna test your mettle again to see if you can topple or stand on even ground, right? So let's have it your way in battle. Bakugou smiled wickedly and punched a small explosion. He exclaimed excitedly, so you finally wanna have a proper punch-out, Well, that sounds dandy to me. I'll beat you anytime anywhere with. Before he could finish, Gar slapped his hand over his mouth as he butted in, saying, perhaps I should be more specific. I meant that the two of us have a Pokémon battle and... Bakugou ripped his hand off and cut in, saying, I'll fight any of your stupid animals. Gar covered his mouth with his other hand, getting a bit more annoyed, and clarifying, no, I meant we are going to battle with Pokémon. To the death, Bakugou shouted while ripping off his other hand, with fire in his eyes. Enough! Gar shouted into his face, causing everyone to go silent. Gar calmed down while pushing back his hair and continued saying, okay, look, in my world, most disputes are settled with Pokémon battles. Trainers never get physical with each other. Come to think of it, no one really does. And there is no, to the death, Magicrap. Got it? Bakugou nodded his head, surprisingly, in silence. We'll do a simple 1v1 battle. We'll each have one Pokémon, and whoever defeats the other wins. Sounds good. This time Bakugou got back his voice as he declared boastfully, hell yeah. I'll beat you at your own shitty animal fighting game. Gar smiled, and taking the 6 different Pokeballs from his belt, he placed them on a desk, along with Mimikyu, who stood behind his Pokeball. Spreading his hands around the devices, he explained, okay, the 6 Pokeballs before you hold the 6 Pokemon I currently have with me in this world. You are allowed to choose anyone you like, however. Before he could continue, even though his words were being listened to by his opponent, Bakugou snagged a Pokeball and declared, I want this one. It looks powerful. The Pokeball Bakugou held was slightly different from the normal Pokeball. It was still round with a black divided line and activation button, but the top half was black with 2 yellow lines. Gar blinked at his quick decision and stated, you don't even know which one that is. I still haven't even told you about them and which typing. I don't care. Let's fight, bitch. Bakugou cut him off impatiently. Gar raised a skeptical eyebrow and asked, are you sure you want that one? 'Cause I still have to explain. Less talk and more beating to death, Bakugou barked at him. Gar shrugged with a sigh, and taking his own, he said, okay, then I'm gonna choose this one if that alright with. Gar said while taking a normal-looking Pokeball. Bakugou was already at his limit with waiting and snapped at the older teen, enough wasting time, and let's get to the part where I whip you. I'll beat any animal you have with this one, and this one alone. Gar shrugged, and standing up, he said aloud, alrighty then. Bakugou was about to throw the ball when Gar quickly grabbed his arm and exclaimed, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you think you're doing? Bakugou looked at him weirdly and replied, I'm gonna fight you with a monster, duh. Gar shook his finger like a disapproving mother and stated, no, 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 no. We are battling outside. You have no idea how destructive they can be, especially in closed spaces. And they're called Pokémon, not monsters. But we can't go outside. Mr. Aizawa will be back soon, and school has already started. We'll get in huge trouble, Izuku stressed to them, knowing full well what he was referring to. Gar petted Izuku's head like a stressed animal and replied, relax, Izuku. We won't get in trouble. We're just, taking an intellectual break. You guys don't have to come. Me and Katsukui will duke it out and be back before you know it. And if we get caught, then the blame can be placed on me. You can just say that I instigated it and used my Malamar to mind control you. They can't kick me out, so yeah. Are you coming, purple or what? Bakugou asked in a raised voice, as he was already at the front door, ready to leave with Pokeball in hand. That's not my name, Katsukui, and yes. Gar answered while following him out the door, as Mimikyu jumped on his shoulder and Rotom followed up behind while floating. Soon as the two teens left, everyone else followed them out and into a much more spacious area for them to have a proper Pokémon battle. Boy, was this going to be something else. After a few minutes of sneaking around the school and doing their best to avoid being seen by other classes or teachers, the entirety of Class 1A class finally made it to the gym beta. This is a horrible idea. We should just get back to class before Aizawa-sensei knows we're gone. Can't we just do this after school hours? Iida stressed to the group as they entered the gym. The class ignored the uptight teen as they all meandered around finding seats at the bleachers, while Gar admired the whole gym, walking around aimlessly, head turned upwards, never looking at the same spot for more than a second, like a kid in a candy store. Man, this place is perfect for a Pokémon battle. Especially for our types. He proudly stated while admiring the tall ceilings and wide-open floor plan. You're not even listening to me. Iida shouted at them with his robotic arm movements. Shut it, 4 eyes, Bakugou yelled at him while taking one side of the gym. Yeah, what Katsukui said, in the context rather than the form. Just remember, if things go south, then throw me under the bus. Besides, this'll be quick. Gar stated with hidden smugness in his voice while taking the other side. Yeah, quick for you, Purple. Bakugou shot back boastfully. Gar's sweat dripped and replied in a monotone, I'm gonna drill some respect into that thick head of yours, even if I have to use a behem. Gar then turned to Rotom, motioned to him, and said, Rotom here will be our referee and HP counter of the Pokémon. Rotom flew in excitedly, exclaiming, buzzed. I'll do my utmost best, Garfield. Buzzed. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. Bakugou was quicker than Gar and threw his Pokéball onto the field first. The golf ball-sized device flew from his fingertips and promptly fell on the ground, not releasing the Pokémon inside. Bakugou stared at the ball in confusion as he exclaimed, it didn't come out. Oi Purple, are you trying to cheat me? There's no murderous magic animal in here. Gar pinched the bridge of his nose and stated back, that's because you threw it wrong. You have to push the button in the center, and then you throw it. Bakugou went onto the field to retrieve the ball, pressed the button in the center, and nearly dropped it as it expanded to nearly twice its size. Now the Pokéball was the size of a large apple. Bakugou looked at the ball and then threw it out onto the field. The ball popped open, and out came a bright blue light that manifested into a very unusual-looking creature. To give the short version, it looked like if you took a Diplocalus, a stealth bomber, and fused the two together, then gave it a creepy ghostly aura that made your skin rise. For the long version, it was very reptilian-looking, and as stated before looks like a giant Diplocalus. It was much larger than a human. Its body, although short, was colored dark navy blue that fades into a much light cyan blue on its lower body. Its stomach was pale yellow with 3 red triangles pointing up towards its head with red-colored fingers. Its tail is what gave it its length and was the same color as its lower body while the very tip seemed to fade out to near transparency. Its head, shaped like a stealth bomber, was triangular, colored dark navy blue that looked black with 4 triangular horns on each side of its head with the ones closest to its yellow eyes being slightly bigger, red eyelids and pale yellow jaw, the front part of the triangles and tip of its triangular head. Inside of the openings closer to its head were 2 mini baby versions of itself. It also seemed to defy gravity as it sat in the air, floating like it had its own sense of gravity. Who's that Pokémon? Someone asked. Rotom clicked and beeped while pulling up a pic of the Pokémon and read the data aloud. Dragapult, the stealth Pokémon. Dex number 887. A dragon and ghost type. And the evolved form of Dracloak. When it isn't battling, it keeps Dreepy in the holes on its horns. Once a fight starts, it launches the Dreepy-like supersonic missiles. Buzzed. So cool, one person exclaimed. So metal, another shouted. A dragon, so lucky, another groaned in jealousy. It shoots its babies. That's sick. One person commented with a nauseous tone. Rotom heard the last one and added upon it, saying, apparently, the Dreepy inside Dragapult's horns eagerly look forward to being launched out at Mach speeds. Buzzed. Oh, then it's fine. I guess, the same person said in confusion. Meanwhile, Bakugo had a shit-eating grin on his face, seeing that his gut wasn't just right, but he chose one powerful-looking monster. He did not doubt in his mind that he would win so hard that the purple would be crying on the ground in defeat. Gar smiled and said, "My turn, go Togekiss." Gar threw the standard ball from his hands and out popped a new creature that floated around in the air like Dragapult. It was larger than Gar, large enough for him to ride even, shaped like an egg. In fact, it looked like an egg, with two wings that had simple swirls in them, black beady eyes with a kind smile, 3 horns protruding from its head with the one on the right colored red, and the one on the left colored blue, and the center one was white along with the rest of the body. It had a 3-parted tail, each getting smaller, stubby legs with 2 toes, and its belly had several blue and red triangle markings. "Now, who's that Pokémon?" the same person asked. Rotom, again, pulled up a pic of the Pokémon and read its entry aloud, Togekiss, the Jubilee Pokémon. Dex number 468. A fairy and flying type. And the evolved form of Togetic. It is said that Togekiss never appears where there is conflict, so in recent times it is rarely seen by humans. It's also been known to spread gifts and blessings to those who were away from strife, and as such, has been seen as a symbol of peace, prosperity, and good luck since ancient times. Buzzed. "It's so pretty," a girl cooed. "So cute," another girl squealed. "Its entry is so sad," one person observed with a sad tone. Seeing everyone's excitement hit its peak, Gar turned to Rotom and said, "Rotom, start us off." Rotom switched to battle mode and pulled up 2 side-by-side pics of Gar and Bakugo with one Pokeball under their faces, with pics of their Pokemon and their health bars, as he stated like an announcer, "With pleasure." Buzzed. Challenger Katsuki Bakugo vs. the reigning champ Garfield. The battle will end once either Pokemon on either side has been defeated. Buzzed. Ready. Begin. Gar pointed to Bakugo with a flamboyant pose, similar to Aoyama, and offered, "Katsuki, since you are the challenger, I'll allow you to attack first." Bakugo smiled wickedly and shouted back, "That was your first mistake. All right, Dragon, attack." But instead of going after Togekiss, Dragapult just stood there and looked back at Bakugo with a confused expression. Bakugo saw Dragapult's lack of movement and yelled, "The hell are you doing? I said attack." Still Dragapult did nothing and sweat dropped at him. Even the Dreepy looked confused and scared, even hiding further in its parents' horns. "Do it, you stupid lizard. Kill that flying egg thing," he yelled while stomping the ground with his foot. "You have to give him commands," Gar shouted to him across the area. Bakugo growled in anger and shouted back, pissed off, "I am giving him commands. But the shitty lizard won't do anything." Gar pulled at his hair with one hand and shouted back, "You have to tell him a move. You say, Dragapult use, and then the move's name." Bakugo looks at him strangely and asks back, "Then what the hell does it know?" "That's what I was trying to never mind. Rotom, if you'd please." Gar asks Rotom while facepalming in aggravation and exacerbation. Rotom went off battle mode and flew over to Bakugo, where he pulled up Dragapult's current move list. Bakugo stares at the list with an angry, dumbfounded expression as he states, "The is use, Dragon Dance." Dragapult then starts to shake its body around like it was dancing. While doing so, a red aura pooled around the Pokemon's body. Bakugo looked at this with an unsatisfied expression and yelled, "Nothing happened." "What gives?" "Actually, something did happen." Buzzed. Dragapult's attack and speed stats rose dramatically. Rotom answered. Bakugo looked back at Rotom, where it had its stats with its moves, and saw that its attack and speed did rise. Bakugo smiled and exclaimed, "Keep using Dragon Dance, you lizard." Yet again, Dragapult shook its body, and the same red aura surrounded it, causing its stats to rise even higher. Bakugo smiled even wider at this and continued commanding the Pokémon to use the same move over and over again. Gar was getting thoroughly impatient at seeing Bakugo not even attempting to attack like he thought he would. He didn't like it even more that everyone watching had lost their excitement, not having to watch Bakugo tell a dragon to dance ballet. He pushed his hair back and stated impatiently, "Any time, Katsuki." Bakugo snapped at him and commanded Dragapult, "Keep your shit inside your ass, purple." Dragon dance again. This time when Dragapult danced, no red aura filled its body. Bakugou saw this and shouted, "Hey, nothing happened." "That's because Dragapult's attack and speed stats are maxed out." "Buzzed." Rotom explained. "Sometime this century would be nice." Gar vexed him implicitly. Bakugou clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Alright, now use, He looked one last time at the move list before shouting, "Use flamethrower." Dragapult then opened its mouth and shot out a huge column of flames like a fire-breathing dragon, directly at Togekiss. Gar gave a side smile and commanded Togekiss, "Dodge." Togekiss obeyed, and with quick precision, the egg-shaped Pokémon dodged the attack before it could reach by taking off into the air. Bakugou growled in frustration at this and yelled at Dragapult, "You're supposed to hit that thing, damn it. Go after it and burn it to a crisp with flamethrower." Dragapult flew closer to Togekiss while trying to blast a flamethrower closer to its body. But Gar reacted quickly and shouted, "Togekiss, keep dodging." Togekiss dodged the fiery breath with ease in one swift movement, almost as if it were nothing but a fun challenge. Bakugou growled angrily and shouted, "Why aren't you roasting it? Come on, stupid lizard, you're supposed to be a Ing dragon. Live up to it." The two Pokémon then took off into their air with Bakugou commanding Dragapult to keep using flamethrower, while Gar kept telling Togekiss to dodge every attack, which it did with extreme grace. It didn't even look like it was trying to outpace the attack, more like it was doing an aerial dance or just playing. Spinning around, making sharp turns, or just looking like it was having a grand time. This game of cat and mouse continued on for some time, as Dragapult still failed to hit Togekiss even once, and Gar was getting rather impatient from this circus show. So he cupped his hands and stated loudly, "You know, Dragapult has other moves, you should try them instead of being a one-move Ponyta." Bakugou only glared at Gar but then got an idea as he commanded Dragapult, "Get above that thing and use flamethrower." Dragapult obeyed and flew right above Togekiss, who did not notice his disappearance at first. Dragapult opened his mouth as hot embers pooled out. The smell and sound of Dragapult's incoming attack alerted Togekiss, and the Pokémon looked up just in time to see the dragon. Gar then quickly shouted to Togekiss, "Togekiss, use air slash to get away." Togekiss turned around, belly up, and flapped its wings quickly. Cutting streams of air were produced from its wings just as Dragapult breathed fire. The two attacks collide and cancel each other out. However, Togekiss's attack sends the bird egg flying towards the ground and out of reach from the explosion. Togekiss flaps its wings and hovers just inches off the ground after just nosediving at top speed. Bakugou smiles a toothy grin and shouts, "Use Shadow Sneak." Dragapult then dives down to the ground at Mach speed and disappears into the shadows like a ghost. Togekiss sees this and becomes visibly anxious as it looks around to spot Dragapult. Gar sees Togekiss's distress and calms it down, saying, "It's okay, Togekiss. Just keep vigilant. Dragapult could pop out of anywhere, then be ready to counter." Togekiss chirps and watches the whole field around it like a hawk. Though it doesn't do much for the Pokémon, as Dragapult sulks through the darkness like a shark and then pops out and ramps into Togekiss with a sneak attack of ghostly power. Togekiss cries out and is sent flying across the field. Togekiss! Gar yells in distressed worry. Bakugou sees Togekiss cry out in pain and smiles at finally nailing the creature. He takes the opportunity to attack while Gar is distracted and shouts, "Now use Dragon Darts." Dragapult S in air through its mouth, and suddenly the two Dreepy are launched from its horns like twin missiles. Gar sees this, just as Togekiss gets up, and says, "Togekiss." Togekiss looks at its master waiting for the command. Sees Gar's reassuring smile and says, "Stand firm and let the attack hit." Togekiss chirps in reply and levitates into the air while standing perfectly still. The twin Dreepy closes the distance in seconds, and both hit directly into Togekiss, causing a small cloud of dust to form. Bakugou smiles proudly, and in an ego-feeding tone, he shouts, "Ha! Finally got that stupid egg thing. Ready to throw in the towel, purple." Gar gave a small smile as a shadow covered his eyes. That made Bakugou backtrack a bit and made him lose all his self-assuredness and smugness. Gar then looked up, with his now visible face, he said. Oh please, I haven't even begun to fight. I let you have your fun, but now it's my turn. Gar turned his attention back to the small dust cloud starting to settle, making Bakugou look in that direction, and his face immediately dropped upon seeing what he did. Togekiss was simply floating in the same spot, without even a scratch on its white body. Bakugou looked at Rotom, who was still keeping HP count, and saw that Togekiss had not taken any damage from the previous attack. Nothing happened. Bakugou mouthed quietly. Gar then pointed his arm at Dragapult and commanded, Togekiss, get in close and use Thunder Wave. Togekiss chirped in reply and flew towards Dragapult with blinding speed. Dragapult freaked out as Togekiss approached and tried to slap the bird away with its tail. Togekiss dodged it with a spin, getting it closer and then emitting a wave of electricity at the dragon Pokémon. Dragapult cried out in distress and fell to the ground as electricity surged through its body. Bakugou stared entranced in shock for a moment as the dragon crumpled to the ground without taking any damage. He shook himself out of his mist and shouted, "What the crap? Oi dragon, get up. You're supposed to be invincible, so get off the ground." Dragapult tried to raise itself up on its stubby limbs but only fell on the ground as electricity arched around it. Buzzed. Dragapult has been paralyzed and is unable to move. Buzzed. Rotom announced as a yellow symbol went over Dragapult's HP bar. Paralyzed. What does that mean? Uraraka asked. I think it means what Rotom said, Dragapult's movement is limited, Todoroki answered. Seeing his chance, Gar smiled and commanded his Pokémon, send Dragapult into the air with Air Slash. Togekiss flew under Dragapult's body and flapped its wings hard, creating the same blade-cutting air currents as before. Only this time, they sent Dragapult soaring into the air. Togekiss wasn't too far behind as it closed the distance between the airborne dragon and appeared right above it. Now, Togekiss, finish it off with dazzling gleam. Gar shouted with excitement. Togekiss pushed its chest out as its red and blue triangle markings began to glow a bright pink. The sparkling became so intense that the sparkles shot from its marks and pelted the dragon in literal sparkles. Dragapult cried out from the bombardment and fell from the sky, due to the attack pushing him down, and fell to the earth with swirls in its eyes. The HP counter on Rotom immediately dropped down to 0. Dragapult is unable to battle. The champion Garfield is the victor, Rotom announced. He won. One person said in a neutral tone. He won. Several others cheered. Bakugou lost. Another said in a neutral observation. Lost badly, lol. Another made fun of the ash blonde. Gar ran up to Togekiss and hugged the giant egg bird. He shouted gleefully, "All right, Togekiss." Togekiss chirped with joyfulness and nuzzled into the older teen, absorbing the cuddles and affection. Gar then pulled away from Togekiss and took out its Pokeball. He said, "Good job, now heal up with Roost and return." Togekiss chirped in compliance, landed on the ground, and a ring of feathers spun around it, cleaning up its wounds. Once Togekiss was healed, a beam of light shot out from the Pokeball, and Togekiss's matter was converted and stored into energy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the field, Bakugou was on his hands and knees looking at the ground with an expression crossed between shock, panic, disbelief, and fear. He looked only moments from having a breakdown as he stuttered to himself in a low tone. "I what? B but I," he dribbled on as Gar walked up to him. "And I'll be taking that back, thank you very much," Gar said to Bakugou while taking the Ultra Ball from his hands and pointing it at the fainted Pokémon. He said, "All right, Dragapult, return." Dragapult then returned to the ball and disappeared. Just as Gar shrunk the Pokeball, Bakugou was coming out of his funk and asked, how? It's a dragon. It's supposed to be invincible, right?" Gar looked at him strangely and answered, "Dragon types, invincible. PSH, don't make me laugh. Not even Arceus is invincible, and I caught it. I think," he said the last part softly. "No, what you failed to realize are type advantages," he explained. Bakugou looked at him like a lost child and asked, "Type, what?" "Basically, every Pokémon has a specific type, and each type is strong or weak to something. A little tidbit of info I was trying to explain to you before. Until you said you were totally fine with the Pokémon you chose and said, and I quote, "I don't care, let's fight bitch. You also said you'd beat any of my Pokémon with your one," end quote. He explained. Then how did Togekiss win? Aren't dragons supposed to be super strong? Izuku asked while walking up to the two teens. They are, but with every great strength comes an equal great weakness. For instance, dragon types are normally weak to other dragons, ice, and fairy. A type that Togekiss just so happens to be, Gar explained with a smug smile. Hearing this made Bakugou lose his current meek attitude and regain his constantly angry one, as he started off in a low tone, You cheated. You played me, you bastard. He shouted the last part while jumping up and pointing a convincing finger. Gar pushed his finger away with an annoyed expression and shot back, I didn't cheat. You just rushed into this battle like some beginner noob trainer fighting a Geodude with a Charmander. I tried to tell you about all my Pokémon, what they are, their types, even their moves. I would have even told you about type matchups and let you choose a Pokémon for me. So when you didn't, naturally, I did the smart thing and used the type advantage. Bakugou's face immediately dropped after hearing this. He knew he was smart, but he really messed up with this. He thought it would be easy, just two animals fighting, and the one hitting harder would win. But he forgot that to hit hard, you have to think hard. I was smart, and you were dumb. Battles are just like fighting. You take the best course of action in order to prevail, even by a slim margin. He finished up while walking away. Bakugou clicked his tongue and mumbled under his breath, You just got lucky, purple. Gar snapped his head so fast back to Bakugou that an audible crack could be heard from his neck, as he glared daggers at the ash blonde and stormed in front of him, exclaiming in a yell, Lucky. Lucky. It was not luck that let me beat you. Bakugou was taken aback by this. He never saw someone willing get into his face and yell back. Normally, anyone would flee or stay passively silent. Gar continued with his rant exclaiming, I've traveled around every continent and faced off against every gym leader, collected every badge, challenged every Elite Four member, and faced off against every champion of every region and won. And I've become champion of every region, caught all Pokémon, including legendaries and mythical, and completed every Pokédex. I've IV trained, and shiny bred tons of Pokémon. I've mastered every kind of Pokémon food paraphernalia and even completed the 151 recipes in the Pokédex. I even still take top spots in all Pokémon Coordinator events across several regions. At the mere age of 10, I dismantled an evil team, faced off against the Elite Four, and defeated the champion on my first try. I don't have luck, I have skill, he exclaimed the last part while inching closer to Bakugou's face. Just before any of them could proceed with another action, a very similar and dead-sounding voice asked, What is going on here? Ah, Aizawa-sensei, one person shouted in surprise. Care to explain what you're all doing here instead of in class, where you should be? Aizawa asked rhetorically. We were just One person tried to speak but only came out with a gargle. Kaminari, who was already sweating bullets and panicking, blubbered out, Garfield's Behem manners drilled into a Malamar mind. Silence filled the whole gym as everyone just stared at the electric teen with weird expressions or sweat dropped at his explanation. Even Mimikyu, who was sitting on Gar's shoulder, his little painted face looked confused and done. Really? Aizawa asked blandly. Gar then took a breath and walked up to Aizawa. He explained, It's my fault, Eraserhead. I convinced everyone to skip class to watch a Pokémon battle between Katsukui and me. He was still sore from yesterday, so I instigated this battle. We just finished, so if you wanna punish anyone, punish me. Gar then gave the teacher his biggest, saddest, most soulful yamper eyes he ever made. Aizawa sighed at this and said back, Since you are new, and with the added point of your predicament, I'll let it slide, but only this once. Gar smiled at his response, which almost faded at Aizawa's follow-up. However, you all will be subjected to the same exact kind of punishment for leaving class. Understood? Yes, sir. The whole class said in unison. Aizawa then rubbed the back of his head in exasperation, and looking around, he stated, Now, since we're already in Gym Beta, go and change into your gym uniforms and be back out here to do 50 laps. And we'll keep doing laps until you all truly learn your lesson about skipping and responsibility. Yes, sir. The class replied in unison. Also, what is that? Aizawa motioned to Rotom, floating next to Gar's head. Oh, that's Rotom. Gar answered. Hello. Buzzed. Rotom greeted the tired man. Aizawa was silent for a few moments as he looked over the floating machine. Whether to make sure what he was seeing was real or trying to figure something out with it. The latter was confirmed, as Aizawa asked, can he keep count of things? I think so, Gar replied while shrugging, and Rotom nodded. Or whatever you call it. Good. Then he'll be the one to keep track of every lap you all take. Aizawa immediately followed up with an unsettling smile. Rotom made a bunch of displeased electronic noises and replied loudly, Arceus, damn it. Buzzed. After everyone had gone through hell and high water, having to do 50 more laps on top of their previous ones, Aizawa then kept them in gym beta to do even more exercises until lunchtime rolled around. All the students, especially the more athletic ones, were extremely exhausted and aching all over from the nearly non-stop working and moving around. Even Gar commented that he hadn't had a workout like that since he scaled MT Silver at age 11. Gar even took Mimikyu with him to lunch, with the small creature being held in his arms. Although he wasn't supposed to have his Pokémon in the open, especially around other school students, Mimikyu did have the advantage of looking like just a toy so long as he was held and acted accordingly. Once they all got their food and finally sat at their tables, they all nearly melted right into them from sheer exhaustion. Some fell right to sleep, some fell face first into their food or the table, and some went completely stiff in their seats. While others were just too hungry to even care about being tired. One of them being Gar, who was now ravenously chowing down into his meat curry, meat pie, meat soup, and meat sandwich like a starving animal. He made the more horrible sounds when inhaling his food and had a whole list of other lousy table manners. Everyone sitting around him looked on in disgust as he mindlessly continued to eat. Having had enough of it, Iida spoke up and stated, Gar-kun, can you please? Your table manners are absolutely horrendous. It's making us lose ours. Wah. Gar looked up to Iida with a full mouth and glazed expression. This only made Iida nearly vomit at him, which Gar noticed and swallowed the food remaining in his mouth. He wiped his face with his sleeve and asked, sorry, what did you say, Tenya? Your table manners. My goodness, Gar-kun, did your mother teach you nothing? Iida asked in a nauseous tone. Gar's face went from exhaustion to anger in 0.001 seconds as he threateningly pointed his fork at Iida and stated firmly, don't ever bring my mother into anything. I'm sorry, okay. But that's no excuse for your table etiquette. Iida put his hands up defensively. He's right, Iida-kun, you didn't have to bring his mom into this, Uraraka stated plainly while mindlessly failing to pick up her food. My point still stands. Iida defended himself. Well, you could have just said that, Gar said while pulling his fork away and taking back his calmer expression. And besides, I've been on my own for a long time now. No time to think about table manners when you travel by yourself, sleep in the wilds, and train Pokémon, he explained while taking another bite of his food. I guess I can understand that, but while you're here in this prestigious school, you will be retaught proper table manners, Iida stated firmly. Yes, Mom. Gar sassed him. Sorry, Mom, we'll do better, Uraraka added mindlessly. Well, make you're proud, Mom, Izuku also added, half awake. Please stop calling me Mom, Iida said in a small and embarrassed voice. Yes, Mom, they all replied in unison. This only caused Iida to blush and hide his face. A little while later, Mina eventually joined the table sitting next to Gar, who hadn't noticed her yet. She waited for a moment to see if he would acknowledge her or any of them, but Gar only continued to numbly much away. Hey Gar-san. Mina called for his attention. Gar came back to reality, and turned to her with a half-full mouth. He said, huh. Seeing his derpy expression and puffy cheeks made Mina giggle a bit. So she quickly took a moment to take a pic of him. After pocketing her phone, she asked, So back at gym beat when you and Bakugou battled. You said something about typings. What is that exactly? The light returned to Gar's eyes. Hearing this and shaking himself awake, he swallowed his food and explained to her, well, typings are a system of simplifying which Pokémon belongs in which group. Like your world's animal system, kingdom, phylum, genus, and species. Stuff like that. We have a more advanced system for Pokémon in egg groups, body shapes, height and weight, and so on. But typing is just a straightforward version. A Pokémon is usually given a typing group when taking into account lots of factors. At this point, Mina looked totally lost. Gar saw this and sighed while saying, maybe I should just simplify it. If a Pokémon lives in the water and has features related to living in water, then it's a water type. If it lives in the cold, then it's an ice type. Fiery parts are a hot environment. Fire type. Spews toxic material and makes others sick. Poison. Though finding certain types for some Pokémon is harder for others, they either have to observe them in the wild or battle them with certain moves to see what works the most and least effective, then make a determination from there. Mina mulled over this for a bit of coyly asking, Sue, since we are basically your world's equivalent of Pokémon, what would my type be? Your type? Gar questioned. Well, from what you told me about your quirk, I'd say you would be a poison type. This made Mina squeal with delight. What about me? What type would I be? Kaminari asked excitedly while sitting down with them. That's easy. Pure electric. Gar pointed. Kaminair then did a fist pump into the air and cheered. How about me? Hiroshima asked while coming to the table. Rock or rock fighting? Gar answered. Hiroshima smiled with bright teeth. What about? Another person began to ask until Gar cut them off. Okay, ya know what? How about I just go down the list and name it off in rapid fire, okay? Gar asked as everyone else was starting to move over upon hearing the conversation, nodded with him. Uraraka and Izuku snapped out of their tired trance to pay attention, even the aloof Todoroki and distant Tokiyami joined out of curiosity. Gar sighed and rubbed his chin. He looked around at where he should start. Who was the easiest to identify and then move from there? He already did it with Mina, Hiroshima, and Kaminair, so who's next? He just thought to do everyone at the table he's sitting at and go from there. So he turned and looked around and pointed at people. He said, pure water. Fairy psychic combo. Normal or normal fighting. Pure fighting. Pure fighting or fighting normal. Electric fighting combo. Fairy or normal fairy. Pure normal. Pure normal again, though you could squeak by with steel. Pure normal or pure ghost or ghost fairy combo. Dark flying. Fire ice combo. He pointed to Tsuyu, Uraraka, Sato, Shoji, Ojiro, Izuku, Aoyama, Kota, Jiro, Toru, Tokiyami, and Todoroki in that order. Gar then stopped when he came to Iida and thought for a moment. After some silence, he finally said, I'm not sure what to put you as Tenya. I would say normal, but you got metallic parts so that you may be steel. And you also move really fast, so maybe flying. How do I count as a bird? Iida asked, confused. Oh, trust me, the flying type is very lenient. There are these two Pokémon called Doduo and Dodrio, who are wingless bird Pokémon who are flying types and can learn the move fly. I'm not sure how though, and I've never seen one use fly in a battle before. Sue, yeah, one, or the other. Gar explained. Iida obviously didn't like his answer but accepted nonetheless. Gar then turned his attention to both Zero and Mineta and scratched his head. I don't know, normal or bug type, I guess. He shrugged. Bug, they both shouted. Why bug? Is it because I'm short? It's because I'm short, isn't it? Mineta cried in anger. Gar put his hands up in defense and stated quickly, well, there's nothing that says elemental about you two, and the closest thing that your quirks come close to in the natural world are bug types. Zero and Mineta sank to the floor and muttered to themselves while softly sobbing about being compared to an insect. Gar's sweat dropped at this and turned to the final person being Momo. He looked at her, and after about a minute of uncomfortable staring, he finally said, I have no idea. What? Some of them asked aloud. Just like that, one person asked. That's it, another added. Yep. Gar replied simply. So does she not fall into any category? Izuku asked. Gar shook his head and replied, no, she falls into every category. What? How? Momo asks, surprised. Your quirk allows you to create anything. So you technically could create anything with different elemental or natural properties or uses. Gar explained as Momo looked on, trying to figure this out herself. All in all, if I had to put you into one category, it would be normal type. Normal type, that's it? One person asked incredulously. That's it. Gar replied while feeding Mimikyu his food. That's disgraceful, dude. Momo has way more skill than to be considered normal. Kaminari puffed out his chest in defense of her. And everyone else I mentioned as normal should belong there due to their skill. He sassed him back. That caused Kaminari to lose his confident attitude and glanced over at everyone else placed in the normal type, as they glared back at him with daggers in their eyes. It's that or nothing. Besides that, she reminds me of two different Pokémon with their properties. Ditto and Arceus. Gar followed up. What's that? Some asked. Ditto is a Pokémon that can transform its body into just about anything, Gar explained. Hey, just like Momo. Kinda. Uraraka stated while looking at the girl, who was agreeing with the connection. And the other is the creator of my dimension and created everyone and everything in it, Gar said like it was nothing. Everyone stared at the young man with huge eyes and dropped jaws. No one moved, ate, or even replied, apart from Gar, who continued to share his food with Mimikyu. They didn't just hear what they thought they did. Right. Wait, so this Pokémon Arceus is basically your dimension's version of God? Someone finally asked. Yes. He replied, and since you said you caught every Pokémon, that means you caught God. Another person asked. I guess I did. He shrugged. So you just compared Momo to God? The same person asked again. Yes. He said simply. No one said a word until someone suddenly shouted, Momo is a god, everyone. Momo is a god. Momo squealed out in surprise and blushed at the connection. Which causes someone else to shout out, all hail our Lord and Savior, Momo. All hail. The whole class cheered. You guys, please stop. Momo begged them as she hid her lobster-red face into her hands. As everyone was cheering and Momo was slowly dying from happiness and embarrassment, Kirishima suddenly stated, oh wait, we forgot about Bakugou. What type would he be? Since Bakugou wasn't there at the lunch table or in the lunchroom with any of them, the ash blonde was totally MIA. Gar snapped his finger and shot back quickly, that's easy. Dark fire combo. That made everyone laugh out loud until someone else asked, lemme guess, Aizawa-sensei would be pure dark, right? Gar shook his head, which made everyone stop, until he replied, don't be silly. He'd be a fairy type. This got another round of laughter from the class as they all joked around with each other on their typings or combos, which carried on till the end of lunch. In the hall, after lunch ended, the teens walked down the hall in a huge group talking amongst one another as they made their way back to their home class for their next heroics lesson. They still weren't at the classroom when Iida, who saw Gar's visible Pokeballs hanging around his belt, asked, Gar-kun, why do you have your Pokeballs out in the open? Aren't you afraid that if someone knew about them, they'd steal them and then use your Pokemon against you? Gar shook his head and replied, even if someone did manage to snag one of my balls, they wouldn't open. Iida looked at him confused and followed up with, but we just saw Bakugou-san use them but a few hours ago. That's because I allowed him to use them. He explained like it was simple. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we need more context to that statement, Momo stated, with everyone agreeing. Gar's sweat dropped and explained, sorry guys, I guess I forget you don't know how things work in my world. You see, we have these things called trainer IDs. Every trainer or someone with a Pokemon has one. It's basically something that's wired into the Pokeballs we own in order to use them. It's like a touch-activated thing. I don't know all the details. So if someone without a trainer ID or a different ID wouldn't be able to use someone else's Pokeballs, they just stay in rest mode. So when Katsukui used them, I simply deactivated the lock feature for anyone to use. Everyone seemed to understand and nodded to show it. And even if they did manage to hack or overwrite my ID, my Pokémon would never attack me. I've built unbreakable bonds with all my Pokémon, so I'd have nothing to worry about. Even if they did want to obtain my Pokémon and control them, they'd either have to mind control them, have me trade them, or steal them with a thief ball. He explained further. What's a thief ball? Someone pipes up. Gar put his arms behind his head in a resting position and explained. A specialized Pokeball that is, as the name implies, designed to steal other people's caught Pokémon. Rewriting the person ID with their own. Hearing this new bit of info made everyone gasp. They didn't think it was possible, but if you could lock it up, someone could eventually break it open. But they're highly illegal, so anyone caught buying or manufacturing any would be granted the worst punishment possible. So many criminals or regular idiots are just too scared to attempt to make them. Gar followed up, seeing everyone's shocked expressions, which did calm them down some. Just as everyone was coming off that shock, Toru piped up and chirped out, so, off-topic question, what other Pokémon do you have? You said you could only have about 6, and we've seen 4, so who are the other 2? Gar looks to where he assumed where the invisible girl's face was and replied, sorry Toru, but that's a surprise. While bopping the tip of her nose, though only getting her head. Ah www. I hate suspense, Toru complained while waving her arms up and down. Speaking of Pokémon, what do you eat in your world? Zero asked out of the blue. Gar looked at him with the most off-put expression as he asked back, excuse you. You really like meat, right? He followed up. Gar nodded and replied, amongst other things, yeah. It's my favorite thing in the world. My mom was always strapped for cash, so we had meat on very rare occasions. So when I sought out on my own and gained enough coin, I would eat meat all the time. Why are you asking? So then, you eat Pokémon? Zero asked carefully. Gar stifled a laugh and stated, well, duh. Where do you think meat comes from? A tree, a farm, the supermarket. Everyone just stared at the older teen with expressions ranging from shock to disgust. Until Kaminari put it best, saying, that's kinda wrong, dude. I mean, you train, battle, and love these things like pets. And on top of that you eat them. Don't you technically do the same with your world's animals? He asked back, to which everyone gained understanding expressions on their faces mixed with disbelief. Certain Pokémon have certain purposes, some are used in battle, some are more accustomed to domestic life, and some are better for eating. That's just how things are. And besides that, there are like 1,000 different Pokémon. Don't you think at some point someone would try a few of those meats? Quote. Everyone still looked incredulously at these facts but nodded their heads nonetheless. Even Pokémon eat each other. For instance, Corsola is the favorite food of Toxapex, Walrein is the natural prey of Sharpedo, and Swellow loves to gobble up Wurmple. That's called nature. Gar gave some examples for the class to understand, which they did, albeit in small increments. My favorite is Slowpoke Tail. You'll never taste anything better. Gar recalled with happy sparkles in his eyes. What about the rest of it? Someone asked. Gar shook his head and answered, nope, just the tail. The rest of the Pokémon is just disgusting. UCK. It's like a garbage disposal, it'll eat anything, and its body doesn't process it properly. So you kill a whole animal for a single part? One person asked with a horrified expression. Gar waved off the accusation and explained, don't be ridiculous. That would be wasteful. You just cut off the tail. That's totally inhumane. Someone shouted in horror. Again Gar waved off the accusation and explained, no, it's totally fine. Slowpoke naturally lose their tails all the time. Sometimes, they just fall off for no reason. They grow back after a couple of days or so. And the Slowpoke almost never realize that they're in pain. I actually keep a few Slowpoke around just for the purpose of eating. Hearing this, everyone's faces of horror returned to normal as they understood more of Gar's world and the rules governing the use of Pokémon. Just like theirs, so if there were a problem, it would be taken care of properly while having science and rules dictated it. Gar then licked his lips as he added in, my favorite dish is sweet and bitter smoked Slowpoke tail curry. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Drool dribbling down his lips. Izuku laughed at his funny face and mannerism, then added, it must be that good since we just finished lunch. As they talked some more and walked, they were just at the entrance of one As door when suddenly someone asked something that halted them all in place. So then you could technically eat Mimikyu? A voice asked Gar. Everyone stopped in their tracks and slowly looked down at the curious face of Mineta, who seemed dead serious about his question. Normally someone would berate him for such a question, but the context and the seriousness in his eyes prevented any of them from speaking. Even the quick and well-spoken Gar was dumbfounded, opening and closing his mouth like a fish, unable to process any form of words or advance sound. Well, I guess, Gar finally got out as he glanced over to Mimikyu, who was trying to hide in Izuku's hair. But I don't think anything would even dare such a feat because of, well, you know. He followed up, though this made Mimikyu only sad instead of scared. Izuku saved the teen's butt by saying quickly, also, he's too cute to eat, while holding Mimikyu in a cuddling hug, which the small Pokémon returned. Gar gave Izuku a thank you smile as Izuku gave him a thumbs up. Gar then turned back to Mineta and explained further, and besides that, I don't think you can eat a ghost-type Pokémon unless you're a ghost-type yourself. Just then, a very familiar and monotoned voice called the teen attention, saying, hey. The teen turned their heads to the voice and saw their teacher standing near the doorway, blocked by the crowd of teens. No one said anything or moved until Aizawa finally got fed up and firmly stated, enough chit-chat and get back to class, or unless you all wanna do more exercises until the end of school. Yes, sir. They all obeyed out of fear, in unison, while rushing back into the classroom and taking their seats to finish off the day. Yep, Aizawa would definitely be a fairy type. The following day everyone was nearly late to class due to reporters and paparazzi flooding the school gates. It was like trying to get away from a swarm of loud flashing bees while being in a tight space. Apparently, they were all here after the news of All Might working in Uwakot Wind, then, of course, spread like wildfire. It was so bad that teachers had been called to control the hungry crowd, and many students were so grossly underprepared that Gar even offered Nezu to use Gyarados to scare them off and call it a freak illusion quirk. Especially after seeing Izuku freeze up in the group of reporters like a deerling in the headlights. He'd remembered back to a time when he was much like Izuku. He wasn't good with crowds, pushing, tight spaces, or confrontation. He'd really have to teach that kid some backbone. Luckily Iida and Uraraka were there to save him, but things were still bad. However, the principal declined, saying there would only be pandemonium for so many people freaking out at once. Also saying that the staff is well trained to deal with things like this. He didn't like the answer but accepted nonetheless. After everyone made it to class, they all showed heavy signs of being completely spent from yesterday's hell's ride of exercise. Completely sore on just about every region of their bodies. Some of them could barely pay attention to the lesson they were being taught, some looked half asleep, some looked like they were sleeping with their eyes open, and many others looked like zombies. And it didn't help that the day dragged on. It was nearly lunch when Aizawa returned to the room. After doing something outside the class and walking to the podium, he looked to his class. All of the students mentally prayed that Aizawa would go easy on them. After all, they could barely pay attention to his previous lesson. However, he surprised them all when he stated, today, you'll be picking a class president representative. Everyone looked like the surprised Pikachu meme at his words, and were in complete silence for several seconds until they all exploded and began to cheer with full excitement and for doing something normal for once. Some people even announced what changes or rules they would put into effect if they were elected. Then there was Mineta, who, while drooling like a stoutland, was yelling about how he would have the girls wear very short skirts to school. However, he went quiet when he noticed Mimikyu standing on his desk next to him with his beady eyes sparkling like a mad person, stroking his cheek with killer intent. Aizawa quickly silenced them by activating his quirk intimidatingly and saying, you all decide on who should be your representative by lunch. I'm going to the teacher's lounge to nap. Don't destroy one another in your decision-making. And with that, the extremely tired man walked out of the room with his sleeping bag over his shoulder. Immediately after he left, Iida took the front of the classroom and told everyone that they should hold out a vote to see who among them would be most suited and well trusted for the job. Mina said that would be stupid since everyone would just vote for themselves. Everyone didn't deny this, however, they decided to go along with the vote anyway with no other option available to them. Everyone was then handed a small slip of paper, wrote their candidate, and placed it into a literal hat. Gar even took one for Mimikyu to write his answer, though this confused Kirishima, handing out the papers. Thinking he made a mistake, he tried to take the slip from Mimikyu's little hand, but the Pokémon held onto it tightly and tried to pull it back. Kirishima just kept pulling back harder, having a game of tug-of-war until Mimikyu finally had enough and hissed at Kirishima, who whipped his hand away. Dude. Gar looked up to Kirishima. Why did you give one to Mimikyu? Well, of course, his vote counts, ya silly, he answered. As cute as that is, Mimikyu is pretty much an animal. We're counting people voting for another person. He came back. Gar tapped his chin with his own and replied, well, Mimikyu and the rest of my Pokémon are going to be a part of this class. So it only seems fair that I give them a choice since someone will be regulating how I use them. Not that I'd listen. Kirishima looked like his brain was buffering for a minute before replying, I guess that makes sense. So what about the other 5? Only Mimikyu is interested in stuff like this, and I don't think the rest would be. But I'll ask anyway. Gar said while taking off 2 Pokeballs from his belt and tossing them into the air. They both popped open, and both Togekiss and Dragapult appeared in the class, drawing everyone's attention. You two wanna vote for class president? Gar asked the 2 Pokémon as Kirishima smiled awkwardly and held out 2 sheets. Dragapult looked completely disinterested as he rolled his eyes and meandered around the class. Though, the Dreepy did snag the sheets and began to play with them. While Togekiss took no mind to it and tried to sit its giant body in Gar's lap, practically smothering him as it cuddled up to his face. I guess that's 2 no's. Alright, return. Gar gasped out while returning his Pokémon. Gar looked to Kirishima, who was eyeing the last 3 balls on his belt, and the older teen stated, No, I'm not bringing out Gyarados or the other 2. Why not? He complained. Do you really want me to send out my 26 feet sea serpent into this tiny classroom? Gar asked rhetorically as Kirishima gulped dryly. Didn't think so. Also, if the first 2 didn't care, then neither would the other 2. I know them well enough. Kirishima gave a disappointed sigh, pouted, and walked off. Before he did, he quickly turned around and asked, what about Rotom? Just then, the little phone Pokémon popped out from behind Gar and answered, I try not to get involved in politics. Buzzed. And disappeared behind Gar. Kirishima shrugged and walked off. Gar wrote down his vote and folded the paper. He turned to Mimikyu, who was hard at work on his penmanship, and asked, so who'd you vote for? Mimikyu then immediately covered its paper with its arms and looked stressed at Gar. This reaction made him giggle and pet its disguised head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. We're not supposed to be influenced by each other. It's supposed to be a secret. Gar condolences while putting his index finger to his mouth. Mimikyu also mimicked Gar's gesture, which made him smile warmly at the Pokémon. After everyone wrote down their vote and placed it in the hat, Iida then went to the whiteboard and wrote down everyone's name on it. Then put a tally mark next to everyone's name that he pulled from the hat. In the end, he found one last piece of paper but got a confused look when he read it. And one, scribble? He questioned aloud. Gar saw that it was Mimikyu's vote and spoke up, saying, oh, that me. He trailed off at seeing Mimikyu's anxious expression. He quickly changed it up, saying, I mean, that's quite the predicament. Let me see if I can translate it for you. Gar looked over to Mimikyu and saw a look of relief and satisfaction on its tiny face. Gar then walked up to the front and looked at Mimikyu's secret vote. Lo and behold, he was right, it was just a bunch of scribbles. Normally Pokémon can't write a complex language unless they have hands, that level of intelligence, or are a psychic type, and Mimikyu did fall into any of those categories. However, Mimikyu did possess some degree of intelligence and would use art to convey what he was thinking. So Gar could easily decipher who he was voting for by seeing what he drew, a skill he picked up after traveling with Mimikyu since he caught him in the abandoned mart. From what he could see, it was definitely a person since it had a head with eyes, a smile, and hair. The hair was big, wild, and fluffy, the eyes were large, the smile was large and kind-looking, and the face had little dots all over them. What were those supposed to be? Blemishes? Oh, they were freckles. Now Gar could see who Mimikyu voted for. He took the chalk from Iida, placed a tally next to Izuku's name, and then took his seat. After all was said and done, nearly everyone had at least one tally by their names except for Iida, Momo and Izuku. Momo had 2, Iida had 3, and Izuku had 5. This, of course, surprised Izuku as he sat stiffly in his seat with a surprised expression. The crowd cheered, and Iida went over to shake Izuku's limp hand in congratulation and accept his position as vice president while going on and on with some boring speech. While Gar giggled at Izuku's reaction and Mimikyu cheered with the class. Lunch. Later in the lunchroom, Izuku, Iida, Uraraka, Gar, and Mimikyu were all sitting at the same table with Izuku unable to touch his food as he still kept the same stiff posture and frozen expression from when they were in class previously. At this point of seeing Izuku act like a quagsire in a motionless stream, his worry turned to be fed up and promptly slapped the back of his head, only coming to this option when neither Uraraka nor Iida couldn't snap him out. Izuku snapped out of his trance and nearly face planted into his food from the slap. He looked at Gar with a painful yet betrayed confused expression. Gar sighed and said, "Sorry, dude, but you weren't responding to anything. We exhaust all other options. I know it's surprising to be given such a position, but really, you're just being a drama jinx. Feel your backbone, accept it, and take it in stride." Izuku rubbed his head and meekly replied, "Sorry, it's shocking, ya know. I didn't think I would get the position at all or even a vote. It's just so surreal, like a dream. I mean, why would anyone want to vote for me? Don't think of it that way, Midori-kun. You were chosen with the most votes for a reason. You were obviously the most trusted candidate," Iida reassured him. Uraraka nodded. Gar took another bite of his meat meal and added in, "Come on, Izuku, don't sell yourself short. You can't tell me you're not used to positive feedback." Izuku went silent as he looked down at his food. Gar had always been good at reading people, mostly due to being a trainer. And being a trainer meant you have to read your Pokémon at a moment's notice to change up the battle. So when he saw Izuku's reaction, he stopped eating and gained a look of disbelief which Mimikyu followed. "Holy Ing Arceus, you are serious," he said in a serious yet low tone. "Gar-kun is right, Deku-kun. You shouldn't sell yourself short. After all, I voted for you." Uraraka broke in with her bubbly voice. "What?" Izuku exclaimed in surprise. "As did I," Iida chimed in. "You too," he followed up. "Guilty," Gar said with his mouth half full, hand raised. "Waha," Izuku stammered out, looking around the table. "I may try to stay away from politics, but I would have voted for you." Buzzed. Rotom popped out. Izuku whipped his head around the table with a complete flabbergasted look as he asked in a shaky tone, You guys mean it?" Everyone nodded their heads. Izuku was so happy yet at the same time trying to hold back his tears, so he had a constipated look on his face as he quivered with happiness. After sniffing down his emotions, he realized something. And asking his friends, he said, "But if that's true, then who were the other 2 that voted for me?" Gar immediately saw Mimikyu tense up at the question and saw Iida look towards Mimikyu's direction, knowing what he would answer. So Gar quickly cut him off and stated, "Good question. Guess we'll never find out." This made Izuku smile, and Mimikyu silently sighs with relief. As Gar took another bite of his food, without looking up at the others, he blabbered out, "You know, it's actually kinda funny. My original vote was going to be for Mimikyu." Mimikyu immediately stopped trying to snag Gar's food and looked up to him with a mix of surprise and happiness. "Yeah, mine too," Uraraka added. "I considered it myself," Izuku stated. At this point, Mimikyu was acting much like Izuku previously did, whipping his head between voices in disbelief and unable to process what he was hearing. Buzzed. Mimikyu for Class 1A President People. Rotom stated while Gar held him up on the palm of his hand. Mimikyu was now just as much of a mess as Izuku was before, having a mix of happiness and shock with some embarrassment for flavor. He hid his blushing face into his little arms and shook back and forth with excited joyfulness. However, this cute moment was cut inexplicably short by the sound of blaring alarms. Everyone stopped in the lunchroom, silencing all conversation and ending all meals as the sirens blared off their ear-beating sound in everyone's heads. "What's that?" Gar asked over the noise. "The warning sirens. Level 3 threat," Iida answered in a shout. "And that means?" Gar asked back. "Someone has broken through security and entered the school grounds," Iida half shouted. Soon the entire cafeteria was emptying out with a huge wave of confused and scared students leaving in a hurry. Gar picked up Mimikyu while Izuku, Iida, and Uraraka decided to stay back for a while, as things were starting to get a little crazy in the crowd with people starting to get into a panic. Unfortunately, all the teens were forcefully swept into the mob by other students, practically pushing them with their numbers. That's when things got really hectic, such as shoving, hitting, and even trampling over smaller students. Gar was bumped around quite a bit and knocked with elbows or kicked by feet so many times he began to bruise and become anxious. He hadn't felt this claustrophobic since his first time in Diglett's cave, being swarmed by Zubat every 5 feet. Mimikyu took quick notice of Gar's increasingly high emotional distress and state of health, which ticked the Pokémon off to no end. Mimikyu's eyes lit up like two sparkles as black matter began to swirl around its actual mouth. Gar noticed this and hugged the creature close to his body, and he chanted in a mantra, "Please don't use Dark Pulse. Please 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 don't use Dark Pulse." Suddenly a loud noise that drowned out the alarm and other students' panic came over everyone's ear, causing them to stop. Then a large figure flew overhead and landed right on the exit sign while hanging from it like an apong. That figure was Iida, who announced to the panicking crowd that it was just the reporters and media that broke through UA security. He told everyone to calm down, separate into their classes, take a head count, and calmly leave for their classes by 3rd year first. And surprisingly, everyone did just that. Iida, Izuku, Uraraka, and Gar meet back up at their table with the rest of their class after everything starts to settle down and people go to group up with their classes. Gar rubbed the pain out of the bruise on the back of his head as he said, "Nice timing Tenya, no really. Another minute and I'm sure Mimikyu would have been blasting several dozen people with Dark Pulse." "Well, action had to be taken, and with everyone panicking, I had to work quickly," Iida stated as he moved his arms robotically. "Are you okay, Gar? You look pretty beat up. You should probably see Recovery Girl," Izuku asked with concern. Gar waved it off and replied, "I'm fine, trust me, I've been through far worse." Izuku didn't like this answer and stared up at him like a disappointed parent. Gar's sweat dropped at Izuku's attempt to look authoritatively displeased and added, "But I will go see her just to be sure." After all the classes had been separated and sent off to the respective classrooms, Gar left for Recovery Girl. After coming back with a clean bill of health, he saw Iida and Izuku discussing something. And from the looks on their faces, it was serious. At that time, Aizawa had come back and heard Izuku when he offered his position of president to Iida in front of the class. Iida was, unsurprisingly, shocked by this and asked why. Izuku commemorated Iida's quick thinking back at the cafeteria, saying how he not only deduced the reason for the alarms but also diffused the crowd of students before they turned into a full-blown stampede. Both Iida and Aizawa asked if he was serious about this, and Izuku nodded. It was then decided that Iida would take the spot as the class present representative, and Momo would be vice due to having the most votes. Gar couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that Izuku gave up his position but had greater respect in the decision, no less. It took an honest person to admit they were not fit for a role and an even humbler one to just hand it down willingly. Back in his younger years, Gar wasn't so sure he wanted to be champion due to the responsibility it held. Heck, Izuku reminded him of his younger self so much it almost scared him on occasion. He knew something like being class president would be a great step for Izuku to be more confident, but alas, it's not meant to be. Oh well, after all, Gar didn't become who he was in a day, and Izuku certainly won't either. He'll help him along the path. Baby step, just baby steps. The next day, Aizawa informed them that they were taking their training to an off-site facility to get them used to the sounds and feels of rescue missions. Everyone was extremely excited as they donned their costumes and filed onto the bus for the trip ahead, albeit after some senseless instruction from the ever-serious Iida. They sat on the bus and tried to kill time by talking, sleeping, or listening to music. Until Izuku noticed something was very off. Well, actually, two things were off. So as Suyu and Kaminari were roasting Bakugou like a barbecue chicken, he turned to Aizawa and asked, Sensei. Where's All Might? I thought he was joining us. He had some last-minute work to do and will join us later. Aizawa replied without skipping a beat. Izuku looked around one last time and then asked, where's Gar? That's when the whole class went completely silent, now realizing that their interdimensional friend was nowhere on the bus. Aizawa sighed and answered, he said, and I quote, I'll take my own route there. What does he mean by that? Izuku asked as Aizawa shrugged. Look, Kaminari exclaimed while pointing to something out the window. Everyone crowded to one side of the bus as the driver shouted at them that they were going to set off the bus's alignment. Outside the window, in the river boarding, the cliff-bound road was none other than Gar riding along the stream on top of Gyarados' head like some kind of horse. Everyone marveled at this in amazement like a bunch of children, even though they've seen Gyarados plenty of times. Aizawa sighed in exasperation at this and continued his nap until they got there. Everyone still excitedly watched the older team casually sit on the giant fish's head without a care in the world, and Gyarados cut through the water like it was running through the air while fully keeping pace with the bus. Gar looked up from his resting position and waved to everyone on the bus, which they all waved back. Gar then did something that shocked them all and made them as giddy as a kid in a circus. He jumped off Gyarados' head while returning the creature into its Pokeball. He then took out another Pokeball at the same time, and Togekiss appeared right under him. Everyone cheered and hollered at this trick. Gar sat on Togekiss's back, and the bird egg flew over the surface of the water before flying up the cliff, then up and over the bus. Everyone tried to follow his movements but only saw the roof of the bus. They all shifted to the other side to see him but only saw the opposite side of the rocky cliff. What they did not know or see was Gar appearing on Togekiss at the same side they were all staring out before. Gar tapped on the glass to get everyone's attention, and when he did, he waved at them with a bright smile. Everyone shifted back to stare in wonder and amazement while commenting things like, so cool, or, awesome, or, I wanna do that, or, what a ham, or, show off, or stuff like that. Gar then stood up on Togekiss's back, which worried some of them, then jumped into the air and watched as Togekiss performed several fast aerial spins and maneuvers like a performer. The Pokémon quickly adjusted itself in the air for Gar to perfectly land on its back and sit down. Everyone hooted and hollered with excitement as Gar did an improv bow like a stage performer. At the same time, the bus driver growls with agitation, and Aizawa mumbled about them being too noisy. Togekiss then flew away from the bus's side and flew along, following it to the giant glass dome in the distance. Just as everyone unloaded themselves from the bus, so too did Gar finally land with Togekiss. The bird egg shook itself and chirped happily as it rested on the ground. Gar slid off its back, and like a complete ham, he exclaimed, thank you, everyone. No, please, hold your applause, I really don't deserve such kindness. You are such a ham. Jiro playfully punched his arm. And you all love it. He shot back while sticking out his tongue. I thought you were told to not show your Pokémon out in public, Aizawa's tired voice stated rhetorically. Gar playfully punches Aizawa's arm while replying aloof, relaxes, eraser, no harm done. I'm very sneaky, so no one saw me traveling to this nowhere place. And besides, they need exercise. Being in the Pokeballs is fine, but having them out is where the relationship is built. he explained while petting Togeki's head. Just try to abide by the rules, so things don't get crazier than they already are. Aizawa sighed. Once Aizawa was out of earshot, Izuku turned to Izuku and said, he really needs to lighten up. Izuku laughs nervously, that's part of his charm, I guess. Yeah, maybe, but my attack stat hasn't dropped, he joked while returning Togeki's. Wow, Gar-chan, your hero outfit is so cool, Kaminari exclaimed while looking over Gar's new hero outfit. Gar did several poses, even letting the hoodie fall past his shoulders to show off more, while saying, thanks, I love how it came out. Soon everyone was crowding around the older teen and admiring or commenting on his unusual yet intriguing outfit that made him look like a Pokémon trainer and a hero mixed together. It looks like your outfit when you first arrived, Izuku stated. Gar smiled and replied, well, if the shoe fits. Gar's new outfit really did look just like his previous trainer attire, only with several slight changes. Instead of a muscle shirt, he had a full-body skin-tight bodysuit that covered all but his arms to the shoulder. It was also purple with black markings and gold trimming with a huge Pokeball symbol in the center. He wore purple and black workout shorts with gold trim over them with black shoes with purple rim. He had 2 purple fingerless gloves with black markings. He's also wearing the same purple and black headband he always wore that separated his top half purple hair and bottom half black hair. He wore a belt with all 6 of his Pokeballs and the same several fanny pack-looking bags with little faces all around his waist that carried, well, no one really knows yet. To top it off, he wore a hoodie that resembled the other one with big red eyes markings, a toothy smile in the back, and little nubs on the top that looked like ears. The hoodie was open, and the hood was off his head. What's up with the fanny packs? Why the evil faces? Kirishima asked. Oh, These aren't evil faces, they're ghost-type Pokémon, he explained while pointing at the packs. See, this one is Dusknoir, this is Sableye, and this is Gugeist, this is Bayonet, and this is Cofagrigus, Palossand, Chandelure, and... Okay dude, we get it. You like ghost types. Zero cut him off. Not really, I like all Pokémon, he explained. I always change up my style depending on how I'm feeling or what type one feel like using. So today, I'm feeling spooky. Woo, he did a mock ghost scare. So what, have you got the other 17 types of clothing getting made? Mina teased him. Yeah, he replied seriously. Then Aizawa's voice cut through the crowd as he stated firmly, you can admire each other's costumes and ask questions later. We're burning daylight here. Everyone then scrambled behind Aizawa and headed off into the giant glass dome. Once inside, everyone was taken in awe of just how massive the whole place was. Not only did it look near to a mile long and wide, but it was dug into the ground with the glass dome covering it. Along its trails were just about every kind of disaster you could imagine. All artificial and placed in super-controlled environments. Even Rotom was so impressed that he popped out and began to take pictures of everything. There was a massive staircase that stretched down to the bottom but stopped halfway with a lookout platform. Everyone was in amazement until Gar piped up and made them all nearly double over from laughter. Wow, this place is so big it might just fit Katsukui and All Might's combined egos. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Some were nearly falling over just from how hard they were laughing. Even Aizawa had to cough and sputter to keep from laughing. All were laughing except for Bakugou, who was glaring at Gar and cursing him up a storm but failing to come over the noise of everyone's screams of exuberance. After everyone caught their breath and calmed down, Iida approached Gar to scold him, albeit trying his best to stifle his chuckles. Gar-kun, chuckle, you shouldn't chuckle, I mean you really chuckle, it's not very heroic to chuckle. Iida couldn't even finish his thought from how hard he was trying to compose himself, nearly falling to his knees. Oh come on, dude, he is right, Kaminari laughs hard. Even Ua isn't big enough just for Bakugous, Jiro sassed while trying to keep her composure. This made everyone belly laugh again, this time with Gar joining in the laughter and nearly doubling over himself. When they calmed down again, a new person came onto the scene, also laughing with them. When they saw the new person, Many stopped and awed before the new hero standing in front of them and laughing with them. The hero was dressed exactly like an astronaut, but with emoting white eyes under her helm and big yellow shoes. The hero gave a few more chuckles and then asked, "What are we laughing at?" "Oh my god, it's the space hero." 13. Uraraka screeched like a fangirl while waving her arms excitedly at 90-degree angles. "No way," one person exclaimed. "So cool." Another added, "I heard she was working here." Izuku fanboyed while blushing excitedly. "Who?" Gar asked, unimpressed. Uraraka whipped her head over to Gar and demanded in surprise, "You've never heard of 13?" Gar gave her a naturally displeased face, which she understood immediately, and calming down, she followed up awkwardly, "Oh right, of course, you haven't. So her hero name is just a number?" Gar asked, confused by the bland simplicity. "Haven't you heard of the space mission Apollo 13? Iida asked. "Oh. Gar made an expression like he realized the reference, only to immediately backtrack and say, "Huh. I'll tell you later," Uraraka told him. Gar sighed and shrugged, and he said, "I may not know her, but I do know a thing or two about space." Izuku looked at Gar inquisitively as the older teen came down to his level and whispered, "I have a Pokémon that's an alien. It's called Deoxys." Izuku's eyes immediately filled with curiosity and excited sparkles at this. After 13 calmed down enough to speak, she welcomed them, saying, "Yes everyone, it is I, 13, and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short." 13 then explained everything about the USJ, everything inside of it, and what they'll be doing as far as rescue training with her and using their quirks in a safe way to do so. As she continued, Gar didn't notice that one of his Pokeballs was shaking. Suddenly it popped open, and Mimikyu appeared behind the group and walked away. Gar caught the sound of a Pokeball opening and looked around to see which of his Pokémon escaped. After a quick glance, he saw Mimikyu walking away from the group near the edge of the stairs. "Mimikyu?" Gar questioned, breaking away from the group and walking towards the small Pokémon. Luckily Mimikyu did not move down the stairs and instead stood right at the foot of them and looked over the edge towards the sprawling landscape of disasters. Gar came down to one knee and leaning down to pick the Pokémon up, he cooed, "Hey there you are. What are you doing out of your ball, silly Pokémon? You like the view?" Hiss! Mimikyu suddenly hiss aloud, causing Gar to jump back in surprise. "Whoa, Mimikyu, you okay? What's gotten you all riled up?" Gar tried to calm down the tense Pokémon. Just then, Gar saw what Mimikyu was hissing at and spotted a small black dot begin to appear while growing bigger. Gar immediately felt a sense of dread run up his spine as he scooped Mimikyu into his arms and slowly backed away. Without looking at the group of students, he exclaimed to them, guys. I think we should leave. Like, right now." 13 stopped her long-winded speech. Aizawa turned to him exasperated, and the rest of the class looked at him in confusion. "What? But we just got here. Why do you want to leave?" One person Ed. Hiss. Mimikyu hissed even louder, gaining everyone's attention. "I really think we should leave," Gar said in a dread-filled tone while pointing to the larger grow dot that now had two long thin yellow eyes. A pale, shriveled-up hand emerged from the portal connected to the most terrifying person imaginable. If he were a slasher movie villain, then he'd be a tier. He was tall and lanky, very lanky. He has messy matted bluish-gray hair, a black shirt, black pants, and a black overcoat with red shoes. The worst part of all was the several disembodied hands that covered his arms, shoulders, and head, with one covering his face like a mask. Behind him stepped out several dozen other people who could best be described as villains that just came pouring out like water from a faucet. "What the?" Aizawa exclaimed in genuine surprise. "Whoa, cool, mock villain invasion. This place has it all," Kaminari exclaimed excitedly. "This is not a part of the training simulation," 13 warned them. Kaminari immediately sunk into himself in those worlds and meekly said, "Oh, this is a real invasion. 13, get the other students out of here. Kaminari, send a distress call. I'll handle the villains." Aizawa instructed the hero while putting on his yellow goggles and unraveling his capture weapon. "I can't," Something's blocking the communications, Kaminari exclaimed in panic while tapping his headgear. Gar then thought fast and looked at the floating phone cowering behind Iida. He said, Rotom, see if you can bypass it. Buzzed. I can't, he replied in fear. Gar looked at him in incredulous shock as he shot back, what do you mean, you can't? Can you counter-hack it or something? Rotom got so panicked he began to make panicked siren noises while half-shouting, this isn't someone hacking the systems, this is a jamming frequency. Buzzed. It's like there's an electric barrier that keeps any signal from moving in or out. Buzzed. Gar ground his teeth and cursed, saying, Arceus, damn it. Can you get into the system and bypass it yourself through all the fizz? Rotom stopped panicking for a moment as he thought to himself. A moment of deep thought and he replied, I don't know, but I'll give it a shot. Buzzed. Gar nodded with a serious and assured expression to the Pokémon and held out his hand. The phone flew over to the open palm, and the phone dropped right into it as Rotom popped out of it in his light bulb form. Good luck, buddy, Gar assured him. Rotom gave a mock salute while letting out a few electrical noises and was off like a bolt of lightning, sporadically buzzing all over the place before disappearing into a light fixture. Gar nodded at this and placed Mimikyu on his shoulder. He turned back to the oncoming flood of villains, and as for you, he said while taking out 2 Pokeballs from his belt and throwing them into the air. Gyarados, Volcarona, prepare for battle. The Pokeballs opened and out popped the red Gyarados, sparkling and glittering in its shiny coat as it emerged, along with a completely new Pokémon that looked like a giant human-sized bug that radiated extreme heat. The bug was human-sized, which was really off-putting, but it looked something like a moth. Its head was black with large light blue eyes and 2 red horn-like antennae at the sides of its face that came from below to above the top. Its upper body was covered in fluffy white hair with 4 stubby legs poking out. Its thorax is divided into 3 parts with individual segments, the 2 on the side were light blue with black dots, and the middle was pure black. It flew in the air with 6 wings that looked like tiger lily petals, and its wings gave off an immense heat that started to make everyone sweat with every flap. What the hell are those things? One villain shouted. Are those monsters? Another one questions. UA has war beasts. Another exclaimed. I didn't sign up for this. Another ed in fear. Izawa flung out his arm to stop the teen and firmly commanded him, no Gar, fall back with the others and get out of here. Use your Pokémon to protect yourselves. Gar gave him an incredulous look and sassed back, and you'll what? Take these villains all on your own. Fat chance. You're better with 1v1, and I can handle crowd control. Let's work together. Izuku popped in and agreed with Gar, saying, Gar is right, Aizawa-sensei, your quirk isn't meant for combat, and if one of those stronger guys catches you or someone with a mutation, it's over. But with the 2 of you working together, you'll have a better chance of winning. Gar nodded with him. Aizawa gave a displeased huff and replied, I appreciate the thought, but I'm not some one-trick pony. I'm a pro hero for a reason. This gave Izuku a dreaded feeling in the pit of his stomach while Gar clicked his tongue in aggravation. Even if he refused, he would still go with it. But you're right, we'll have a better chance if we work together. Aizawa followed up. Gar smiled at his responses, and shooting an arm out, he commanded his Pokémon, then I'll take the lead. Volcarona, stun them with Bug Buzz. Gyarados, use Dragon Pulse and hit as many as you can. Volcarona then began to vibrate its wings at such a fast pace that they emitted a high-frequency sound that could literally be seen by the naked eye. The noise was ear-splitting and so painful that several villains already climbing the stairs were forced to their knees from the pain ringing in their skulls. Once the villains were stunted, Gyarados opened its mouth and shot out a beam of multicolored energy that took the form of a dragon head. The beam hit several villains and sent them flying all around. Gyarados then shifted the beam all around to hit as many targets as possible. Villains and debris flew all over the place, and no one could reach the young heroes. Go, Eraser. I've got crowd control covered. You pick off the remainder and try to find the leader. Gar shouted at the tried hero. Aizawa jumped from the straight at the straggling villains that survived the attack and activated his quirk. As the stragglers saw the black-clad man flying towards them, some tried to attack with their quirks but quickly found that they had no control over them. Before they could even question what was going on, Izawa wrapped them in his capture weapon and began to knock them out one by one. This continued in a pattern. Volcarona would stun a large group of villains, Gyarados would blast as many as he could, and Izawa would pick off the remainders while looking for the leader. They only had to do this 3 times before things were manageable enough for Izawa to take over completely. Izuku's eyes sparkled at seeing his teacher in action, and in a dreamy tone fanboyed, "Sensei is so cool. Admire later. Escape first." Gar snapped at him as Gyarados let loose another Dragon Pulse. Izuku fumbled with himself and then ran back to the class that was already making their escape. But just as they were mere feet from the door, the black mist with eyes appeared and took the form of a man, made of the mist in a full waiter suit with a huge metal neck brace, blocking the way. "Hello Ua." He greeted them with a deep yet politely menacing voice. 13 then shoved several students behind her and activated her quirk. She shouted, "Get behind me, children." 13's quirk then began to rapidly up the mist man in huge quantities, almost completely ing him in. Until his mist body appeared behind her, and that's when he realized his quirk was some kind of gate mist. As 13's quirk was used against her, the entirety of her backside was completely ed up and shredded to pieces. The hero let out a panicked cry and deactivated her quirk just before passing out. 13. Uraraka cried in terror. "No!" Izuku shouted. The mist man reformed and waved a smoky finger. He said, "Tisk tisk tisk. Such a shame. Putting your student before yourself without thinking," he said while looking down at the unconscious hero. Then looked back at the teen, ready to defend. "Though I'm afraid to inform you that I cannot let you go under my master's orders." He then bowed politely and said, "I come as a messenger from the League of Villains. We've come to kill All Might. But I see he isn't here." "So you were the reason those reporters broke into Ua?" a student exclaimed. The mist man looked up and confirmed his notion. "Indeed. But, enough talk. I think you all will come in handy for our plan. Once our followers have disposed of you, we'll use it against Ua's image and All Might to more easily assassinate him," he stated while narrowing his yellow eyes. "Like the distortion world, you are." "Shadow Claw," Gar shouted as Mimikyu, who snuck up behind the mist man, popped out with its beady eye glittering and quickly swiping out its thin 3-clawed arm at the mist man's body. But the attack phased right through him. Like a normal type move hitting a ghost type. Even Mimikyu was surprised by this. Gar momentarily froze and stuttered out in shock. "Wah, it went right through him. Attacks like that won't harm me," he explained. Gar ground his teeth and stated, "Then let's try something new." Just before he could give Mimikyu an order, even while Mimikyu took on its psycho face, the mist man agreed, saying, "I couldn't agree more." Before anyone could do anything, black mist collected around all the teen's feet in a giant ring that was so big it even reached Gar and his 2 Pokémon still defending the rear. The teens quickly felt gravity work against them and fell straight through the ground. Even Gar's Pokémon fell through the ground. Everyone tried to jump or move out of the range, but to no avail, and only failed like fish trying to escape. Even Gyarados wriggled and roared with all its might to escape the sinking motion. Only Volcarona was able to escape, and the giant bug flew over to where Gar was sinking and dove down after him. A moment later, Volcarona emerged from the mist with Gar on its back. "Thanks, Volcarona." Gar thanked the Pokémon with a cough. Gar looked around and saw the last few remaining people disappear into the mist and caught a glimpse of Gyarados' head sinking into the blackness before he could even pull a Pokeball out. Gar gasped and shouted in panic, "Everyone! Gyarados, no!" Once everyone had vanished from his eyes, Gar let out an angry sound and threw out 2 Pokeballs in a fury. "Togekiss, Dragapult go!" he shouted as both Pokémon materialized from their capsules. "We're under attack, and everyone has been separated. Find and protect anyone you come across," he commanded his 2 Pokémon in a firmly panicked tone. Togekiss immediately sensed Gar's distress and tried to fly over to comfort him. But the older teen stuck out his hand for the creature to stop, making Togekiss flinch at the gesture. "Don't worry about me, I got this. Go, now," he shouted in a tone that left no room for discussion. Dragapult nodded its head, straightened out its body, and then flew off at Mach speed in one direction. Togekiss froze in place from Gar's tone and reaction but listened after a moment and flew off in the opposite direction. Gar couldn't help but feel bad for raising his voice at Togekiss, but this was a crisis. Gar. The older teen heard his name called out. Whipping his head to the voice, he saw Aizawa hanging from a tree, like an apom. The pro-hero pointed a finger out towards the center part of the field and exclaimed, "That guy with the hands must be the leader." Gar looks out and sees the first guy that came through the mist portal still standing in the same place the whole time and appearing to be yelling at some of the villains trying to escape, alongside the mist man who shattered his friends to who knows where. He then saw Aizawa make a bunch of hand gestures and immediately understood what to do next. He gestured back and turned his attention to the two villains. Gar growled under his breath and commanded his Pokémon, Volcarona, land. The bug obeyed and landed on the stony ground where the large swarm of villains once were, only a few hundred yards from the hand leader and the mist man lackey. Gar hopped off the bug and took out one last Pokeball that he rolled around in his palm. He sighed anxiously and said to himself, "One last Pokémon. Hope the two of you are enough." He then threw the ball into the air and shouted, "Go Serperior." The Pokeball flew through the air and popped open to manifest a brand new creature before the villain's eyes. In simple terms, it looked like a giant grass snake in fancy leaf wear. In more complexity, it was a pale green snake-like creature far larger than a man. It even outsized Gar. It had a regal and noble yet snobbish complexity to its gaze with deep striking red eyes. Its pale green color had a helmet-like design to it with a white face. The back and upper portion of its long body are dark green. In the lower jaw, two fangs are visible when its mouth is open. There are two pointed yellow extensions on the back of its head. Coiled, dark green extensions spread out from the sides of its lower neck, forming a curving pattern lower down the body. Just below its neck, it has two small leaf-like hands coming out of either side. It has curved yellow markings around its middle and several palmate leaves on its tail with ivy-shaped leaves at the tip. When the snake landed on the ground with a powerful thud, it pointed its nose up in a high society manner, puffed out its chest, and let out a strange noise like that of a reptile mixed with a bird. The hand leader scratched at his neck, and tilted his head to the side. He asked inquisitively, "Kurogiri, who's the purple guy?" The mist man, Kurogiri, tapped his neck piece while looking through some paper with a hum in his voice. "I'm not sure. He must be new. There's no record of him from the data you collected," he answered with equal unsureness and unease. The hand man scratched his neck again and hummed in his throat while saying in amazement, "So, a secret side character, and he's a summoner with multiple familiars. Interesting. The only question now is, how do we get rid of him? Kill the familiars until the summoner is vulnerable. Or kill the summoner, so the familiars are vulnerable. I guess we'll test our new Nomu and find out." He looked to Kurogiri and the mist man bowed while opening up a new portal. A moment later and a huge black hand emerged that was nearly the size of the hand guy. It pulled itself out of the portal and showed itself to be a truly disgusting thing to look at. It was like a human, with a human body complete with fingers and pants and everything. But it was bigger than a mudstale, more swollen than a Machamp, had a huge yellow bird beak with visible teeth, and unblinking dead fish eyes coming out of an exposed brain. Gar nearly vomited at the thing he was seeing and tried his best to keep his composure. He breathed a calming breath and, addressing the villains, he stated, "So I see you have your own Pokémon. Never seen one like that before. Is it some kind of failed clone?" He tried to vex them. The hand man scratched his neck on the other side and replied in a horse's tone, "Is that what you call them? Pokémon? It has a nice ring. But no, my Nomu isn't a clone. But it is an experiment. Allow me to demonstrate." At this, the Nomu then got into a fighting position and readied to attack. Gar steadied himself again and pulled his Pokémon in close. He spoke in a low tone, "All right, listen close you two. We've only got one shot at this, so you gotta be on your A game, got it?" The two Pokémon gave off silent cries of understanding. Gar smiled and said, "Good to hear. Now we gotta get their leader for this invasion to end early. So Volcarona, you'll distract that thing, while Serperior sneaks up and restrains him. Both Pokémon nodded in response. They took the opposite side in front of Gar like a defensive position while getting into their attack-ready stance. Gar gave a bold smile as he thrust out his arm, yelling, "Then let's begin. Volcarona, use Heat Wave. And Serperior, use Dig." Gar shouted in command. Serperior then jumped into the air and burrowed underground, disappearing from sight. Volcarona's wings began to glow brightly and flapped them hard. From its wings, it blew forth a gale of searing hot air. The heat and air pressure were so intense that it not only pushed back the giant muscle but also scorched its already black skin. The heat was so intense that it actually began to burn and peel away chunks of its skin, leaving it raw and pink. The heat wave dissipated and left the giant creature steaming like a freshly burnt biscuit. A moment later and the creature's wounds began to heal all on their own. It used Recover? Gar questioned in anxiety. Once it healed, the Nomu charged at Volcarona with blinding speed. So fast that Gar barely had enough time to react. "Dodge," he shouted, and Volcarona moved out of the way just in time. "Quiver Dance," he commanded, and Volcarona began to do a little dance that sent a red aura around its body. Good. Now that Volcarona's special attack, special defense, and speed stats are up, it'll give him the edge to keep that thing distracted long enough for Serperior to attack, Gar said to himself. Nomu made a fast dash to swipe at the Pokémon, and Gar shouted in a moment, "Bug Buzz." Volcarona moved out of reach and vibrated its wings, making the same sound it did before. Like with the villains, the Nomu fell to its knees due to the sound and began to roar with pain. The hand guy was visibly shocked by this. He knew that his Nomu was strong and fast, sure the Pokémon was keeping out of reach, but for how long? And its strength definitely outweighs the bug. But he never expected noise to hurt it or anything. It could heal and was practically an organic rubber. He scratched his neck in aggravation and shouted at Nomu to just squash the bug. Once the noise stopped, the Nomu recovered quickly and was already trying to grab Volcarona. But thanks to the stat boost, it was able to evade. Then ensued into a game of cat and mouse with once barely able to dodge or catch the other. The fight captured the hand villain's full attention as he didn't notice the moving soil coming towards him. Heat Wave, Gar shouted at Volcarona, and the Pokémon let loose another stream of searing hot air. This time at point blank, Nomu's skin immediately began to flake and burn off. Some parts even ignited on fire. When the heat subsided, the Nomu was still and smelling like a piece of burnt rubber. Then it surprised both Pokémon and trainer when it suddenly lunged forward and snagged the giant bug Pokémon. Volcarona struggled to break free but to no avail, as Nomu's strength was far superior. Even Gar was thrown off guard and fell to his butt in surprise. The hand man smiled maliciously with a sadistic gleam in his red eyes as he watched and waited in anticipation for Nomu to crush the bug. But this distraction was all it took for him to get caught. A moment later and a large dark green tail emerged from the ground, surprising both villains enough for them to freeze up. Constrict, Gar yelled as the tail wrapped around the hand guy in a mere second while Serperior's head emerged from the ground, shaking off dirt. Serperior looked down at the villain with the most displeased and unimpressed expression alive as it tightened its grip and squeezed him with its body. The villain squeaked and panted as the snake Pokémon slowly squeezed him tighter and tighter, feeling his already thin and bony body begin to cave in and felt the sensation of his brittle bones breaking while his breath shortened. He couldn't even catch his breath long enough to concentrate as his vision started to fade in and out. All while Kurogiri stood by in frustration, unsure of what to do. The hand villain then noticed that one of his hands was free and tried to attack the snake. The villain's glare and speed were so quick that it made Serperior lose focus for a moment until Gar's voice snapped the Pokémon onto attack mode again. Poison Fang. Then, the Pokémon tightened its grip, opened its mouth, and bit down hard on the villain's forearm, keeping him from touching the snake. The villain screamed in pain from the bite and tried to wreck his arm free. But Serperior just held tight. The villain was able to scream because Serperior had to use some of her muscles for a different purpose and allowed a little bit of breathing room, though not too much, as Serperior quickly began to switch gears and used both muscle groups at the same time. The hand villain looked to his underling for help, and the mist man finally came to his senses, taking out a gun and pointing it to Serperior's head. Serperior glared at the man with annoyance in her eyes. Meanwhile, Gar was looking to get Volcarona free from the monster's grip as it was slowly being crushed. "Bug biz!" he shouted, and the giant bug vibrated its wings again. The sound made the Nummo release Volcarona and the Pokémon flew around the monster while continuing to make the awful sound. "Since we can't knock its health down completely, we'll just have to weed it out. Use Giga Drain," he commanded. Volcarona then stopped buzzing and began to absorb green energy from Nomu's body, which slowly reduced it to a more natural body shape. The Pokémon continued to fly around the monster while absorbing the green energy and making it look much weaker. To the point, its bones began to show through its dark skin. The absorption eventually stopped, and the creature was on its knees while breathing heavily. Seeing he had a chance, Gar looked towards the villains, with the mist villain pointing his gun at Serperior's head, while the Pokémon held the leader in her coils while biting down on his one free arm. He then addressed the villain, calling them out and saying, "Hey mist guy. I wouldn't do that if I were you." Kurogiri didn't put his gun down but still glanced at the older teen. Serperior's cells are like a bamboo stalk, so they're at their strongest when constricted. Right now, her body has the same strength as steel. Even if you shot her in the head, it'll just bounce off and make her squeeze your leader tighter. Kurogiri looked back at the Pokémon, glaring daggers at him, and the hand villain was still screaming in pain while struggling to get free. His hand got shaky as he considered their dilemma, dropped his weapon, and turned to Gar. He asked, "What do you want?" "Isn't it obvious?" he stated. "Surrender and call off your Pokémon. I'm afraid only young Master Tamura is the only one that can control Nomu," Kurogiri explained. Gar looked at the hand villain, Tamura, who stopped screaming due to being squeezed hard enough not to breathe, and commanded his Pokémon, Serperior, let him have some breathing room. Serperior obeyed and loosened her coils around her prey, allowing Tamura to breathe properly. The villain took in gulps of air as he finally felt his lungs again and dropped his head from exhaustion. He then looked up at Gar with pure hatred in his red eyes as Gar acknowledged him. "Okay, listen up here, hand guy or Tamura or whatever your name is. You're gonna call off your pet before it heals and give up, or Serperior is gonna have the choice to squeeze you again or bite you with poison fang in a different place," he demanded. Tamura looked around at his situation. He was at the mercy of this snake thing. His Nomu was still slowly regenerating. Kurogiri was useless at this point, and that guy still had one familiar to use. He could try to bide time so the Nomu could get back to killing them, but then there's the snake and the fact he lost all feeling in his left arm from whatever poison was injected into him. That's not also counting the pro hero that was nowhere to be seen, so he was on a time frame. But what was he to do? He was angry, so angry. He wanted to break free, rot the snake and kill the purple teen with his bare hands. But he was stuck. Suddenly the Nomu, still laying on the floor, slowly regenerating its body, pulled as fast as one and dashed towards Volcarona and slapped it to the side. The bug flew across the area and rolled across the floor, though he quickly got back up due to Nomu's failing strength. The Nomu then roared, and its body inflated back to its super muscular frame. Gar panicked and fell to his butt, trying to get away from the monster. At the same time, Eraserhead, who was sneaking around the fight, emerged from the shadows and jumped into the air, trying to subdue Kurogiri with his capture weapon. But Kurogiri was quick and used the gun he still had in his hand to shoot Eraser. Luckily he missed his body and only got his shoulder. Eraser winched and lost concentration on the mist man as he disappeared from his capture weapon. With the distraction he needed, Tamura looked at Nomu and yelled, "Finish off the bug quick and then help me." Tamura then felt his body, breath, and voice crushed again as Serperior tightened her coils. Eraserhead landed on the ground holding his shoulder but worked through the pain as he focused on the mist man with the gun. Nomu dashed towards the Pokémon, still getting back up, and before Gar could give a command, the creature punched Volcarona towards the teen with extreme force. Volcarona sputtered out in pain as his body was thrown by the sheer force and grazed right past Gar. Gar watched as his Pokémon flew past him and then slammed right into a tree with such force that the plant broke. "Volcarona!" Gar shouted. The Nomu then turned on its heels and ran straight for Superior, but Gar had enough reaction to give a command this time. "Throw him and get away with Dig," he shouted as Superior threw Tamura at Nomu and burrowed underground. Tamura slapped against his monster like a wet fish as Nomu paid no mind and continued towards Superior's previous spot and punched the ground. Gar sighed with relief seeing his Pokémon escape until Tamura got up from the ground, clutching his limp arm, and gave a different command. "Forget the snake and kill the purple summoner," he yelled as he pointed at Gar. Gar gasped as the Nomu turned on its heels again and dashed towards him with blinding speed. Gar tried to run away, but his legs failed him as he tripped and fell on his face. He turned around just as Nomu was upon him and covered his face for the life-ending punch. Suddenly Gar felt something wrap around his body and pull him away from the Nomu just before it crushed him. Gar's arms were ripped from his face by the pulling force, and he saw Aizawa some ways away using his capture weapon to save him. Just then, Tamura snuck up behind Aizawa, and as he was distracted saving Gar, he grabbed his elbow with his hand, and the man's arm began to decay. The rotting happened so fast that the muscle underneath his skin began to show. Aizawa winched from the pain but still pulled through to move Gar to safety. "Eraser!" Gar shouted in fear, "just like you heroes do. You put others before yourself and don't finish the job leading to your own demise and others. You could have taken us down and only had one casualty." Tamura vexed him as he gripped his elbow harder. Aizawa said nothing and tried to attack the hand man, but he moved out of the way before the blow could land. Aizawa's breath was now ragged, and his right arm was just barely holding up as it bled heavily. "I would have killed you right there, but I'd like to see you suffer first and use my quirk on someone more deserving of it. So I'll let my Nomu take care and finish you off first while I rot your summoner myself. I'll be sure you have a front row seat to watch," he smiled coldly at him. Before Aizawa could retaliate, Nomu was already upon him and slapping him around like a piece of raw meat. Gar froze at this sight from the fear that ran up his skin. But he pushed it away and shouted, "Superior! Save Eraserhead!" The moment those words left his lips, Superior appeared from the ground the Nomu was standing on and began to wrap around it. She wrapped once around the Nomu's arm and one around its neck. Superior squeezed with all her might and began to choke the Nomu out while pulling its hand away from Aizawa, who was pinned under it. The Nomu roared as it choked from Superior's strength. But the Nomu was still stronger as it grabbed one of the Pokemon's coils and tried to peel it off. Gar saw this and commanded the Pokemon, Poison Fang. Superior opened its mouth with purple fangs and bit down right on Nomu's exposed brain. The monster roared in pain and let go of the Pokemon coiled, allowing her to squeeze harder. The Nomu tousled around trying to whip the Pokemon off, but Superior just held on tight. That allowed Aizawa to come back to his senses, and the man tried to pull himself back to his feet, trying to work through the pain all over his body. Tamura didn't like how his luck shifted away from him yet again and commanded Nomu, "Stop screaming and peel that snake off you." The Nomu obeyed, and with its free arm, it grabbed the Pokemon and pulled it off in one swift motion. However, this also made it pull off a bit of its brain from where Superior was biting down. The Nomu pressed on as it slammed Superior on the ground multiple times before throwing the Pokemon against a nearby boulder. Superior crumbled down and laid on the ground in an unresponsive state. Gar gasped at seeing his Pokemon be, puny god, by the monster and had to hold himself back from running towards her. However, Superior opened her eyes and tried to bring her head up. Gar sighed with joy at seeing his Pokemon still well, but it immediately dropped when he saw Nomu rush towards her again. "Leaf Storm!" he shouted. Superior forced herself up and let out a cry. Many leaves came from her body, along with leaves from every nearby plant, and rose into the air. Superior then roared in Nomu's direction, and all the leaves swirling around like a storm right at the monster. The leaves sliced up the Nomu and halted its charge towards the Pokemon for a brief time. The storm quickly picked up double speed and then began to make huge gashes and caused chunks of the monster to fall off. Once the storm subsided, the Nomu took off again, causing Superior and Gar to freeze up in fear, giving the monster enough time to close the distance and punch Superior straight in the face. Serperior flew upwards from the punch's force and passed out once she hit the floor with swirls in her eyes. Nomu was about to finish the job and smash Serperior's head but completely missed when Gar took out his Pokeball and safely returned the creature. Serperior, return, he shouted as Serperior's body turned into energy, which was what the Nomu punched. Gar then pocketed the Pokeball and ran towards Volcarona, who was still slumped against the tree. As he checked his Pokémon, Nomu went into position to attack Gar, but Tamura held up his arm and stopped Nomu's intended attack. No, 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 Nomu, he's mine. You can go back to playing with Eraserhead, he told the monster as it retackled Aizawa and held his face to the ground while smashing it into the ground repeatedly. As Gar was distracted, Tamura ran towards him with rapid speed. Gar heard the footsteps as Volcarona was coming to and saw the villain charging towards him. Gar froze for a moment out of fear but forced himself out of it and stood between Volcarona and the villain with his arms spread to block his hurt Pokémon. Tamura smiled wickedly at this, seeing as it made him more vulnerable while causing excitement to shoot through his body, causing him to run faster. Gar was scared out of his wits and not thinking straight, but stood from waiting to take the blow. Volcarona saw what his trainer was doing and looked on in amazement and horror at what would happen. He vaguely knew something terrible would happen after hearing the fight between Serperior and that thing moments ago. Especially for the amount of fearful yelling Gar was doing. Volcarona was filled with a new sense of energy and determination in his body. He wanted to get up, he wanted to fight, he wanted to protect Gar from any harm, and he is going to do so. Volcarona spread its sore wings and lifted up into the air, then flew right in front of Gar, protecting him from the incoming villain. Gar was shocked by this and exclaimed, "No, Volcarona, don't do this. You're still hurt, let me protect you." But the protest fell on deaf ears as the bug Pokémon stood firm with a furiously determined expression on its insect face. Tamura smiled wider at this and shouted maliciously, "How touching, I'll de-wing your bug and then rot your head off in front of it." Tamura closed the distance with the last word and immediately grabbed one of Volcarona's 6 wings, which was the wrong part to grab. The moment that his fingers grazed over the scaly wing, Tamura's entire body went up in flames. He screamed in agonizing pain while jumping away from the bug and rolled on the ground, trying to put himself out. The screams were so loud it actually drew Nomu's attention, thinking he was being given a command. Kurogiri noticed this immediately and sprung into action. Using his warp quirk, he opened a portal over Tamura that gushed water onto him from another part of the facility. Once thoroughly soaked, Tamura stopped rolling around and screaming and laid there on the ground, breathing heavily while trying to satiate the pain of the flames. He looked up at Gar, who had a shocked expression for a moment before it turned to one of pride, which ticked Tamura off. "I probably forgot to warn you about touching Volcarona's wings. They are said to be as hot as the surface of the sun. But don't worry, Volcarona would never purposefully burn someone he didn't trust," he stated with a smug tone while the bug chattered his mandibles. Tamura ground his teeth and tried to pick himself back up, but the screaming pain of his body refused. Kurogiri appeared next to Tamura and began to treat him. Once the two villains were distracted, Gar looked over to Aizawa and saw that Nomu had gone back to slamming his face into the ground. Gar immediately felt the urge to help, but he didn't know how to. 4 of his Pokémon were gone, one was unable to battle, and the other was just barely hanging on. So what could he do to help? He couldn't just fight that thing. He'd die. Just then, Volcarona, who sensed his distress, nuzzled him to calm him down. Gar hugged the giant incense fluffy white upper body and whispered in despair, "Oh Volcarona, what'll I do? I can't help Aizawa, but I have to, or else he'll die. And he's only in that situation because of me." The Pokémon then pulled away from Gar and began to fly towards Nomu. Gar immediately knew what he was doing and spread in front of him, saying, "No, Volcarona, you're too hurt. Those things are too strong, and you barely survived the last hit it gave you into that tree." Volcarona tried to move past him, but Gar refused to let him go, exclaiming, "No. I'm not letting you fight any further. You're going back into your Pokeball to rest, and that's final." Gar then took out the bug's Pokeball and was about to return him when said Pokemon grabbed the device and flew up high enough that it was out of his reach. "Hey, give that back," he shouted at the Pokemon. But Volcarona wouldn't listen. Gar stopped trying to jump up and snag the ball from him, realizing that the Pokemon was serious. Seeing him stop his painfully pathetic attempts, Volcarona flew back down to Gar's eyes level. They both looked each other in the eyes for a long while. Volcarona, seeing Gar's worry and fear, and Gar seeing Volcarona's fiery determination. "You're really serious about this, aren't you?" Gar asked the Pokemon. Volcarona nodded while letting out a few bug noises. Seeing there was no way of convincing the bug Pokemon, Gar conceded to his desire. Volcarona gave Gar back its Pokeball, and the older teenager put the ball back on his belt. He then went into one of his pouch pockets and pulled out a light green spray bottle device labeled, "Full Restore." He gripped the bottle tightly in his hand and said in a low tone, "Last one. Better make it count." Gar unloaded the context of the bottle on his Pokemon's body, and Volcarona looked visibly healthier and stronger. Volcarona then flew out, ready to fight, but Gar stopped him one last time, saying, "No. If you're going to fight that thing, you're not gonna do it alone." Volcarona immediately knew what he meant and positioned itself to where its back was at a 180-degree angle. Gar smiled and climbed on the giant's back, gripping to his fluffy white body like reins. The Pokemon flapped its wings hard and flew like a rocket towards the monster still pounding Izawa. They passed by the two villains as Tamura was starting to heal up from Kurogiri's treatment, leaving a trail of hot air in their wake. They were just about to the Nomu when Gar shouted for its attention, "Hey monster!" The Nomu stopped its assault and looked up at the older teen riding Volcarona. Once they were close enough, Volcarona then flew up and spread its 6 wings as they glowed with dangerous brightness while letting out an angry cry. "Let go of Izawa, right now," he demanded of the monster. Izuku's first feeling was discounted. The feeling you get when your grip on reality is pulled slowly away from your fingers. And that's what he felt when he fell through the floor, disconnected through weightlessness. The sense of not being in any control and watching the world work against you. You feel yourself falling, but you didn't fall on your own. You had no control, and now everything from breathing to moving feels out of place or non-existent. Only when Izuku hits the water is when his sense of control and connectivity comes back to him. Wait, what? Water? When did that happen? Izuku almost tried to gasp in panic, but the moment he felt the cold water hit his tongue, he shut his lips tight. He looked around the water to see where he was on the surface but only saw several aquatic villains all around him. He tried to get to the surface but got targeted by a villain with a shark quirk swimming after him. Izuku panicked and tried to swim faster, but the shark was already at his heels. Just when things looked over for his short heroic career, his saving grace came in the form of the frog girl Suyu, who slammed into the shark with her feet. She then shot out her tongue, wrapping it around him. Then using the shark villain's face as leverage, she bolted through the water with him in tow. A moment later, Izuku lost his senses again but got them back when he found himself on the wooden deck of a ship with Suyu, who looked annoyed, and Mineta, who was rubbing a lump in the back of his head. Izuku shook himself back to reality and saw that he was in the flood zone of the USJ on a mock-sinking ship. Down below swam several water-based villains circling the ship like hungry sharks. Izuku and his team had to think fast as the villains were becoming impatient from waiting, and the ship was beginning to sink. This didn't help Izuku's train of thought due to Suyu's unneeded bluntness and correcting her name, and Mineta was screaming about dying as a pure. Izuku needed to think of a plan, but he kept drawing a blank when suddenly he heard a very familiar set of bird-like chirps. The group of 3 poked their heads up from the ship's railings and saw none other than Togekiss flying towards them with a distressed look on its face. Izuku knew how powerful Gar's Pokémon were and could come up with a plan using the powerful animal. But first, he'd have to get Togekiss's attention over to them without being noticed. That was going to be complicated with all the villains around them. Sure, they were trapped, but they had the advantage of not being seen on which part of the ship they were hiding. Izuku looked at Suyu, who seemed to understand his thoughts, and nodded at him. They'd now have to figure out some way to discreetly let Togekiss know they were there before it flew off. That is until Mineta did that for them and indirectly shouted, "Bird egg! Over here! Over here! Save USPLEASE!" Suyu's tongue immediately wrapped around his mouth, silencing him, and pulled him down from the villain's sight. That captured the Pokémon's attention, but also every villain who had ears. Immediately the same shark villain from before, with a new purpose, popped up from the water and right at the young hero hiding spot. "I'm gonna kill you brats," he shouted as he opened his sharp mouth. Izuku panicked, Suyu froze, and Mineta was screaming like a girl with Suyu's tongue still wrapped around his mouth. Before he could even inch closer to them, something struck him on the side of his head. The villain looked over to see what hit him and saw Togekiss with the angriest expression it could muster, even though it looked cute while doing it. It wasn't the forced angry expression but the fact he saw the flying egg bird in person that made him flinch in surprise. "The hell are you?" he asked the Pokémon. Seeing the villain distracted and coming up with a plan on the spot, he punched the villain away from them and commanded the Pokémon, "Togekiss, use Thunder Wave." Togekiss, surprisingly, obeyed and sent out a wave of electricity that paralyzed the villain in one shot. The shark man froze up from losing control over his body and fell off the ship's railing and back into the water with a loud splash. Once the villain was out of sight, Togekiss landed near the teens and began to snuggle into them, happily chirping up a storm. Mineta hugged the egg bird and began to weep into its white feathers while Suyu and Izuku petted the creature, trying to calm it down. "I'm happy to see you too, Togekiss, but you have to stay quiet. Otherwise, we'll have to deal with more than one villain." Izuku tried to calm the Pokémon down but stopped once he saw the tears in its eyes. "What's wrong?" Suyu asked the bird. Togekiss sighed sadly and began to make a series of much more silent but sad chirps and whistles. Unfortunately, none of them could understand the Pokémon, and once said Pokémon realized this, he dropped his head in despair. Izuku awkwardly petted the animal's head to bring its spirits back up as Suyu followed suit. There, Togekiss, it's all right. We may not know what's the matter, but we'll figure it out after we're all safe." "Okay?" Izuku asked. Togekiss picked up his head and chirped happily. Seeing now that they were all in the game, Izuku planned with the people he had. Already knowing more than enough about Toxis's type and abilities, he turned to Suyu and Mineta and asked about their quirks. Suyu explained her frogginess, and Mineta explained his lackluster sticky balls, crying at the end. Putting it all together with his own quirk and Togekiss, he thought up the craziest plan that might just work. He explained his plan to his group and put it into action. Summoning his inner Kachan, he jumped onto the railing and yelled bloody murder into the mock sea. The villains looked confused at this until he jumped from the railing over the water and blasted a shot of one for all into the lake. The blast was so powerful that it caused a whirlpool to form. The villains were carried off and swirled around by the strong current as Suyu grabbed Mineta under her arm and jumped off the ship while grabbing Izuku with her tongue. Mineta then started throwing his sticky balls into the water, which caused the villains to stick to one another and restrain them. Togekiss was next as he flew over the surface of the whirlpool and made it spin faster as he used air slash to generate more speed. Once the whirlpool was at its climate speed, Togekiss used Thunder Wave to shock the water and caused several villains to become paralyzed. Suyu's jump was more than enough for them to escape the whirlpool's pull, but just for safe measure, Togekiss flew in and caught the frog girl on his back. Once Suyu dropped Mineta and pulled in Izuku, all three teams situated themselves on the egg birds' backs, and the Pokémon flew off towards the shore. As he flew across the water, Togekiss hoped he could make it back to help Gar. Knowing full well he was in danger. The mountain zone. Momo's first thought when she found that Kaminari, Jiro, and herself were trapped in the middle of a mountain region and at the bottom of one, surrounded by several villains, they were totally in trouble. Yes, Momo refuses to curse, even in her head. Momo created a bow staff for herself and Jiro a sword, Kaminari activated his quirk, and the fight commenced. Momo does her best to hit as many villains while keeping tabs on her teammates. Jiro used her jacks to plug into the villains or her boot speakers while using the sword to block attacks and make openings. Kaminari was doing his best to shock any villain to unconsciousness without going over his watt limit. They were doing considerably well, but the villains just kept coming. Until Jiro told Kaminari to do something, and the electric teen said he was, but the connection was still jammed, and his quirk was dangerous to use around the girls since he could hit one of them. Jiro got annoyed with his answer and kicked him while shouting at him to get in the game. Kaminari slammed into one of the villains, and the man illuminated like a light bulb from his electricity. Kaminari saw this and said he was like a human taser while thanking Jiro with a thumbs up. At the same time, Jiro sighed at seeing him forget how his quirk worked. The villains started to surround them by the dozens and made the team go into full defensive mode, but the three of them were already pitifully outmatched and outnumbered. That is until a large red object fell through a portal and landed with a loud crash on top of one of the fake mountains, garnering everyone's attention. The red thing lifted itself and roared into the air, a loud bone-chilling roar that made the villains freeze up with fear. The object turned around, and Gyarados' extremely pissed-off face showed itself before the already frightened villains. "What the hell?" one villain shouted while pointing at the Pokémon. "A monster just fell through the sky." Another screamed. "But it's not our monster." One specified. "Who's it then? Where did it come from?" Another asked. "Maybe it's on our side." One other put forth hopefully. But that hope was immediately dashed as Gyarados saw the group of villains surrounding the three teens and began to blast as many as he could with a powerful dragon pulse. The beast sent rubble and villains alike flying all over the place. Some tried to run from the blast but were caught up in it before they could even turn to run. Once the beam subsided, Gyarados crawled down the hill towards the surrounded teens. Villains began to run away from getting crushed by the giant fish, leaving multiple gaps and openings for the young heroes to use. Once Gyarados reached the teens' side, he roared in warning at the remaining villains. "It's with the heroes." One villain shouted. "Not fair." Another complained. "I don't wanna become fish food." Another screams in fear. "They said this would be easy." Another complained. Kaminari gave a snide smile and stated, "Well then, I guess your easy time just became a bad time." Kaminari then opened his mouth and pointed his arm out, as if to give a command, but no words came out as he stood there, forgetting what moves Gyarados has. He quickly turned to the two girls and asked quietly, "Anyone remember what moves Gyarados has?" Jiro slapped her forehead and said, "You really are a dunce, you know that." Gyarados knows. "Okay, now I forgot too." Jiro failed to recap the fish animal's abilities. Momo sighed in exasperation at their twin duncery and looked at the giant fish, waiting patiently for a command. She exclaimed, "Gyarados, use Hydro Cannon." Gyarados then opens his mouth and shoots a torrent of pressurized water at the villains. All of them tried their best to run, but were too slow for the torrent's speed and Gyarados' aim. Rocks flung all over the place, along with the screaming or unconscious bodies of villains. Gyarados took a break to roar and continued his aquatic assault on the low lives. Jiro, Kaminari, and Momo looked on at this in amazement and fear. "Man, these things ain't called the atrocious Pokémon for nothing," Jiro stated while eyeing the carnage around them. One of the villains did manage to get away from the attack due to having wings. The winged villain waited for his chance and swooped into Gyarados' head when he needed to rest. The villain grabbed the Pokémon by his head crest and held on for dear life as the fish flung his head around. He then turned his wings into two sharp blades when he folded them up and pointed the tip threateningly at Gyarados' eyes. He asked a snarky question to the animal. "What call a fish with no eyes?" he asked while bringing the tips closer. Though he never got a chance to answer as Gyarados used thunder and fried the winged villain. The villain fell to the ground as Kaminari answered for him, a FSSSHHHH. Kaminari laughed at the joke while Jiro and Momo facepalmed. However, their victory was short-lived as the remaining villains, and more of them came out of nowhere and began to swarm them. Gyarados tried to intimidate them but to no avail. Momo then thought quickly and came up with an idea. She then told Kaminari to let out all his juice as Gyarados' thunder supercharged him. Kaminari initially refused, knowing his quirk was uncontrollable and could hit the girls without him knowing. But Momo has a plan for that and created an enormous insulated sheet over her and Jiro. She told Kaminari to go wild, and the electric man smiled in reassurance. You heard the girl Gyarados. Let's fry these Kaminari shouted to the Pokémon. Gyarados roared and generated electricity around its crest. The villains tried to swarm the teen before he could let loose, but Gyarados already sent its thunder directly into Kaminari's body, supercharging him. Kaminari then shouted a war cry and released all his electricity at once around the whole area. The villains' bodies illuminated like light bulbs, and their screams of pain could be heard over the roar of the zapping electricity. A minute passed, and the attack eventually subsided. Jiro peeked out over the landscape of unconscious villains laid all over and commented, "Geez, Kaminari sure is powerful. If he could actually learn to control that quirk of his, he might just be one of the most powerful heroes today." I know what you mean. It's a good thing I made this insulator sheet with double the reinforcement. Momo agreed until Jiro looked at her and froze. Momo wondered what was wrong with her friend until she looked down and forgot about her state of undress. Momo always had a problem creating big objects due to them constantly tearing apart her clothing. She reassured her friend it was okay since she could just make a new outfit. Then Jiro caught sight of Kaminari walking by their sheet and immediately covered her friend's body while yelling at him to look away. The thought was dashed when they heard him reply, "Way." They looked back at him and saw Kaminari with the derpiest face while doing the dumbest moments with double thumbs up. He was virtually acting like a dumbass. Then Jiro remembered that when Kaminari went over his watt limit, he would go dumb for about an hour. So she got out of the sheet with Momo, who had made a new outfit, and looked around at the scene before them. They wondered where Gyarados was until they saw the large redfish laying on the ground with electricity arcing in certain places around his body. Jiro slapped her forehead and yelled at the brain-dead Kaminari, "You idiot. When I said, go nuts, I didn't mean you hit Gyarados as well. He's a water and flying type. You probably knocked him clean out. Now how are we? Kaminari-kun is still incapacitated." Momo cut her off. "Way," Kaminari replied with his derp voice. Jiro sighed in aggravation while rubbing her temples, "I know. I just needed to vent that. I would have thought he'd try to arch his power away from the giant fish behind him." Suddenly the ground under Kaminari's feet broke apart, and a huge muscular man in a skull mask burst from the ground and grabbed the electric teen by his collar. "Gotcha ya little brat," he shouted while holding the teen off his feet. "What the?" Jiro shouted in surprise. "How are you still up? Kaminari should have gotten you too." Jiro exclaimed. "I'm also an electric user. Electricity doesn't affect me in the slightest. And I still need to be active to block UA contact," the man explained smugly. "So you're jamming the radio signal," Momo theorized. The man gave a small chuckle. "I am. Though I do feel bad for using my fellow electric user as a hostage, I feel a certain kinship to him. But I'll make an exception this one time," he says threateningly as electricity arcs around his other hand while bringing it closer to Kaminari's head. "Kaminari-kun," Momo shouted in fear. "Way." The teen derps again. "Now surrender," the villain demanded. "Damn, he got us with our pants down." Jiro cursed under her breath as the two girls put their hands up. The villain had the smuggest smile on his face with a hidden malice that hid another part of him as he looked up at Momo and Jiro like two pieces of meat, making both girls shiver with disgust as they felt the villain eyeing them. Just then, a large shadow loomed over the villain and heroes, making it seem like night suddenly fell. The villain was more than confused by the shifting light and asked, "Hey, why'd it get so dark?" He turned around and nearly fell to his butt while gasping in fear of the looming threat above him. Looming over with the aura of a cold-blooded killer, looking down to seem imposing and large, was none other than Gyarados. The villain was sure that the kid's attack knocked it out cold like the rest of his comrades. But here it was, standing over him with the coldest aura he's felt. Gyarados' eyes are covered over by a shadow with only his red irises bleeding through the darkness. His mouth was closed, but his teeth were visible, and a low hiss was heard emanating from his throat. The villain was so shocked and scared that he didn't dare even breathe not to set off the Pokémon to attack him. Then Gyarados did something unusual and adjusted its tail fin in the front with it pointed out and up like the palm of a hand. It waved its fin as if asking for something to be placed on its fin. The villain took a minute through his fear to figure out what the fish wanted, and laughing nervously, he put Kaminari onto the fishtail. The villain put his hands up defensively as slowly back away as Gyarados pulled his tail back. Then a strange light emanated from Gyarados' mouth, and the fish shot a hyper beam directly above the villain at point blank. The girls covered their eyes from the blinding light, and when it subsided, they saw the charred and unconscious electric villain laying on the very burnt and broken ground with Gyarados roaring into the air. Shit. Jiro curses at seeing Gyarados' work. Gyarados then arched his head down to the girls as Momo pets the giant fish to assure him they were safe. That made Gyarados give a slight purr. Okay. I officially respect Gar more for being able to control you, Jiro said while cautiously petting the Pokémon's head. At the mention of Gar's name, Gyarados made a bark with a hiccup. Almost as if asking or longing to see him. You miss him, don't you? And you're worried? Momo asked. Gyarados made a small noise that sounded sad, thus confirming Momo's question. We're worried about our friends too. So let's go save them, Momo stated confidently. Gyarados roared in agreement with the girl and arched its head down towards them. You want us to ride you? Jiro asked. Gyarados gave a slight purr. No argument there. She followed up while climbing onto the giant fish's head with Momo. Gyarados then put Kaminari's derp body onto his head, roared, and caterpillars through the mountains following the Gar's scent. The ruined zone. Bakugou and Kirishima were immediately ready for a fight long before they were dropped into a portal and were more than ready when they found themselves in a ruin with several dozen villains surrounding them and prepared to beat them. Bakugou also wondered briefly if this was how Gar felt when he came to their world from the portal. Although the two teens were grossly outnumbered, the villains were outmatched. They held up considerably well against the oncoming wave of scum and their circumstance. But tight space and the little room worked in their favor since both were close-range fighters. They were beating, blasting, and throwing bodies all around like rag dolls. Eventually, the villains surrounded the two teens. The two of them looked around while on the defensive, trying to see who would attack their blindside first, but not one villain made a move. They were teasing them, testing them, trying to put them on edge. They had smug smiles with malicious intent gaming in them, and it pissed off Bakugou. End of the line, little heroes. One of the villains vexed them. You may be able to take us on one by one, another added snarkily. But even you brats can't handle a whole horde, another exclaimed while licking his sharp teeth. So any last words before we paint the walls with your bodies? The first one, who was probably the leader, asked. Just then, Kirishima saw something grab the villain behind the leader and pull him away into the darkness. And from the look on his face, that wasn't intentional. But Kirishima was more confused as he asked, huh? The leader looked at him funny and replied, huh? That's it, just huh. What are you huh-ing at anyway? The leader then looked over to where Kirishima was looking and saw the villain had disappeared. Hey, where's Ebony? He asked in the empty spot. Bonehead. Another villain asked in an empty spot. Masher. Another asked. Britminder. Another asked. Fire Sheet. Another exclaimed. Topping. Another shouted. Pretty soon, the 24 villains surrounding the two teens had been reduced down to a mere 6. With the remaining villains looking around nervously for their comrades and whatever was picking them off. What are you kids doing? A villain yelled accusingly at them. We're not doing anything, I swear. Kirishima defended themselves. Even Bakugou was starting to get a little bit stressed out. Whatever was taking these villains was extremely fast, quick-witted, and sneaky to do it right under their noses. Bakugou was worried that whatever it was would eventually try to attack them. Just then, one of the villains in the smaller circle was pulled from sight and into the darkness. Everyone saw this and looked at the spot they heard and saw nothing. It was dead quiet and still as a grave until the villain burst out from the darkness screaming bloody murder. Everyone jumped back at this as the villain fell to the ground, trying to claw himself away from the darkness until something in the dark grabbed his foot and dragged him back as his nail carved into the ground with only the sound of his screams echoing out. After only a second after the screams faded out, another villain was grabbed, but then timed by the neck. A female villain choked as she was hauled off her feet and pulled up into the darkness of the rafters. Then another was pulled by something in the darkness, but had the chance to grab onto one of the corners where the hull split off. But like the first one, his nail simply carved into the wall as he was pulled away. Then the most freakish one was an invisible force wrapped around one of the villains in the center and then pulled him down into the ground, but not forced through the ground, phased through solid matter like a ghost. He screamed as his arms flailed for someone to save him, and eventually, another villain tried to come to his rescue but ended up getting pulled down with him. The two villains disappeared into the floor. Now only one villain remained, the leader, and right now, he looked about ready to shit his whole pants. His face was pale, his sweat was intense, his teeth chattered, his knees knocked against each other, his eyes dilated, and he made slight whimpering sounds. He then looked at the two teens still standing at the defense, and pointing his finger, he shouted in accusation, "YUT2. Stop this right now. We're not doing this." Bakugou yelled at him in stress. As the villain painstakingly looked around his surroundings like a frightened deer in an open field, he didn't notice the shadow figure rising up from the ground directly behind him. The figure rose so slowly that in the eyes of the teens, it appeared to take ages while they were still scared. Once the figure emerged, the villain didn't notice it until he felt a hot breath on the back of his neck. The villain immediately froze and slowly turned around while turning an even paler shade of white. The shadowy figure was far larger than him and had a triangular head. Its ghostly body was so long that it curved up towards its three-pointed head, which actually reached the top of said head. In addition, it had 3 sets of eyes, 2 big and 4 small, with each one opening individually. The man dared not move at seeing the horrifying visage standing right in front of him until it opened what looked like a mouth with light in it and began to spew out red-hot flames. The villain screamed as the fire ignited on his back, and he ran as fast as he could, while the shadowy thing breathed a huge fire ring around the teens and itself. The fearful screams of the villain trailed off into the darkness along with his burning outfit. The young heroes were perfectly freaked out at this sight, especially when the thing slowly turned around to face the teens and their bodies froze up in fear. The shadowy thing came closer, but the teens' bodies refused to move until the 2 sets of eyes on top of its head popped out and flew toward the teens and tackled right into Kirishima. Bakugou was so scared that he did not move until he heard Kirishima's screaming. The ash-blonde teen turned around to help the teen but immediately stopped when he heard the screams of joy, not pain. That and he was rolling around on the ground giggling up a storm as whatever attacked him swarmed around him. "Stop, stop, stop. That tickles. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna pee." Kirishima laughed so hard that his face went the same shade as his hair. "What the?" Bakugou questioned, extremely confused. Kirishima got up, holding the 2 things swarming around him, and finally looking at them, he said between giggles, "Dreepy." "Dreepy?" Bakugou questioned. "But if those are dreepy, then that means that thing is actually." Bakugou trailed off to the shadowy thing still standing in the shadow of the fire until it moved to the light. "Dragapult!" Kirishima cried out excitedly while running up and hugging the large flying lizard on its huge head. "You!" Bakugou spat dryly at the dragon Pokémon. Dragapult retaliated by giving a lazy hiss while giving him the stink eye back. "Bro, am I glad to see you here. Another few minutes, and we'd have been done for." Kirishima thanked the Pokémon as its young played in his hair and nibbled his fingers. Bakugou clicked his tongue and stated, "Don't sell yourself short, weird hair. Those only thought they had us because they got our blind spots." Suddenly an invisible object ran across the wall and lunged at Bakugou's back. But Bakugou quickly whirled around and grabbed the object and blew it up in his hands. The object turned out to be a hidden villain that had the looks and powers of a chameleon. Bakugou scoffed and continued saying, "In truth, these guys are nothing but low-level criminals. Even if they did swarm us, we could have easily beaten them all. Hell, any of our classmates would have an easy time beating these into the dirt." Kirishima looked at him with a weird expression as he replied, "Wow, bro, that was actually nice of you to say." "What? You think I can't be nice?" Bakugou immediately snapped at him. "It's not that. It's just that almost all the time you're like." Kirishima trailed off calmly, trying to find the words to use until the Dreepy said it for him by making a sharp-toothed expression of Bakugo's angry face while making noises that sounded like the word die, over and over. Yeah, exactly like that. Kirishima pointed at them with a slight giggle. You, baby dragons. Bakugo gave his middle finger to the baby dragons. They mimicked his expression, tone, and gesture with their tails acting as a middle finger right back at him, making Kirishima giggle slightly. Kirishima then turned to Bakugo, proclaiming his love for his super-manly attitude and declaring that he'd follow his lead through this epidemic. Bakugo looked at him weirdly and scoffed at him while telling him to do whatever the hell he wanted. And with Dragapult at our side, we'll have no trouble ending this mass attack, he declares to the Ash Blonde. Bakugo whips his head over to Kirishima and yells, and why the would we need that stupid lizard anyway? He's useless. Kirishima decided not to tell Bakugo how he single-handedly took down 24 villains and how Bakugo didn't use Dragapult in his fight against Gar properly. Instead, Kirishima gave him a pouting expression and explained, because these Pokémon that Gar raised are way stronger than us and will give us an easier edge against the villains. It would be dumb of us not to use them. Bakugo clicked his tongue, and waving off the red-headed teen, he stated, whatever, you use the dumb lizard if you'd like. I'm sticking to my quirk. Kirishima smiled at this, then remembered something as he asked, hey, wait a minute. If Dragapult is here, then where's Gar? Dragapult made an odd noise, like a sound of distress, and floated towards the window, looking out with a bored yet worried expression. Is Gar okay, Dragapult? He asked, a bit concerned. Dragapult made another strange noise, but it was enough to send home the message. Trouble was brewing not too long ago, and Gar was somehow involved in it. Kirishima gave the dragon his brightest determined smile and declared, then we'll help you protect Gar, so long as you help protect my friends. Dragapult looked over to Bakugo and then back to Kirishima with a face that seemed to ask if he was referring to him. But Kirishima just smiled at him, and Dragapult seemed to agree as the Dreepy locked back into his horns, and the Pokémon stretched its tail out and offered its back to Kirishima. You're letting me ride you? Kirishima asked while pointing to himself. Dragapult appeared to nod, and the red-headed teen immediately began to act as giddy as a child while waving his arms excitedly and then scrambling to hop on the dragon's back. Dragapult lifted into the air as Kirishima said to Bakugo, come on, bro, hop on. It'll be quicker on Dragapult. He's pretty much a living stealth plane. Bakugo scoffed and spat back, no. I'm not putting my ass on that thing. You can ride on that overgrown reptile all you like. I have my own way of traveling. He motioned to his hands as they sparked up. Bakugo then launched himself out of an open window and flew off into the air over the ruins. After a brief moment of flying in silence, he eventually noticed something in his presence and turned his head to the side. He then saw Kirishima riding Dragapult right next to him, with Dragapult narrowing his eyes skeptically. The hell are you doing, shitty hair? Though I told you to go and do whatever you wanted with the shitty lizard, he shouted at him. I am doing that, and I want to follow you. Plus, Dragapult is going in the same direction as you. I guess Gar is that way, he shouted back over the wind. Then that means Purple is still in the central area where we got separated, Bakugo thought aloud. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Woo-hoo. Kirishima shouted with glee as Dragapult picked up speed. Bakugo scoffed and thought to himself before blasting off after them, whatever shit Purple has gotten himself into, I'm sure he's pissing his pants right now. On-site office. Rotom traveled through the electrical lines in nanoseconds, looking for any sign of on-site technology. If this place had electricity and a security system, then there's a machine controlling it and sending out signals to the whole building. Rotom just had to find it. And he did, once he felt the urge of his body wanting to possess something, like when he did with Gar's phone, he knew he found it. Rotom popped out of the wires, looked around for the machines, and saw that he was inside some kind of on-site office. A place, no doubt for whoever ran this place, along with security, to rest and work. He saw a kitchen with all the fixings, including a washroom, a lawnmower for some reason, and an external landline phone. Seeing this, he immediately possessed it to try and make a distress call, but no luck as he only got static. Now he just needed to find the control panels that manipulated everything inside the USJ. Rotom zipped around the office and saw a sliding highly advanced door. No doubt the actual control office was in here. Rotom phased through the electric parts and saw a huge control panel that controlled the whole facility with several security monitors all around watching every aspect of the USJ. There was a large office chair with someone sitting inside of the seat. Rotom thanked Arceus for his luck and zipped in front of the chair to confront the man. He was ready to zap him out of anger for their predicament but stopped and immediately freaked out when he saw the guard. He was dead, with a sizable bleeding bullet hole in his head. The sight of the dead man made Rotom produce all kinds of electrical noises and zapping electricity all over the place. After he calms himself down and looks away from the corpse, he then goes to possess the control until he reaches Ua or at least tries to unlock the door for the young heroes to escape but stops in his flight path when a deep and malicious voice stops him. Well, what do we have here? Asked the cold voice. Rotom slowly turned around and came face to face with a hooded villain that seems to have a gun fused with his arm. He throws a knife in the air and catches it over and over while moving closer to the frightened Pokémon. I've never seen anything quite like you before. What are you? He asks while bringing his shadowed face closer to the Pokémon's tiny body. Rotom doesn't dare move a bit as the man stares him down while he watches the knife get absorbed into his body. Hump. Doesn't matter anyway. You're dead, he yells while pointing his gun arm at Rotom. Rotom makes a warning noise and zips away from the attack before he fires. Rotom then zips all around the man at a speed that he can't even track and begins to shoot widely. He eventually shoots himself into an outlet and hides there as electricity. Luckily the man didn't see the Pokémon hide, so he looked around the room for him. Come on out, you little pest. It'll be much quicker and less painful for you if you show yourself and stay still. The man shouts while cocking his gun arm. Rotom was really scared now. He'd never been in a battle before. Heck, the only things he's ever fought is malware, virus, and spam mail. He didn't have many moves or even a high level, so how's he going to stop this guy? He could try and sneak the control panel, but the villain might try and shoot it. Rotom knew he had no choice. He had to fight whether he liked it or not. It's good thing Gar trained with him, so he had a better understanding of it, but it was so much easier taking orders than giving them. Rotom thought up a plan, and once he knew it was good enough, he popped out of the outlet and floated a few feet from the villain. The villain turned around and saw the Pokémon, then exclaimed, "There you are," then aimed his arm gun at Rotom and fired. Rotom made a shadow ball and threw in retaliation. The two attacks hit and caused a smoke cloud to erupt. The villain covered his face to ward off the smoke, and once it dropped a bit, he saw a strange light in the cloud. Then it separated into 3 lights and burst from the cloud. The lights swirled around the man's eyes so fast that he immediately felt severe vertigo settle in. What the hell? What happened? Why do I feel so confused? The villain shouted while wobbling all over the place. Rotom smiled at seeing his confuse ray take effect so well. He then burst out of the disappearing clouds with an electric ball between his lightning bolt arms and threw it at the villain. The ball hit, and the man screamed in pain as his body illuminated with the overflow of power. After a few seconds, the electricity stopped, and the villain fell to the floor unconscious. Well, I guess you could say he had a shocking experience with me, Rotom joked in his head. But now was not the time for puns, now was the time for action. So the small Pokémon zipped over to the control panel and took possession of the machine. He tried to get in contact with Ua's system, but like last time only got static. He tried to wrap around the static with another frequency, but still, nothing worked. He had to think of something to do. Gar was depending on him, everyone was. He tried every form of communication, frequency, and other electrical communication to work. But nothing got through apart from one binary code. Rotom worked fast, nanoseconds fast, and sent the code straight to the principal's office. He spelled the words, help, SOS, danger, UJS invasion, in binary. After he was done working through the strain of trying to work through the jamming, he sighed and hoped that the pseudo-Pokémon was actually at his computer and could understand all the zeros and ones. After that, He then went into the control system and worked through the jamming static again. He unlocked every door, window, and any other opening in the whole mile-long facility. Rotom popped out of the control unit and laid on the ground in exhaustion. After recovering for a bit, he had to think of a way to get back to Gar and protect everyone else. Since he was on security, he saw when everyone fell through a portal and were scattered around. But how? He only managed to take that one guy down due to planning, time, luck, and environmental advantage. In this office, he was nearly unstoppable. Outside, he was as vulnerable as a Magikarp on land. Rotom then remembered the living area behind the security and control room filled with all kinds of electrical appliances for him to possess. He smiled and then zipped right through the doors again and took an inventory of all the machines he could use: a washer, a toaster oven, a fan, a lawnmower, and a refrigerator. This is gonna be good, he thought to himself while rubbing his lightning bolt arms. A little while later, outside the office door, the door suddenly busted down from the inside. Flying off the hinges and slamming into a rocky cliff the office was attached to. Out stepped Rotom's smiling face on a washing machine. Trailing behind him on currents of electricity are several other appliances floating in the air. Rotom now knew he was ready for anything. And that would come sooner than he'd expected when he heard the sound of explosions and fighting going on right below him. The office had a metal outlook platform that could view the whole facility, yet the noise was happening right below. He looked down, as best he could with a washing machine body, and saw 3 students being cornered by several villains on the cliff face. Or at least that's who he thought was cornered. Rotom decided to make this his grand entrance, and scooting towards the edge, he positioned himself over one of the villains and announced, "The show doesn't end till the fat lady sings." Rotom then let out his biggest high C he could and threw himself over the edge. Meanwhile, at the bottom, the villains and young heroes heard the commotion from above along with the music note. The villains looked up and saw a large object hurtling towards them, and unfortunately, it was right above one villain. The villain tried to run away, but the object was too fast and crushed him in a huge bang. The villains and heroes looked at the small dust cloud that formed after the impact, and when it fell, they saw an orange washing machine with a blue core, blue eyes, and a toothy smile. "Rotom!" the teens exclaimed in surprise. "Hello!" Rotom greeted them. He then pointed his house pump at the villains and blasted them with powerful torrents of water one by one. The remaining villains couldn't retaliate or get away quick enough as they all fell within minutes of Rotom's attack. When there were no more targets, the only ones left were the young heroes, Shoji, Kota, Sato, and Iida, and Rotom. Sato cautiously approached the living washing machine and asked, "Rotom, is that really you?" "No, it's Mewtwo." Rotom sassed him. Sato sighed and confirmed, "Yeah, that's Rotom." "What are you doing here, Rotom, and how did you do this?" Iida asked breathlessly while gesturing to the washing machine. "Well, first I'm saving your butts, and secondly, how did you forget I can possess any electrical object?" Rotom shot back condescendingly. Iida only rubbed the back of his head awkwardly in reply, and also paled in fear of what Rotom would do if he possessed his computer with access to his search history. "But really, I came here to try and get a message to UA about all this," he explained. The team crowded around the Pokémon and bombarded him with questions like, "Did it work? Did you get through?" Rotom shuffled back a few feet and explained, "In a way. I got a message out. I just hope that they got it. Also, I opened every door in the facility. You should escape while you can." The teens sighed as Shoji gave a thumbs up, saying, "Thanks, Rotom." As the team wanted to run off towards the nearest exit, they saw that Wash Rotom was moving in the opposite direction. "Hey, wait," Sato called out before he left. "Where are you going?" "Exit this way, right?" he asked, confused. Rotom rolled his eyes and answered back snarkily, "I'm gonna find Gar, of course. I was in the security feed, and I saw what he's been up to. And I know he's in some hot water now. Then let us help you," Shoji offered, while Iida, Sato and Kota nodded in agreement. Rotom appeared to shake his head no and replied, "No chance. I really appreciate it, but you need to run your butt straight to UA and tell them what's happened if my message didn't get through. Along with keeping your butts out of harm's way." What about you? Iida asked. Rotom appeared to shrug as he called back, I'm already a ghost, what more could happen to me? Rotom then shot out from the washing machine and into the lawnmower, with the washing machine joining the other floating appliances. Rotom then zoomed off with his new cutter engine running in rhythm. Though Rotom's internal state was anything like his possessed engine, his mind was buzzing with worry over Gar. He saw him fighting a huge black thing and just barely able to hold his ground, but for how long, he didn't know. And he didn't care to wait and find out, so he kicked up speed. I just hope I can get there quickly, Rotom stressed in his mind as he put on even more speed and ran through the facility with fluid ease. Central area, I'm totally pissing my pants right now. Gar screamed in fear. Gar screamed in terror as he and Volcarona were sent sailing into the air while wrapped in the arms of the Nomu, looking to crush them by falling to the ground at breakneck speed after it tackled them. You see, after Gar and Volcarona made their grand re-entrance and declaration of war in front of the Nomu, it then promptly let go of Aizawa, much to Gar's surprise, and tackled the duo in a huge Superman leap right into the air. Wrapping its massive muscular arms around them and holding them tightly to crush them both on the way down, Volcarona tried to break them free by heating up its wings to the point the Numo's skin began to melt like chocolate, while also stabbing it repeatedly with the stinger at the tip of its thorax, and trying to chew through its neck with his surprisingly sharp mandibles. Gar initially screamed at this, and without thinking, he blabbered out, I'm totally pissing my pants right now. Volcarona stopped attacking the Nomu and looked back at his master with a grossed expression in its huge eyes. Gar saw this and quickly corrected himself while yelling over the wind, it's a figure of speech. I'm not gonna do it. But we have bigger problems right now. He gestured to the ground, quickly becoming more detailed. Volcarona still tried to do what he was doing before, but nothing made Nomu even flinch, not even sharpening the white hairs near its front and stabbing Nomu's chest and arms like a pin cushion. Volcarona, use Heat Wave. Gar commanded while trying to wiggle Nomu's finger. The Pokémon was unable to move its wings to flap them but still laid its already pressed wings on the inside of the monster's body and turned up the juice. The monster immediately went up in flames just like Tamura did, but it still refused to let go. It got even worse when the flames reached the hands where Gar was pressed up against the Pokémon's back. Gar screamed in terror as the flames began to burn away at his sweatshirt, which set Volcarona off into a tizzy, trying to escape quickly. We gotta weaken it another way. Use Giga Drain, Gar commanded as the flaming monster already burnt through the back of his sweatshirt. Volcarona then started to absorb the same green energy from the Nomu's body when he weakened it before, but this time the Nomu's body didn't just shrink down and become a limp noodle. Instead, it shrunk a little and puffed right back up, like it had gained a tolerance or immunity to the vitality attack. Gar was panicking and now started to cry as the ground only got closer, and the flames had begun to burn away at the back of his bodysuit, burning his skin. Volcarona was also panicking, worrying about Gar and its own safety. But the poor Pokémon couldn't do anything. He had to do something new, something that would help them escape. And so the bug Pokémon did just that. Looking at the healing wound where the Pokémon previously tried to chew through its neck, Volcarona then bit down hard into the wound, and using Giga Drain, it began to the green energy through its mouth. Nomu's body then started to rumble and jiggled like jello, and in 1 second, the monster's entire body collapsed on itself and shrunk down so far it looked more like a skeleton with a sheet over its bones. This allowed Volcarona to break free from its now weakling grip, open his wings, and parachute to stop their descent. Nomu fell to the earth with a weak flop, and Volcarona gently floated to the ground, where Gar immediately jumped off his back, ripped off the burning sweatshirt from his body, and rolled around the dirt to put out the fire on his bodysuit. After the flames were out, Gar rolled over to his stomach and laid there huffing and puffing from the burning sensation on his back. Volcarona quickly came up to him and began to spread some of its black wing scales onto his burnt back. The scales sprinkled on his back and immediately relieved the searing pain. Gar pulled himself up from the ground and petted the giant bug on his head as a thank you. Volcarona gave off some happy bug whistling. Thanks for saving me there, Volcarona, I really owe you one. But how did you do it? It looked like you used Giga Drain to weaken it, but Giga Drain didn't work before, so what was that move? Gar asked while tapping his chin, and Volcarona tilted its head to the side. I guess you learned a new move in our time of desperation. I think we'll call it Vitality Siphon, he exclaimed, and Volcarona cried in agreement with the name. Vitality Siphon it is. Tamura was in shock from this sight. His Nomu was so close to taking out the giant bug and the purple guy, but the bug pulled some hidden technique and nearly one-shotted his boss killer. Tamura was furious beyond belief. He'd only been here 5 minutes and so far. There was no all might, a giant snake nearly crushed him to death, he was tossed around like a piece of meat, and set on fire. The only things he accomplished during this quest were beating one of the summoner's familiars, beating a pro, separating and trapping the students, and watching the summoner nearly burn himself to death. And now his Nomu was even worse off than the last time. He was weakened to a shriveled up state. In addition, the thing wasn't even moving, so he thought that the bug actually killed it in one go. Tamura wanted nothing more than to kill the summoner with his bare hands. But Kurogiri stopped him with his arm. Tamura glared at him with murder in his eyes. But the mist man kept his composure and told him to wait it out. The older teen was distracted, Eraser was down, and Nomu was healing. Don't let the opportunity skid away, and he had an idea to get the upper hand. Tamura didn't want to but knew it was the most reasonable option, and Nomu was still on. Kill the bug, orders, so he listened to Kurogiri's plan. Gar turned to the two villains at the other side of the area, staring at them, and sent Volcarona out in front, ready to fight. But suddenly, a portal opened above the Pokémon's head and a stream of water, akin to waterfall, fell right on top of the fire bug type. Volcarona screeched from the water and fell to the ground looking dazed. Gar ran to the Pokémon's side and tried to comfort it or at least stay by its side. This made Tamura smile coldly as he knew that Volcarona was softened up for the Nomu to finish it off when it healed, and also disappointed that all it took was water to put it down. While Gar was keeping one eye on his dazed Pokémon and one eye on the villain duo, the Nomu was already regenerating its body mass back to full power. At first, it looked like it had a normal physique, then toned, built, swole, and finally superhuman. The Nomu shot to its feet and roared. This got Gar's attention and got it off guard. The monster turned on a dime and charged straight for the teen and Pokémon. Gar froze and stared at the monster barreling towards him with fist tight and ready to obliterate them. But Volcarona had one last thing going for him and pushed Gar out of the firing line with a gust from his wings. Gar saw the world move in slow motion as he watched himself move away from the attacker. The monster closes in, then slams its fist into Gar's downed Pokémon. Volcarona's expression saying it was glad it could save him before changing to pain. The Pokémon's body then went flying across the ground and came to a skidding halt where he laid motionless. Gar's jaw dropped open in shock, and his body wouldn't move as he saw this unfold so quickly and out of his control. He reached out his arm in a pitiful attempt to save his Pokémon, his mouth open as if to call out to it, but no words escaped. The monster then charged at the KO'd Pokémon to smash it again, but this time Gar was faster and returned to Volcarona before he could get hurt any further. Gar huffed and puffed in exhaustion and fear as the Nomu looked around for the bug Pokémon to smash. Once the blood ran out of his ears, he heard a cold, dry yet malicious chuckle. Gar cocked his head over and saw the hand and mist villain approaching him casually. Gar shot to his feet and raised his fists defensively. Well, the summon has finally run out of familiars to do his dirty work, and now he's all alone. Tamura vexed while advancing further to him. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and no one to protect you. Tamura smiled as he lifted his hands. Now that the bug's out of the way, I finally get to do what I wanted from the beginning. Tamura then launched at Gar, who tried to throw a punch in defense but was ultimately too slow for Tamura's surprising speed. Tamura easily dodged around the punch and slapped his right hand on Gar's chest. The material of his bodysuit withered away, and so too did his chest. The left turned black and started to rot away like a piece of old cheese. Gar screamed in pain from the feeling of his body being decayed at such a fast rate. He fell to the floor with Tamura right on top of him and still kept his hand pressed firmly on his chest. Gar tried to pull the hand off, but the pain was too unbearable, and Tamura had a death grip on him. Tamura then tried to use his other hand to attack Gar, which appeared to be heading for his neck. But the arm was still weak and injured from Superior, so Gar quickly grabbed the arm and began to squeeze it with all he could. Especially on the wounded part where Superior bit into him. Gar squeezed with all he had and made the still freshly injured bleed out poison and blood. Gar squeezed his arm so hard that it actually began to break from all the adrenaline coursing through him. Eventually, there was a distinguished crack as his ulna and radius bones began to break Gar's grip, and Tamura couldn't hold back the yell that escaped his throat. Gar pushed back while continuing to squeeze his arm, but this led to his other arm giving way and allowing Tamura's quirk to continue spreading. Tamura used this and pushed back, only to have his arm painfully squeeze and had himself pushed back because of it. It was a standoff, but it seemed that Tamura would be the winner due to his quirk starting to travel up the older teen's neck. Any last words before I rot you to a pile of dust? Tamura's red eyes narrowed into his soul. Gar struggled and gasped for air as the pain only seemed to grow with each moment, so his head was not in the right state as he replied, plus. Ultra. Flood Zone. As the heroes and Jubilee Pokémon flew towards the shoreline, Izuku told Togekiss to land in the water so they wouldn't be seen from the air and potentially get caught by the villains in the hopes of getting a sneak attack. The four then swam the rest of the way to shore, which was only a few yards, and kept quiet as they started to hear a struggle. As they got closer, they heard the sound of a fight, things breaking, someone shouting, and someone screaming in pain. The heroes saw two figures a few feet from the edge of the water in a scuffle. One on top of the other, and the one on the bottom was trying to hold him off. When they were close enough to make out faces, they saw it was Gar and the hand villain in the scuffle, with the villain on top of Gar, causing him to scream in pain. Togekiss's feather ruffled up at hearing his master's cries of pain and tried to splash out of the water to save him. But he was stopped by Tsuyu, who knew they had not been seen by the villain yet. And if they gave away their surprise, Gar could get killed, and they only had one chance. Izuku was the one who took the lead, swimming low and getting as close as possible. He saw that the villain was also in pain, as his bleeding arm was being held up and crushed in Gar's grip. Both are in pain and unable to overpower the other in a stalemate and had their full attention on one another. So Izuku knew he could surprise him, he'd just have to get closer. Once he did, he heard the snarky voice of the villain ask, "Any last words before I rot you to a pile of dust?" Izuku briefly wondered if that's why Gar was screaming in pain with the villain's hand just touching his chest and fighting off his other hand back. He also wondered what kind of quirk the villain had. In any case, he knew now that hands are equally bad. Izuku heard Gar struggling and gasping for air as he replied, "Plus. Ultra." That's when Izuku shot out of the water, completely taking the villain by surprise, and punching him with one for all right into the chest, and sent him flying off Gar. The villain landed some ways away but quickly rolled back to a standing position, albeit with an expression reminiscent of trying to hold his lunch down. Gar looked up from his spot on the ground, and with happiness gleaming in his weakened eyes, he weakly said, "Izuku. Man, am I glad you're here." Izuku turned around to give Gar a reassuring smile, but it immediately left when he saw the state of Gar's left chest. It was bleeding heavily with most of the skin removed, raw and pink, showing muscle, with black veiny outline. He ran to Gar's side and put him into a sitting position as he tried to use a piece of his hero outfit to stop the bleeding. "Are you okay, Gar?" Izuku asked worriedly. "You're my hero, Izuku Midoriya." Gar answered back with a dazed tone. "Oh God, he's delirious from the pain, shock, and blood loss," Izuku mentally panicked. "Well, I didn't think any of you little heroes would actually make it back." Izuku heard the villain's voice behind him. Izuku turned his head around and saw the villain slowly approaching him like a predator with its cornered prey. "Though that is my fault for thinking those low-class, 2-bit wannabes could actually kill you as I hoped. And on top of that, you interrupted me while I was about to kill your summoner." Izuku stood up and got into a defensive stance, standing between the villain and Gar. The villain made an amused sound in his throat at seeing him do this and stated, "So, you wanna play hero for your friend over there? Well then, hero, I'll give you a first-hand experience of a hero's choice in a fight." I'll let my Nomu kill you while I kill your other friends. And then we'll see who lives and who dies. Suddenly Nomu appeared out of nowhere and ready to punch against Izuku. Izuku just saw Nomu upon him and could move quickly enough to escape. But Tsuyu was, as she shot out her tongue to pull the green teen out of the way. But Tamura saw the other two teens and the Pokémon swimming to the shoreline and made a mad dash for the frog girl with his good hand extended out. Izuku saw the world move in slow motion as his brain still worked at normal speed. He saw Tsuyu still fully concentrating on saving him, the hand villain just inches from her face, Nomu right upon him already throwing the punch, Gar on the ground finally coming back, realizing what was going on as his face was contorted with shock. Izuku could almost see the future in this slow motion and saw Tsuyu being turned to ash from the villain, the Nomu smashing him to death, their entire class, and Aizawa being killed off one by one at the hands of the villain and his monster, and Izuku completely helpless to do anything. Suddenly, everything clicked right back into place as time seemed to come back. The hand villain touched Tsuyu's face. Tsuyu pulled Izuku out of Nomu's attack just in time and was sent flying in the opposite direction. Izuku looked at Tsuyu in fear, but her face remained the same, and even the hand villain looked confused at Tsuyu's not decaying face. But then two and two were put together as he looked behind him and saw Eraser's head just barely lifted up with his eyes glowing red. Humph, thought you were finally dead. Guess not. That quirk of yours sure is annoying. Tamura monologues. Before anyone could do anything else, Mineta showed his presence by shouting out, "Dazzling Gleam." Tamura looked at the purple teen in surprise, just noticing him and wondering what the hell he was yelling. Until Togekiss, who also went unnoticed by him, finally sprung out of the water and peppered the villain with pink sparkles from his chest. The attack was powerful enough to send him flying back and away from the teens, which finally allowed Aizawa to deactivate his quirk and drop his head. Togekiss then took off into the air and began to pepper Nomu with Dazzling Gleam. The Nomu tried to swipe at the bird but couldn't even hit it due to its fast flying maneuvers. While Tamura lifted himself from the ground, trying to rub away the pain from the fairy attack, the Nomu was occupied with Togekiss, Tsuyu, and Mintea jumped out of the water and ran towards Izuku, who was helping Gar to his feet. Tamura was already pissed off having two of his kills stolen from him and having his monster outwitted yet again. This time he would make sure to kill all four teens in one go. Before Kurogiri could even attempt to stop Tamura from his attack, he was already off with blinding speed and closing fast. Mineta saw the villain charging at them like a savage animal and screamed like a girl while freezing up. Tamura liked seeing this in his victims, and even more so that it was in all four of his victims' faces, which means this will be much easier and more fun for him. Just as he was halfway to the frozen teens, a scream could be heard from the distance, and said the scream was slowly becoming louder. The scream garnered the attention of Tamura so much he actually slowed his descent. He tore his head to the screaming and saw Kirishima on the back of Dragapult flying down toward the villain at top speed. Although, Kirishima wasn't screaming in fear or pain, but rather a war scream as if he were about to attack. The speed at which he was traveling was so fast that Kirishima's entire face was blown back, showing off his teeth, gums, and eyes. Tamura didn't even have enough time to react as Dragapult closed in too fast for him to even move, and Kirishima pushed the villain with his hardened fist. Tamura wasn't flying again but did not roll onto his feet like last time, but instead rolled across the ground and crumpled into the dirt from the impact of the punch. Not too far behind Kirishima and Dragapult was Bakugou, who managed to sneak up on Kurogiri and was ready to blast him with a powerful explosion. However, Kurogiri quickly turned around with his pistol drawn at the young teen's head and ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly Kurogiri saw something from his peripherals that made him shudder. A pair of shiny glitter eyes that held more malicious intent and cold aura than his body has ever experienced. The shock and fear were so much that it caused him to flinch for a moment, but it was all it took for the eyes to dash to his side and slam something made of wood into his hand and knock the pistol straight out. This gave Bakugou more than enough opportunity to send off the explosion on the distracted villain and then pin him down by his metal head brace with black smoke wafting from under his hand threateningly. "I know your little trick, Mist Man. Your smoky parts are intangible, but there's gotta be something solid holding that shit together." I see this huge choker you're wearing and put two and two together. So unless you want to be blown to shit stains all over the floor, you're gonna stay there in the dirt where you belong, you hog, Bakugo threatened the oddly calm villain. Tamura made a humped sound in his throat and told Bakugo vexingly, that's some very unheroic talk there, boy. Thought you heroes were all about second chances and disarming the villains, not de-arming them. He vexed. Just then, Mimikyu appeared from below Kurogiri's body, standing on top of it, and hissed at the hand villain while making a point of slamming his wooden tail into the mist man's neck brace, causing it to bend and the man to grunt in pain. Bakugo scoffs and says, so you finally decided to show yourself, gremlin. Took y'all long enough, nice wood hammer. Mimikyu only hissed back in response. Whether to agree or just to get Bakugo to stop talking was unknown. I wondered what happened to that one. No matter, I'll just rot it to ash while Nomu has his fun with you wannabe heroes. Tamura started with a cruel smile. Mimikyu did not like this in the slightest. His eyes glittered brightly with his own malicious intent as dark matter swirled around his true mouth and then shot out in a spiral-like beam directly at Tamura. Tamura dodged with ease and then went on the run. Mimikyu hissed at this but didn't leave his spot on Kurogiri's head, almost as if he wanted to make sure the mist man didn't try anything funny. Bakugo could tell Mimikyu was having a conflict and said to the Pokémon, hey gremlin, you wanna go blast that guy? Mimikyu appeared to shake his false head rapidly. Bakugo smiled and said, then go up hand job, real good. I got a metal neck under wraps until you or the heroes finally get here. Mimikyu cried as he hopped off Kurogiri's head and shuffled away. Just before he fully left to chase down Tamura, he came back and very quickly slapped Kurogiri with his fake tail, making the men grunt again. Mimikyu's eyes glitter again, and the tiny Pokémon dashes off with surprising speed as he keeps in hot pursuit of the hand villain trying to cover some ground. Bakugo smiles at the Pokémon, almost proud of it, until Kurogiri asks vexingly, so, I suppose he's your son. You. He replies. Mimikyu chases after the surprisingly quick villain with his surprising speed and catches up in moments. Mimikyu shoots out a hand to swipe at the man, but he catches it in his hand with a sinister look on his face. After a moment, nothing happened to Mimikui's hand as it extended further and began to wrap up the man's hand and arm. Tamura was in shock of this and even more so when the small Pokémon threw him over his head with a surprising amount of strength. Tamura lifted himself and squeaked out in pain, what the hell? Suddenly Mimikyu dashed up to the villain, who froze up in shock, and the two of them disappeared in a cloud of smoke with a bunch of cartoony sound effects and objects flying all over the place. Tamura was shot out of the dust cloud and laid on the ground with swirls in his eyes. Now that's what I call a play rough, Mimikyu heard Gar's voice cheer for him. Mimikyu turned around with the happiest expression in his eyes as he ran up to his master and jumped into his arms, snuggling into his chest. Gar held back his groan of pain as the small Pokémon slammed right into his left and tried to let it out in a puff of air. Holding back his tears, he said in a croaking tone, "It's good to see you too, buddy." Mimikyu looked up at Gar's face with tears still running down his own as his body shuddered with happiness. Gar petted the Pokémon's disguise and said kindly, "Biding out your time for the right moment as usual, buddy. It must have been really hard, doing all the waiting and never knowing what the right moment was. Even going so far as to watch me suffer when you knew you couldn't jump in yet." At this point, Mimikyu began to cry full tear streams as he looked up at the older teen like a hysterical child. Gar wiped his tears away while cooing softly in a reassuring tone, Hey, don't cry. You're a real trooper, ya know that. You played your card in a gamble, lost a bit, but won some more. You saved Bakugo just in the nick of time and gave that Tamura guy a good thrashing. I'd say you really outdid yourself." Mimikyu then shot out both his arms and wrapped them around his neck, pulled himself in close, and snuggled into his cheek. "So that's his name, Tamura?" Izuku asked. Pulling the Pokémon away from his face, he replied in a serious tone, "Yep. But that's not important right now. What is important is trying to take that thing down." He motioned to the monsters, still trying to catch Togekiss, who at this point was only playing with the monster. Gar gave an angry sigh, growl and explained, Volcarona and Serperior threw just about everything we had at that thing, and it still won't go down. And by the looks of it, Togekiss won't be able to distract it much longer. We need all the hands we can get right now, he stated firmly while seeing Togekiss's trying expression. Mimikyu then lightly slapped Gar's face with his hands and waved them in front of his eyes as if to make a point. Gar chuckled and said, yes, your hands will do perfectly. Mimikyu pumped his arms up in victory and turned around in Gar's arms while glaring hatefully at Nomu. Then I guess you'll need him back, Kirishima stated while climbing off Dragapult. Dragapult came over to Gar, offering his head, which he petted and smiled, saying, sure will. He looked around at what he had so far, Togekiss, Mimikyu, and Dragapult. It wasn't anything amazing, but it was still leagued better than before. But Gar knew he needed more. That thing took out 2 of his Pokémon with minimal effort. But who else was around to help? Suddenly a loud roar could be heard from the distance. Everyone turned their attention to the roar and saw Gyarados breaking through a tree line. Did somebody order the fish? Kaminari shouted as he, Jiro, and Momo rode on his head. Upon seeing Gar, Gyarados charged straight into the battleground, unknowingly and nearly running over Bakugou and Kurogiri in the process. Making Bakugou let go of the Mist Man to dodge the oncoming fish and allowing the Mist Man to escape. Gyarados, I'm so glad you're all right, Gar shouted while waving his arms excitedly. Gyarados roared back happily with tears glittering in his extremely pissed off eyes. And made me lose my hold on the metal neck, you dunce face, Bakugou shouted at Kaminari. Hiss, Mimikyu hissed at him from Gar's shoulder. Oops, Kaminari rubbed the back of his head. The giant fish finally made it to the group and arched its head down to rub against Gar affectingly, which he did, allowing all 3 teams to slide off his massive head and join the rest of them. Gar smiled at seeing this. Now he had all 4 of his other Pokémon with him and was able to fight that monster. And seeing that several of the students were alive and well really took some stress off his shoulders. But he couldn't help but feel like he forgot something or someone. Just then, Nomu managed to catch Togekiss in a good spot and grabbed the bird with both hands. Togekiss chirped in protest, trying to escape the monster's iron grip. Suddenly an orange lawnmower with a sharp smile ran into the area with several appliances trailing behind it on streams of electricity and ran over Nomu's foot. The mower made a strange sound, like when it runs over something that clearly isn't grass, and the Nomu roared in pain while loosening its grip on Togekiss, who flew away. When the mower moved out of the way, Nomu's foot and a portion of its leg had been sliced clean off, revealing the bone. Did someone call a gardener? Buzzed. The mower asked while sliding in like a drifter with a cocky smile. Rotom, the teens asked, in the flesh or lawnmower? Buzzed. Rotom answered. I didn't know you could possess everyday objects, Kirishima exclaimed in awe, while touching Rotom's push handle. Rotom moved out of the way and, in a huff, exclaimed, how is this a surprise? We've literally covered this back in Chapter 2. Buzzed. Everyone looked at the lawnmower Pokémon strangely as he followed up, saying, anyway, I'm here to help. Buzzed. I've already sent a message to UA along with a messenger and unlocked all the doors. Buzzed. Gar, along with everyone else in the group, sighed in relief at that sentence. Fully relieved that the rest of their friends were safe and help was on its way. Gar closed his eyes to rest for a moment as he said, well, I guess the gangs are all here. He opened his eyes, and looking at Togekiss, he shouted, Togekiss, to me. Togekiss stopped for a moment, but only for a moment, which was all the Nomu needed to grab the bird again. But this time, he was stopped by a wave of ice that covered half of its lower and upper body, covering its legs and one of its arms. Togekiss flew back to Gar's side, snuggling into his face, as the group wondered what in the world saved Togekiss. Then they saw a very familiar set of red and white hair appear from the side and join them. The teens, especially Gar, were both impressed and terrified how accurately Todoroki could use his ice, how strong it was, how fast it was, and how he managed to literally manifest out of nowhere then join the battle like nothing just occurred. Gar sighed, and while keeping his eyes firmly planted on the Nomu, he stated to the younger teens, the rest of you get Aizawa and yourselves out of here now. There was no room for discussion in his voice. The group didn't argue with him as Suyu and Mineta helped pick Aizawa up and carry him away to the nearest exit, while Momo and Jiro were making and carrying medical supplies for Aizawa once they were safely away. Once they were out of sight, Gar saw that Todoroki, Izuku, Bakugou, and Kirishima were the only ones still standing there with him. He went to open his mouth but was cut off by Bakugou, who seemed to know what he would say. "No way," he firmly stated. Gar huffed in aggravation and shot back, "This isn't a discussion, Katsuki. You're getting a racer and getting out of here with the others." Bakugou bared his teeth while clicking his tongue, annoyed while saying, "You said it yourself, Purple that thing is strong as. You need all hands on deck. It even took down 2 of your shitty Pokémon." Gar gave the ash blonde a deadpan look as he took in a deep breath and ranted off, "First off, how dare you call my Pokémon shitty when you're the living embodiment of that word? Second, I only had 2 Pokémon to battle with, and now I have 5. I'll be fine, I just have to keep that thing distracted long enough for All Might to get here. Now go." He half shouted the last part. But not one of them moved. Instead, they all stood firm in fighting stances, ready to take on the monster. Gar saw their determination brewing in their eyes, just like Volcarona. Gar looked at the fainted Pokémon's Pokeball and, with a sigh, finally yielded. "I'm really not gonna be able to convince you for Dodu, am I?" he asked the group in a low tone. "Nope," Kirishima exclaimed. Gar sighed in exasperation and finally said, Fine, have it your way. But try and keep up. Boys. I like to play rough and competitive." He said the last part with a determined smile. "I'll blast that freak's head clean off before your Pokémon can even charge an attack," Bakugou challenged. Gyarados stood up tall with his long body protecting their rear in defense. Togekiss circled around them anxiously. Mimikyu's rage face was engaged with one sharp arm out. Dragapult's eyes glowed a bright yellow as flames pooled out from his mouth, and the Dreepy chattered and slobbered wildly in excitement, while Mo Rotom revved his engine to the max. Kurogiri finally appeared next to the downed and dazed Tamura, helped him into a sitting position while asking, "Young sir, are you okay? Give me the healing potion, and I'll be fine," Tamura choked out angrily. But Kurogiri tried to reason with him. "Now," Tamura yelled at him. Kurogiri reached into his suit pocket and deposited a capped syringe. Tamura snatched the syringe and jammed the needle into his neck while pulling the plunger. Tamura felt new energy flow into him as he finally sat up with Kurogiri's help. He sat there for a moment while breathing heavily from the rush he felt surging through him. After getting back his equilibrium, he rotted the syringe in his hand, and under his breath, he growled, "That little toy." "Hey Tamura." Tamura heard Gar shout his name. The villain shot his head up and saw something that nearly made him freeze in place. Gar with 5 of his Pokémon around him and about several of the 1A students at his side. Tamura lifted himself to his feet while keeping a hatful glare on him. Gar tapped his chin, after getting no reply, and asked, "What was it you said to me before?" "Oh right, any last words before we stomp your monster and send you to the big house on a stretcher?" he stated boastfully while shooting out an arm towards him, while all his Pokémon gave off their fighting cries. Tamura made a face, something crossed between a malicious smile and a pissed-off frown as he looked to the half-trapped Numo and commanded it, "Tear him apart." The Nomu roared and immediately broke free from its icy chains. It dashed toward the heroes and Pokémon on all fours like an animal. "Todoroki, restrain the Nomu again," Izuku exclaimed. Todoroki said nothing but complied as he tapped his foot on the ground and ice shot towards the closing in on the creature. The ice appeared in seconds and enveloped the monster, holding it back once more. Only this time, it covered its entire lower torso leaving its arms free. The Nomu went to smash the ice on its legs, but Bakugou had blasted himself to the monster with Kirishima in tow, and the 2 of them blasted and hit the creature straight in its face, stunning and preventing it from breaking free again. "Your turn Purple Bakugou shouted. Gar shot his arm out while shouting, "Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Togekiss, Air Slash. Mimikyu, Dark Pulse. Dragapult, Dragon Darts. Rotom, Leaf Storm. All the Pokémon present let loose their attack altogether, culminating in a spiraling beam of destruction. The beam soared through the air and exploded upon impacting the trapped monster. A huge shock wave pushed everyone back, and a dust cloud settled over the whole area, as the teens and Pokémon all looked on in suspense. After a few moments of silence, Todoroki finally asked, "Is it over?" Gar narrowed his eyes at the dust cloud while saying, "I don't think so." His thoughts were confirmed to be correct when the monster burst through the clouds and jumped straight towards the group. Gar froze in shock as Izuku and Todoroki grabbed and then moved him out of the way. Togekiss flew off, and Dragapult vanished into the ground. The Nomu landed directly on top of Rotom and crushed the Pokémon into scrap. Luckily the Pokémon jumped out of the machine before getting destroyed and then possessed a washing machine. The Nomu jumped from the now broken lawnmower and jumped straight towards Gyarados, who received a devastating blow to the face. The giant fish fell with a crash, and the Nomu used the blow as a counterforce to land right in front of Izuku, Todoroki, and Gar. The Nomu roared and prepared to throw a punch straight at them until Gar gave a last-minute command. Wood Hammer. Mimikyu jumped in front of the Nomu, and using its wooden tail, it slammed against the Nomu's stomach, which immediately absorbed and bounced off the attack like rubber. "That's new," Gar commented in dread. The Nomu was about to land the blow when a stream of water from Wash Rotom hit against its side and pushed it away. Since they had a moment to space for a breath, Todoroki looked at Gar and asked, "That's new?" "It's fast, strong, durable, can heal like Lance's Dragonite, and now can absorb physical attacks." "Yes, that's new," he shouted at him. "Then how do we beat it?" Todoroki asked again. "Wail on it till it can't take any more," Bakugou shouts while joining the group. "I'm gonna have to go with you on this one," Gar said to Bakugou. "Or we can use any physical attack on its face and head," Izuku put forth. "You know that also might work," Gar agreed. At this time, the Nomu got back up from the ground and turned back to the teens, trying to attack again. But this time, Gar was ready for the monster. "Hydro Pump," he shouted as both Wash Rotom and Gyarados, who recovered from the blow, both shot the Nomu on both sides with powerful jets of water, pinning it down. Before the Nomu could recover, Gyarados sprung into action and tackled the Nomu. He then wrapped his body around the monster and began to tighten. "Thunder," Gar commanded as Gyarados generated electricity from his crest and shot a bolt directly on the creature. However, the Nomu seems only mildly affected by the attack, and after the electricity subsided, it broke free from the Pokémon's coils and gave it another punch to the face. The Nomu then grabbed the downed fish by his tail and began to, puny god, him all over the place. It was even using his body like a flail to smash Wash Rotom, who zipped out of the machine again and slapped away both Izuku, Bakugou, and Kirishima, who tried to attack and free Gyarados from its grip. "Gyarados, return," Gar yelled while returning the Pokémon safely. Rotom then possesses the fridge and becomes Frost Rotom. "You seem a little washed up after that. Buzzed. How about you take a moment to chill out," Rotom said while opening his doors. "Blizzard," Gar commanded as a strong gale of fridge wind and snow emanated from Rotom's insides. The water on Nomu's body immediately began to freeze, and in seconds the monster became a life-sized ice statue. "Seems he got freezer burn on that deal." Buzzed. Rotom jokes. Everyone sighs or facepalms at his pun, only leaving Gar to chuckle at the terrible joke. Gar then told them they should take the chance to stop the Nomu permanently before it broke free. The teens agreed to this as Bakugou and Izuku hopped on Togekiss's back and used his flight speed to propel themselves quicker and harder. However, the Nomu didn't stay trapped for long as it broke free when the two teens launched themselves off the Pokémon's back. The Nomu made a quick motion and backhanded both teens straight off their flying course. Nomu then jumped towards the nearest target and grabbed Togekiss around his neck. Togekiss struggled to break free, chirping and squeaking in pain. But the Nomu only silenced the bird when it choked the Pokémon silent. "Togekiss," Gar cried out while whipping out its Pokeball. Suddenly Rotom came up behind the Nomu and somehow managed to trap the creature into its body. "No, no, no. You and I aren't finished just yet." Buzzed. Rotom stated while somehow pulling the monster into his body with only his arm holding Togekiss showing. Rotom then slammed the door right between the Nomu's arms and made the creature let go of Togekiss, who flew away to a safe distance. Rotom's body jiggled and bounced around as the Nomu tried to break free, but Rotom held on tight and wouldn't let up. Buzzed. Since you're okay with the cold, let's see how you handle the temperature in the negatives. Negative Kelvin, that is. Buzzed. Rotom stated as he turned his internal temperature down drastically. Frost began to condense around every part of the Pokémon, nearly turning him into a piece of furniture that was left on in a snowstorm dramatically. The cold was so bad that the immediate area dropped several degrees, and even Rotom was starting to show signs of cold lethargy. Then Rotom's body began to shake again, only more violently. Even Nomu's trapped arm began to wriggle about. Rotom began to panic as he exclaimed, "Buzzed. No, 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 no. You're not supposed to be moving at all. You shouldn't even be conscious right now. Buzzed. You should be a popsicle." Then the Nomu broke free and broke Rotom in the process, shattering him into little pieces all over the place. Rotom managed to leave the wreckage and then possessed his next item, a toaster oven, becoming Heat Rotom. Rotom bounced around as Nomu crumpled to his knees and began to breathe out heavily and forcefully, with huge amounts of frost all over his body. Nomu looked up to see Rotom bouncing towards him, and the creature stood up to try and attack again before he did. But the monster was quickly stopped with a comeback attack from Togekiss to the brain. Togekiss used Dazzling Gleam, on the order of Gar, and stunted the creature long enough for Rotom to get in attacking range. Buzzed. You know what they say, if you can't handle the heat, then get out of them. Rotom began to joke. Heat Wave. Gar cut off in command. Rotom then opened his open doors, and a burst of searing hot air hit the Nomu, immediately melting the ice and burning its skin to a crisp. But this time, the Nomu pushed through the attack and smashed Heat Rotom between both its hands. Rotom bolted out of the toaster oven and flew into the fan. Before he could possess it fully to attack as Fan Rotom, Nomu grabbed it and then used the Pokémon as a weapon against Togekiss, smashing the machine to pieces over the bird's head. Rotom zipped out of the fan and flew around the monster's head, distracting him from the Togekiss long enough for him to recover. Togekiss shook the blow off and went to join Rotom in distracting the creature. Seeing they had a chance, Gar commanded, "Rotom, confuse Ray." Togekiss, Thunder Wave. Rotom then produced 3 strange lights that encircled Nomu's face, and Togekiss flew in close while releasing electricity from its wings. Before the Nomu succumbed to its statues, it managed to slap Togekiss hard enough to down it for good. Gar used the Pokeball he'd already had out and returned the fainted Pokémon. "Nice job, Togekiss. You held out till the end and gave us a foot up. Take a good rest," Gar whispered to the Pokeball. Suddenly Rotom zipped away from Nomu and flew over to Gar, where he went right back into his phone. Rotom floated out of Gar's pocket, and while breathing heavily, the Pokémon stressed, "That was too close. I've never had so many close calls in my whole life. And I'm not even alive." Rotom then looked at Gar and said, "Sorry I couldn't be much help to you, Garfield. I guess I'm not much of a battler. Hey, don't beat yourself up. After all, you did so much as it is. Take a rest for now." Gar comforted the Pokémon. "Gladly." Rotom agreed wholeheartedly, while disappearing behind him. Gar looked back at the Nomu and saw that it was quickly experiencing the symptoms of dual status effects. It appears disoriented and wobbly around on jelly legs while occasionally freezing up with electricity coursing through its body. Gar gave a confident smile, knowing they finally had fate in their direction. Tamura was not pleased with the results right now. Sure, his Nomu took down several of the Pokémon and beat around a few of the students, but now it was acting like a drunk after getting hit by lightning. What the heck was wrong with it this time? "What did you do to my Nomu?" he demanded. Gar gave a proud smile and answered, "Your thing has been subject to what I like to call dual status. Your pet is now confused and will attack itself, and paralyzed, making its movement limited." "What?" he shouted. "Nomu, do as I say and kill them all." The Nomu wobbled around a bit more and then punched itself in the jaw. The blow was so powerful that its lower jaw was nearly ripped clean off, only now hanging on by a thread. Tamura's jaw also dropped at seeing his creation just hurt itself for no reason. Gar snapped his finger with a smile and stated, "It hurt itself in its confusion." "So now it's vulnerable?" Kirishima asked. "Not really, but you can get a few good solid licks on it," Bakugou answered. "Confusion doesn't last for too long, and paralysis is a game of chance. So choose your cards wisely," Gar added. Dragapult came from out of the ground, behind the Nomu, and slashed it to the side with its tail. Then Mimikyu came from the other end and slashed it across the chest with its claws. "Bidding out your time, as usual, Dragapult," Gar said to the Pokémon as it appeared next to him from the ground, soon joined by Mimikyu. Dragapult only gave a lazy cry in reply. Soon the rest of the teens joined in at Gar's side and faced off against the dazed monster. "So what's the plan?" Todoroki asked. Izuku thought for a moment while taking into everything they had right now. Then it came to him like a wave, and turning to the rest of his team, he explained, "Well, it can't beat it by normal means, so we'll have to break it apart. Gar will stun Nomu, Todoroki will encase it, then me, Kachan, and Kirishima will attack it head-on." "Sounds good to me," Kirishima agreed while hardening his arms. "For once, you have an idea. I like Deku," Bakugou agreed while letting out a small explosion. Todoroki silently nodded. "Then I'll take the lead. Dragapult, Dragon Darts, Mimikyu, Dark Pulse," Gar commanded. Dragapult and Mimikyu launched their attacks directly at Nummo. They caused the creature to stop for a moment, helping even more when electricity for paralysis shocked the creature and made it spaz up. Todoroki then encased the Nomu's whole body in ice, and lastly, Kirishima, Bakugou, and Izuku charged at the Nomu from their spots and with their most powerful attacks ready. All at once, the teens hit the ice, and the Nomu shattered into pieces. Or so they thought. Once the ice shattered, Nomu's body stayed fully intact. The creature fell to the floor for a minute and laid unmoving. The teens all watched the creature to make sure it had gone down, but it still didn't even move. Seeing this, Tamura began to ventilate heavily out of anger, wanting to fight the young heroes himself. Gar especially kept a close eye on the monster to make sure it was down. He knew how this thing works. It'll play dead till it heals up or gets an opportunity to attack. So Gar watched every part of the thing like a watchdog, trying even to pinpoint the slightest movement that it was still alive. Then he saw it. A single finger just twitches out of place. "Everyone, get away," Gar shouted, but it was already too late. Nomu shot from the floor at the three teens trying to get away. Kirishima tried to defend the other two but was quickly broken when Nomu punched him into the ground, and it made a crater. It then went after Bakugou, who tried to blast it, but it quickly grabbed both his arms, crushed them, and then punched him from its grip straight across the area like a baseball. Then it dashed in front of Izuku, and using its huge hand, it slapped Izuku against the ground like a bug. But Izuku's body bounced right up, and Nomu punched the green teen right in a boulder when he slumped to the ground. "Katsuki, Ajiro, Izuku," Gar cried in desperation. The Nomu turned its attention to Gar and Todoroki. It then dashed to them with blinding speed. Todoroki managed to have enough reaction time to put up a giant ice wall, but it was for nothing in the end. The Nomu smashed through the ice with ease, and the large chunks flew towards the two teens. Luckily, Dragapult had anticipated this and grabbed Mimikyu in his mouth, then flew behind Gar, where he scooped him onto his back. Just before the chunks could hit him, the dragon Pokémon flew into the air and out of range of the flying projectiles. However, Todoroki was not so lucky and ended up taking several ice chunks straight to head and body, knocking the teen straight out. "Shoto!" Gar cried in desperation while reaching out for the unconscious teen. Dragapult flies up high and away from the creature before it can jump up and grab them. Gar sat on the Pokémon's back, bewildered and shocked at what he just saw unfold. He felt dead inside like necrozma had stolen all the light and warmth from his body, leaving him in a cold, dark, and unsure state of being. Then his emotion came back like a flood of surf, and he burst out in a mixture of frustration, disgust, anger, and sadness. He pounded his hands against Dragapult's head as he vented, "Damn it! Damn it! How could I let this happen? How, How? I'm so useless. 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 I'm supposed to be a champion, damn it. I'm supposed to do better for others. Tears streamed down his face in huge tracks as he vented, this is all my fault. My fault. My fault. Gar finally stopped pounding the metallic head of Dragapult and broke down into uncontrollable sobbing. He cried so hard that it started to pool around the dragon's horns where the Dreepy sat. Mimikyu eventually made his way from the dragon's mouth and up to Gar, where he tried to console him with soothing back rubs. But nothing seemed to calm him down, not even when Dragapult had to make sudden maneuvers when the Nomu tried to tackle them from the ground. However, Gar pulled out of his emotional state when he heard a very dry voice begin to laugh coldly. He peeked an eye out and saw Tamura laughing in full view of Nomu's handiwork. Looking so delighted, it made him look even more insane than usual. The sadness in Gar melted away, and he felt a new emotion quickly rise in him. Anger. Gar ground his teeth so hard in anger it got to the point his gums began to bleed. He shot his head up and glared a hateful glaze at the hand villain, who felt his glare, and upon turning his head to meet his eyes, immediately froze up seeing the fire they held behind them. Gar then grabbed Dragapult's horns and commanded him to move for the villain. Although hesitant at first, Dragapult obeyed and flew straight for the frozen villain. Gar commanded the Pokémon to use dragon darts directly at him, and the Pokémon launched its Dreepy straight at the villain. But Kurogiri was next to him and opened a portal in front, making the Dreepy pass through into another part of the area. Gar shouted for Flamethrower, and the Pokémon shot hot flames from its mouth. Again Kurogiri used a portal to make the flames pass through and avoid them. But this time was different. As soon as Kurogiri dropped the portal, two Dreepy came out cloaked in smoke and charged straight for the two villains. Kurogiri didn't have enough time to put up another portal, and Tamura was still frozen. The two Dreepy hit their target and exploded, creating a large dust cloud. Once Gar waited for the dust to settle and once it was clear enough to see, his face dropped in shock as he saw the two Dreepy caught in the huge hands of the Nomu. Gar commanded Dragapult to go up just as Nomu threw away both Pokémon and tried to jump after him. Gar saw this and pulled a fast one as he did a perfect handstand on Dragapult's head just as the Nomu phased straight through the Pokémon's body like air. Gar fell back on the Pokémon's back and took off before the creature reached the ground again. As they flew above the villains and the Nomu, Gar gripped his fists hard enough to bleed in frustration until that frustration was replaced by sadness as tears formed and fell from his eyes again. He felt lost and scared, he didn't know what to do or how to do it. Who was gonna help him? Who was gonna guide him? Who was gonna stop this nightmare? What'll I do now? Nothing I throw at this thing hurts or keeps it down for long. Where's All Might when I need him? Gar exclaims, distraught. He then grounds his teeth and pulls the useless pokebox from one of his pouches. He vents to the object, if only this stupid thing would work. I could have pulled out some more pseudo-legendaries or even a single legendary, hell even an ultra beast could have. Gar stopped mid-thought as he trailed off, then continued. Ultra beast. That's it. He shouted in a eureka moment. Gar then reaches into one of his pouches and pulls out an unusual-looking Pokeball. It was a strange shade of space blue with a white spiderweb-like pattern going around it. Gar jiggled the ball in his hands and told Dragapult to keep Nomu interested in them but also out of reach. Rotom! He shouted, and the phone popped out from behind him. What do ya need? Buzzed. Rotom asked. I have an idea. Is it a crazy idea? Buzzed. Yes. I already disagree with it. Buzzed. Do you have anything better? Rotom looked around at their situation and replied, nope. Good. Then let me explain. Gar then showed the Pokémon the two items he was holding. Your Pokebox and a Beast Ball. Buzzed. What are you gonna do with those? Buzzed. The machine Pokémon asked. Beasts' balls can only capture Ultra Beasts, right? Gar resorted. Rotom looked at him weirdly and replied, buzzed. Well yes. Ultra Beasts aren't like normal Pokémon. Their bodies are configured to work on entirely different frequencies for normal Pokeballs to capture. Buzzed. The Beast Ball configured itself to the dimension they're in the Ultra Beast they're trying to capture, allowing capture to be used. Why? Buzzed. And Pokebox work on electro frequencies that store and transfer data for any Pokémon, right? Gar asked again. Buzzed. Yes. Garfield, what are you? Rotom began to ask until he stopped mid-sentence and realized what he was getting at. Wait, Garfield. Buzzed. You're not saying that. He began to ask again until Gar cut him off. That's exactly what I'm saying. He exclaimed. Rotom looked amazed as he sputtered out, Buzzed. Garfield. You're a genius. Buzzed. You're gonna use the Beast Ball's inner workings to create a loop in the dimensional space difference to use the Pokebox. But how are you gonna get it to work? Buzzed. That's where you come in, he said while pointing to him and pulling wires from the Pokebox. What? Buzzed. Garfield, I know I'm amazing and all, but even I have limits. I don't think I can handle something of this magnitude. Buzzed. He exclaimed while making warning noises. I can only hook everything up together, but you have to make it work, he told the Pokémon calmly. Even if I did, which I probably could, we're talking about interdimensional quantum physics theory. Buzzed. What happens when we try this and end up punching a hole in the space-time continuum? This world doesn't have a Dialga or Palkia to fix it. Buzzed. The entirety of reality could be shattered, Rotom stressed anxiously. Gar keeps working and connects wire to the open Beast Ball while replying, the world is too big for what-ifs. Life is short, and right now, ours is about to become much shorter. So unless you have another idea, I'm all ears, pal. Rotom said nothing but looked around and browsed his chance of survival app. When nothing came up, he sighed in defeat and answered, if we die, I just wanna let you know. I told you so. Buzzed. Noted. Now do your thing. Gar told the Pokémon. Rotom ed in a determined breath and zipped from the phone to the Pokebox. Rotom's face and orange color appeared on the device, and he immediately got to work on connecting both device functions into one another. Once he was hooked in, he gave the OK, saying, I'm connected and ready to go. Buzzed. Gar nodded, and pressing the power button, and said, engaging power. Suddenly a massive surge of power and light illuminated off of Rotom's body as he began to fizz out of control like a glitch. The light was so bright that it could be seen by the two villains below. What the hell is that? Tamura asked. Rotom still fizzed in and out as the inner workings of the two devices glowed and produced noise in an eerie and otherworldly manner, making Gar begin to worry. Rotom began to scream as he yelled out, I'm gonna puke. I hope this works, Gar exclaimed while pressing the button to withdraw. Electricity and light burst forth from the inside of the glass container while blue energy pooled in and began to take strange shapes. A moment later, a huge burst of light blinded the teen and even halted Nomu's constant assault. When the lights died down, and Gar could see, he saw that the glass container of the Pokebox was filled to the brim with several different Pokeballs. Gar was stunned by this and initially couldn't even process it. When he finally came to, he laughed and stated, ha, ha ha. It worked. It worked. His victory was cut short when he saw Nomu flying towards him with a fist extended and screamed, "Oh Arceus." But Dragapult saw this long before the monster even jumped, and with one quick movement, he slapped Nomu, midair, out of the sky with his ghostly tail. When the Nomu fell and bounced off the ground like a ball, Gar sighed with relief and said to the dragon Pokémon, "Phew. Nice moves, Dragapult." Dragapult gave a lazy cry in return. Gar returned his attention to the Pokebox and saw it was normal looking again. He wondered if Rotom had simply left but stopped in shock when he saw the little Pokémon laying face first on Dragapult's head. "Oh my Arceus, Rotom," he shouted while scooping the Pokémon into his hands and pointing his face up. "Buddy, are you okay? Speak to me," he called to the seemingly fainted Pokémon frantically. Rotom made a small noise as if to talk, and Gar remembered that he couldn't speak outside of a device. So he plopped the Pokémon back into his phone and asked him to repeat it. Rotom opened his mouth and sang dizzily, "Buzzed. Mary had a little Mareep, little Mareep, little Mareep. Okay, back into the pocket with you," he said to the dazed phone while placing him safely into a pouch. "Twinkle twinkle, little Manor. Buzzed." He heard the Pokémon sing just before being muffled out. Gar turned his attention to the full Pokebox and examined every Pokeball in there. After a short bit, he grunted in aggravation while saying, "Darn. No beast balls. I sure hope I got some good ones." He opened one of the glass doors and pulled out an Ultra Ball. He jiggled the device in his hands, looked down at the Nomu still trying to catch them, looked back at the balls, and said, "No time for one-on-one battles, time to send an army. Come on out, guys, and get ready to fight," he shouted while throwing out every single Pokeball in the container at once. The many Pokeballs flew through the air, opened up, and bathed the area in auras of blue light. From the Pokeballs came forth several different Pokemon including a Machamp, Raiden, Tyranitar, Ambipom, Noivern, Victreebel, Phalanx, Ampharos, Espeon, Sableye, Boltund, Houndoom, Weavile, Braviary, Persian, Unpheasant, Snorlax, Metagross, Aramstis, Mawile, Steelix, Typhlosion, Staraptor, Talonflame, Haxorus, Trevenant, Aegislash, Drapion, and best of all an Articuno. Gar looked on with bright eyes flooding with hope and excitement as he saw what Pokemon he managed to get. Oh, I got some good ones, alright, he exclaimed to himself excitedly. Tamura was in shock at what he just saw. First, the summoner was down to only 2 of his familiars and just barely kept away while bidding time, then he did something he couldn't see, and now has a whole army of his familiars. What the crap is this? What the hell? Where does he keep getting them? Does he just have an army in his back pocket? He shouted angrily in shock. You're damn right I do. Gar shouted toward the 2 villains. This made Tamura angry as he saw Gar have a look of smugness and assuredness spread across his face. Gar told Dragapult to fly lower and commanded his Pokemon to band around him, defensive style. He looked at the fuming hand villain and the far more wary mist villain and declared triumphantly, "I hope your Nomu is as good as it's lived up thus far, cause now this is the final battle." To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.